Entire career has been within the industry, but what I love about her story is that she started in your shoes. Being a distributor or a brand partner in a company, she was able to grow a very successful team, was able to see the ins and outs of what it takes to build a successful network marketing business. And she brought that knowledge, hopped over to the corporate team, and has led multi-billion-dollar companies in her career. And what's incredible is to see her dedication here at Lifewave. Just the other day, we met up in Las Vegas for an incredible leader event. She had been in Taiwan, jumped on an airplane, flew straight to Vegas, and was right there to support the leaders at that event. And I love that no matter what time of day it is, no matter what day of the week it is, she's there committed to Lifewave, to the corporate team, to our incredible brand partners. And she's here to share with us this morning. Can you help me give a big round of applause and welcome to our president of Lifewave, Meredith Burkett.
All right. I am so excited to be back in Florida and broadcasting to 50 countries or more around the world in 12 languages. It is so exciting to be here today. I love Super Saturday. I love what I do. I am so blessed. And right now, because I'm back in Florida where I have lived twice, I've lived in Jupiter and I've lived in the Lake Mary area as well. So of course I had to bring the animal prints back in because you know it is Florida after all, right, ladies? Of course. So I love Super Saturdays because it's an opportunity for us to kind of step out of what we do traditionally at other kind of business meetings and talk high-level leadership, especially the Super Saturday kickoff at the beginning of the year, because as goes January, so goes the year, right? It's a very, very common thread that I've seen in my 30-plus years now in direct selling. And so, you know, we have so many great people coming here today, here to present. And thank you to our studio audience, because, you know, sometimes when you do these events that are really about, you know, broadcasting globally, you know, you go into the studio and there's like no audience there, and then you expect leaders to come out on stage and be inspirational. So all of you who took the time, who flew across the pond, or who just came across the country, even down the street, we thank you so much for being here to be an inspiration. So I ask you right up front, as the speakers get up and come and pour their hearts out on the stage today, please give them your undivided attention, but also lots of enthusiastic support with applause. So thank you for that, because it lets them know that yes, they're tracking with me. So excited. You know, it's funny because as I think about Lifewave and I think about direct selling, because as you know, I love direct selling. And so when we think about John Maxwell, all right, he's an icon. How many of you have ever read one of John's 80-plus books? Yeah, so most of you in this room, most of you around the world probably have heard of John. So, you know, he has a phrase, know the way, go the way, show the way. And I remember having lunch with him. I was so privileged. I've had him at events throughout the years. I've certainly spent some time with him as well, read many of his books. The one thing that he talks about a lot at Lifewave is knowing the way here. That's what we need to know. But I was asking him, he actually is very, very conversational. And it wasn't in an interview. We were actually having lunch. And John Maxwell asked me, he said, okay, Meredith, I'm going to give you one question. And in this one question, he says, you can ask anything you want, but you get just one. And that's really tough, looking at John Maxwell, thinking, I have 1,000 questions I would like to ask you, John. But the one question that I asked him, I said, okay, how do you deal with regret? How do you deal with regret? And he thought about that for a minute, and he said, you know, one of my best friends, one of my best mentors, was a coach named John Wooden. How many of you have heard of John Wooden? Many? Okay, so obviously a very winning coach, great coach. John Wooden, he had asked that same exact question of his friend. John Wooden, Coach Wooden said, you know, I don't actually have regret, because the way I see it, I make decisions with the information I have at hand at the time. I make my decisions based on the information I have at hand at the time. And that allowed him to be able to look back. Maybe things didn't go a certain way. A game didn't, come out as he wanted. But it's like, this is what we live with. We live with what we have in front of us, and we make our decisions, and we don't look back. So principle number one, it's really, because this is really the topic that I have for today, which is know the way, go the way, show the way. Right? This is going to be the basis for my message with all of you today. So as we think about that, as a company, I loved what David just said. It doesn't matter if you're the CEO and founder of a company like David, or if you are the CEO of your own business here, sitting here today, any of the leaders, any of you building an enterprise of your own. It doesn't matter. It is the same fundamental truth. The same fundamental truth. Now, you can ask yourself, many of you probably watched the Vision broadcast, at least I hope you did. And in the Vision broadcast, one of the things that I presented were what were not the 50 projects that we have this year, but what were really kind of our top 5 big rocks. Why did we share that with you? Why did we share with you all of those things? Because it leads into belief. It leads into belief. And so the principle number 2 is not only, knowing and understanding all the things that I talked about. So whether it's the .com, all the great things that are coming, all the projects that we're working on, what David's focus this year, of really being in prayer a lot for your business and thinking about yourself, and obviously taking care, physical fitness. But it is about the belief that drives you, that core belief. And so what I share with you oftentimes when you hear me speak are things that I believe will build your belief. Events like this, whether you're sitting in a watch party right now around the world, or you're watching on a replay, it doesn't matter, or here in the audience, the reality is that it's all about building belief. That's why you plug into the team. That's why you plug into events like this. Because when you can lead with your belief from your heart, this is what the powerful, powerful message of direct selling is, because you are B2B, belly to belly, person to person. And the belief has to come core. So when you're thinking about it, you think about Lifewave, you think about change, and I know there was a lot of change this last year, but the reality is that the core principles at Lifewave are exactly the same as they always have been, okay? You still have a long-term vision, a commitment to the channel that is unwavering. And it starts with David Schmidt, and it certainly spreads throughout the organization. The leadership and integrity of your people that are there for you every day, pouring their hearts and souls into the business. All of us at the corporate team, it is the same. High integrity. You can trust what you hear, okay? And then, of course, product innovation. You just heard David mention and said we're filling up the warehouses right now with X2O. It's just the beginning of rollouts around the world of the products that are going to revolutionize people's health and wellness. At least they have the opportunity to do. The compensation piece of it is still rewarding the same behaviors as you have always done. Patching people, okay, sharing the products, being a product of the product. It is still rewarding enrolling brand partners, growing your business, and it also has a component to taking leadership development to the next level with your 1-star directors or above, and giving you rewards for that, which has incredible potential if you apply yourself, work hard, and are consistent in your business activities. And the user experience is evolving, but the user experience on the brand partner level is about your systems that work, your duplication systems that work. And no matter what team that you're joining us from around the world, again, globally, internationally, no matter what team you're representing, the system is the key, because why? Systems duplicate, peoples don't. Systems duplicate, and the peoples, they don't. Okay, so this is kind of the know the way. So again, you take into your mind and you put into your heart all the things that are happening, and then you take all of the things that encompass what builds your belief, and then the third principle of knowing the way, before we go the way and show the way, is being future focused. It is absolutely being future focused. Do I know where I'm going? How do I get there? What do I need to do? As David said, have a plan. Just like he alluded to, it doesn't matter if you're here to get your patches for free or if you're here to build a legacy. Have a plan for what you want and know how you're going to get there. Because you know the difference between knowledge and wisdom, right? You know the difference. All this knowledge is applying the knowledge that it becomes wisdom. Otherwise, it's just here. It's just here in your head. So when you think about a flashlight, how many of you were camping as a kid or camping today? Some of you campers out there? Okay. So do you remember ever waking up in the middle of the night with your cousins or everybody who was camping, and then somebody you gotta go to the loo, and whatever outhouse or whatever it represented at the campgrounds, and there was only usually one person that had the flashlight, right? It was always one person. And so I remember, I have so many great cousins, but my favorite cousin, give her the flashlight, and that child, I'm telling you, it's like, what's that? What's that? What's that? She's flicking it around in trees and bushes. I'm going, oh my gosh, leave it on the path. And then we're tripping on the stumps and people are falling into the bushes. It's like, will you just keep the light on where we're going, please? Please, come on, give me the flashlight. Just give it to me. You're terrible at execution, and I'm older. Give it to me. I'm the oldest cousin. So the reality is that is the same way when we think about light and we think about vision and we think about the future. If everything is distracting you, every raccoon, every owl, every whatever you're hearing, and it's like, oh, look over there. Oh, no, it's over there. No, it's like, keep the light forward facing on the path so you don't trip, stumble, and fall on your face. It's very simple. It's very simple. Because as leaders, even if it's a small team, a new team, if this is your first Lifewave event and you're just getting started, whoever you're working with, know where you are going. That is the third principle. So going the way. So we know the way, okay, so we take all this knowledge, we put it in our hearts, we tuck it away, we build our belief or we borrow it from somebody else, and then we make a plan, right? Okay, but going the way, the principle of it is the plan. If you're gonna start in motion, you have to know where you're going, or you cannot expect other people to follow you or be inspired by you. You have to take care of your business first. So Geraldo said it, I come from direct selling. I quit corporate to stay home to raise a family. And that decade that I was in your seat afforded my family many luxuries. And I owe a debt to direct selling that some of you have heard me say, I can't repay it. If I work my entire life, I cannot repay that precious decade that direct selling gave us a good life and what was most important, time. Time to be at every field trip. Time to be room mom, time to do all of those things for 10 years before I step back into corporate. And so I am very, very passionate about what we do. Here's what I've seen, because again, I don't expect you just to listen to me, even with my experience. Oh, Meredith, she's all knowing, all wise. No, that belongs to somebody else. That's all knowing and all wise. But what I get to do in my profession, the best part of my profession, is that I have the opportunity to listen to greatness. Greatness like you're going to hear today. Greatness like you hear when you join webinars, when you go to your team events, when you plug into the team. That kind of wisdom is priceless that I'm getting from people. Those pearls, right? So having been around the best of the best of the best of the best my entire career, it has given me clues. Success leaves clues, right? The one thing that I can tell you is the really, really successful leaders, the best of the best leaders, they run in sprints. They run in 90-day sprints as a rule. And so, because I understand the big, hairy, audacious goal, I get all that good stuff, of course, read those books, all that. But the reality is those 90-day sprints have power. This is not an easy business to be successful. It is not easy, and change happens, and we have to adjust. It is not an easy business, but it is a simple business. It is simple to apply the fundamentals, and sometimes getting back to the basics is where I want to kind of start in your mindset today. Get back to the basics, be brilliant at the basics, and master the mundane. Again, it's not an easy business, but it can be simple. Principle number 2, identify the people on your team who want something. The movers and shakers, the people that really are going to not just tell you that they're going to do things, but actually take action. Who are they? You need to know your team, even if you're a team of 3. Even if you're a team of 3, find those people. Who has that dream? And then taproot. And I know you're going to hear about some great applications later today. When you think about taprooting and what does that mean, it's kind of like is that a direct selling term? I'm new to direct selling. I have no idea what you're talking about. Just think about the trees, right? Just think about the trees and think about those roots that hold a tree in place during storms. The more taproots you have, the stronger your team, which is why in compensation, we want to reward multiple lines or legs, if you're new to our industry, multiple lines or legs in your enroller tree because it gives you stability when the storms of life blow. And so this is why we talk about it, and we reward the behavior because the behavior is good for you. It's good for your business, it's good for your longevity, it's good for your legacy. So focus on those people, and you can talk to your leaders about the whole taprooting thing. How does that work? I want to have 5 strong lines, so you've got your 2, on the binary, obviously your sides on the binary, right and left. But over here in your enroller tree, this is where you can build up some very great opportunities for, again, great compensation, but stability and a long-term legacy build. That's what we're all about. Okay, so make your list, start thinking about it, start really getting into their head, and know your people. And the beauty of taprooting is that, and the way that our compensation plan works in the mentor match area, it's brilliant because you get to pass by people that might not be working and only have to use up the levels of the mentor match on people that are working, 1-star directors and above. Why do you want to blow out, these levels if they're not doing anything? This way we look, every time that we pay you, we look and we find those people, and those are the people that you want to help. Again, because you want to work with your teams. You want to work with your teams because you don't have to think about it. Oh, I'm going to help this person because then they're going to be a 1-star director and then I'm going to make money. I mean, nobody wants to think about it that way. You think about these people that have dreams of their own, get them to 1-star director for their sake. And it is that rising tide that raises all ships, the proverbial saying, right? This is the reality. Just think about it this way. Applying the coaching programs that your leaders are teaching you and that the people that you're going to hear from on stage today, some of the best in our entire space, think about yourself as a coach that you are mining for gold and that every person matters. Their dreams matter, their lives matter. And you are that kind of a coach. The principle number 3 in Go the Way is forging ahead. So I know we talk about Who Moved My Cheese. It's a great book. But it is talking about forging ahead by locating the cheese. So the little mice are in the maze, the cheese moves, the mice goes, oh, the cheese is not here anymore. They have to figure out the new path to find the cheese. The cheese is still there. Products are still working, everything's still the same, compensation is still paying up to 60%, the top of that I'm aware of. I don't know anybody in direct selling that pays as much or more than we do. I don't know anybody. I don't. So you can find them and share them with me, but I geek out on comp plans at night. When some people are watching Netflix, I'm geeking out on comp plans. So because it's very interesting, because I always want to know, how are you rewarding the people that are working? How does it work? And so, but don't overthink it. Just like when David gets up and talks about science, or leaders like Dr. Stacy get up and talk about physiology, or fitness coaches get up and talk about, so you've got obviously Renita, Brannan going to be talking about lots of things. You have all of these people that are experts. You don't have to be that way in compensation either. You don't have to be Andy and Mandy Hosier, which are comp plan wizards. You don't have to be yourself. Be authentic, be yourself. Use the resources that you have at hand, point to the tools, follow your leader, and share your life. Share your life. It is really that simple. Sometimes we just want to overcomplicate things because we think we have to understand everything and be able to spout it all out. And it's just not the case, because if you get too sophisticated, you won't be authentic, number 1, but number 2, you will be intimidating to other people, and they won't believe that they can do what you do and be successful. They won't believe it because it's too much. So don't overthink it. Just let your light shine and take action. Do the work. The work is worth it. You are changing lives. You are helping others. Do the work. The work is worth it. Decide, choose. And then the final which is show the way, know the way, go the way, show the way, as I wrap up here, unshakable belief. We're going back to it, okay? Because it is the foundation. Because we are not Coca-Cola, or Pepsi, putting all of our marketing materials on a billboard or in a compelling, cute ad with polar bears, which is adorable, by the way. The belief that you have comes from your heart, and people know you. And this isn't about sales. This is about sharing and caring. This is about telling your story. And it has to be authentic. It has to be. So, I have an example. So the company I was with, some people like to ask, I was with Princess House. Okay, Princess House's party plan. It is a durable good. You buy your dinner set of china and beautiful glassware. Once you own it, you don't need me again unless you break something or are going to a wedding. Which means you are on a hamster wheel of customer acquisition. A hamster wheel. It never ends. There is no auto ship. Okay, you don't have the benefit. You just move it. So I was on bed rest with Tyler. I had placenta previa, so I was down in bed. I had my growing team, and a cookware line came out. An expensive, beautiful line of cookware. And the sales of the cookware was high, and people that sold it were selling so much more than everybody else. And my team was telling me they couldn't sell it. I was in bed, I was on the phone. They kind of loved the access because I was a captive audience. But I was talking to them, they were going, I can't, Meredith, it's not, no, I can't. And I was hearing all these objections about how they couldn't do it. And so it took me having the baby, getting off bed rest, getting back out there, and selling cookware at every show. And then pulling them together in my monthly team meeting and asking them how they were talking about it. And I said, let's role play. A couple of them stood up. The first one that stood up said these words. Well, we have this new line. It's so exciting. It does this, and this. Now, it's really expensive, but here's why it's worth it. Because you can use it. And I just went, well, there it is. It was expensive to her. Because she was a single mom. It was expensive to her. But for the people in the room, not necessarily. You don't know what their socioeconomic standing is, right? So think about that this way, but it took me getting out there, raising my show average by $200 a show, okay, to have people go, oh, so leaders need to show the way by doing it themselves. That unshakable belief that we build comes from that. And having that winning mindset, you're going to hear some amazing speakers coming up talking about mindset. All right, and it's Philippians, right? So it's Philippians. It talks about that which is beautiful, that which is excellent, that which is holy, everything. Think on these things. Why? Because that's focus on the positives and block out all that noise that I talked about a moment ago. And then these are just a couple of tips that I put in here because they're things that I've seen. They're things that are personal for me. Okay, don't sweat the small stuff, and you know what? It's all small stuff. It's all small stuff. And then celebrate the little wins. I think the key to happiness for me is noticing little things and rejoicing and giving thanks for the tiniest little things that I see in my life. I think it's the secret to success, focusing on the big picture. We need to get that big picture focus. And then finally, just make sure that the only thing that is constant in our lives is change. And we know that. And the last principle that I'll wrap up on, I love Mary Kay Ash. I love all the leaders, all the books that I read. I read a book of the month, but forget about yourself completely. You need to back away from the situation and think about others and put them first, because others don't care how much you know until they know that you care. They have to know that about you. They have to know it. And then, of course, demonstrating for people that you know what to do. You are going the way they need to go if they want to be successful. And you will show them if they will come along with you, and you will be a servant leader, and you will lead your business with listening, with integrity and respect. You will do all of these things because that is your higher calling in this world, is to help others. You've heard David say it. The only thing that matters is helping others. So as I close out and we enter into an incredible day for all of you, as David said again, I echo it, please think about what you're hearing. Take just a nugget or two to apply to your business. But lead boldly. Lead boldly. Know the way, go the way, show the way, and be the light and share. Thank you so much.
it up one more time for President of Lifewave, Meredith Burkich. So as I mentioned earlier, one of my favorite parts of Super Saturdays where we get the opportunity to hear from corporate leadership, but also from incredible field leaders. People that are walking, not only talking the talk, but walking the walk. And a lot of times we don't get the opportunities to get to show them and hear from their experience at this type of level. And so I'm really excited for the leaders that we have in store for all of you today. They're gonna come out today with passion, with heart, but most importantly, I think with leadership to teach you and give you some key steps that you can implement in your business and have success in 2026. So for our first brand partner leaders that I'm gonna be introducing today, it gives me great pleasure to bring them out. We've connected now for 2.5 years, and these leaders truly are incredible in the way they dedicate themselves to their team. For those of you who have gotten to know me over the years, I'm kind of a night owl, so you'll find me sometimes on late calls, late Zooms. And what shocks me is sometimes even though I'm on a late call with this incredible couple, they're getting ready to jump on a middle of the night call or Zoom with their team, either in South Africa or in Europe or across different parts of the world. But what I love about them is not only their dedication to their team and what they do every single day to continue building Lifewave and taking their dreams to the next level, but they're incredible parents to Mark Anthony, John Paul, and Alex, and they've been able to use Lifewave as that vehicle to really be those present parents. So not only are they present leaders with their team, but they're present parents. And I absolutely love the way they're dedicating their life to giving their kids the best possible life. Can you help me give a please warm welcome to our incredible leaders, Javi and Olga Solis.
Started real quick. If everyone could just take your hand, okay, and put it over your ear, and just listen to what we want to pour into you for this next 10 seconds. You have greatness in you. You have this entrepreneur in you that in the next year, 2026, you're going to take it by storm. You have dreams that are going to come alive. You're going to give your family the life that they deserve and the people who you love as well. You're going to go into 2026 leading boldly.
That's right.
Put your hands down. And the reason why we did that, because we didn't want it to go through one and out the other. We wanted to stay in here.
I love that, babe. Welcome, Lifewave family. Happy Saturday. Happy Super Saturday. We are so honored to be here with every single one of you. Today, Javi and I come here to share our story, to share our journey. A story of hope for those who have lost hope, a story of courage for those who are afraid perhaps, and inspiration. I like to call ourselves hope dealers. Who agrees that 2025 went quite fast? Well, guess what? I have a little secret. 2026 is going to go even faster. But you know what we get to do in 2026? We get to decide and choose what 2026 is going to look like for us. So is 2026 going to be for you or against you? And if it's going to be for you, I want everybody here right now to say 2026 is going to be for me. I love it. I wasn't sure how a line that would come out, but it was pretty great. Guys, I don't know, for those who don't know my story, I'm going to share it with you right now, and if you don't mind, I'll try to stay tear-free, because this is a story of hope. Anyone here has ever had their back up against the wall? I'm sure there's more than the hands that I see, and that's okay. For me, if you don't mind, I'd like to share my story with all of you. I was a single mom. I have 3 boys, Mark Anthony, Alexander, and John Paul. They're my life. I love them with all my heart. And my 12-year-old, who's right now 12 years old, has severe challenges. He's a child with special needs. He's a non-speaker. So I've never had a conversation with my son. And it breaks me. But here we go. Stop. I was broke. I had no money. There were times where termination notices would be at my front door, that my water was going to be shut down. I had no electricity. It was hard. It was hard that I never want to ever go through again. I know struggle, and I'm going to tell you something. I hate watching people struggle. I really do. I couldn't afford much for my family. But there was this pivotal moment, I like to call it my version of rock bottom. And my son, Mark Anthony, who was 7 years old at the time, came home with a money tree. He was shopping with my sister all day. He had a great day. He goes, Mommy, I got something for you. I said, I can't wait to see it, baby. He comes home, and he's got a money tree. I said, what is this? He said, Mommy, it's a money tree. I said, oh, I love it. He goes, but Mommy, this money tree is going to give us money, because I know you don't have any money. For an 8-year-old to be subjected to that, that's hard to watch your kids go through. So that was my moment where I said, I am changing my life right now, because I'm not going to live in a victim mentality. I can have more, I deserve more, and we're going to do this. And when I met Javi Solis, we wrote down step by step, very precisely, what it was that we were going to have, how much money we were going to earn, where we were going to travel all over the world together with our babies. And I got to tell you something, everything came to fruition. So when this opportunity fell on my laps 3.5 years ago, on our laps, I really had absolutely no interest in building a business here. All I was interested was, how is this patch going to give my son a better quality of life? And boy, oh boy, it's been a beautiful 3.5 years at home in many ways. Is this business hard? Absolutely. At times it can be. I'm not going to lie to you. But I'd like to say something. It's the easiest hard you'll ever do. So you get to choose, right? 2026, friends, isn't waiting for you to catch up. It's demanding that we lead as leaders, okay? That we set new standards, that we redefine what's possible for our teams. Come on, right? 2026, let's do this. And we're going to put a plan into motion. I want to say something. My friend brought this to my attention the other day, and I thought it was perfect. We get one life on this beautiful earth until we go into the kingdom. Why aren't we running for it like we're on fire? Why aren't we going for what's ours? So if you're here and you're ready for 2026 to be the best yet, I want to hear you say, let's take next level. Say next level. Next level. I'm making up words now. Sorry, guys. But the truth of the matter is, let's take 2026 by the horns. Let's do this. Let's rock this. Let's make this the best year ever. And friends, I am so excited to do this with each and every single one of you. So I want to ask one more other question, because I know where we're going in a few months. I'd like to ask, who wants to join us in Hawaii? Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing my story, baby. It's all yours.
If you've been in this business in the last 30, 60, 90 days, when you first started, can you raise your hands? Those who are online, congratulations. I'm excited for you. I'm really excited for you, because you just started a journey that's going to change your life drastically if you choose to do the work. Okay? If you choose to do the work. I remember when we were sitting where you are, we were just dreamers. Mm-hmm. We were just dreamers, and we have a story to tell you because we want to be relatable to everybody. Okay? Success is built in silence long before the world ever sees it. Okay? It's built in silence. And I remember when we first started, and you know, I started with a backdrop. I went on Amazon.com and I bought a brick backdrop and a camera, a used camera on Amazon. And the only audience I have was the camera that was looking at me. But I wanted to introduce the world who Javi Solis was. The new people here, you see this. You see this, but you didn't see that. How it all started. And the question is, are you willing? Are you willing to do the hard things? The one thing that Olga and I, we were willing to do the hard things because we were just nothing but dreamers. This is like our first date that we had, and we were dreaming, we were talking, and how we wanted life to be. Good things come into people's lives when it's inconvenient. It was an inconvenient time for us. But we were willing to do the change. We were willing to do the hard things. And this talk that we're doing today for you new people this is dedicated to you. And you know what? For the brand partners who've been here for years, is dedicated to you too, because your mindset on this journey of entrepreneurship can make you or break you. It can. I remember when I first started this business, I went into my house and I went to my mom. I said, Mom, I got this product. They just started a business. She goes, really? What kind of business? The health and wellness space. I've become an entrepreneur. She goes, a who? Do they have health insurance? How about some benefits? I said, Mom, I don't know, but you know what? I think this is where my gift is. And I wanted to make room for me. Would you mind getting my product? No. That was the hardest no. And the hardest no that you're going to get, and not the last no that you're going to get, but we always knew that a no would lead to a good yes. It always a good yes. There's the good and the bad, the ugly when it comes to your journey for entrepreneurship, and you're going to experience each and every one of them, but the mindset, the strong mindset, is necessary to go through it because it's going to make you the leader that you always wanted to be. And for the new people here, it may be a new beginning for you, as it was a new beginning for us. As it was a new beginning for us. So we kept on with this journey, and the good and the bad, the ugly, what you have to experience, because it's something that you need to learn to teach people what not to do. And we learned that. We went to a conference. We met at our prior company, and we were at a conference, and it was lunchtime, and you know, leaders pour into people who are on your team, and these leaders asked us to have lunch with them, and we're like so excited. Oh my God, we're gonna have lunch with these leaders. They're gonna pour into us. When all they did was put us down. Don't think you're gonna come to this conference and show people that you guys can lead. I was so dumbfounded. My mouth was open like that. My wife took a picture of me and how I looked after we went through that. That's how I looked after. Where's the picture? She closed my mouth. My tongue was still out. I said, did this person just say that? Don't think you're going to come to this conference and show us that you can lead better than us. I don't want to lead better than you. My wife just came on and said, man, we're just trying to find our way. But it taught me something what not to do. Is not to do that. Is not to do that. All we wanted to do was show, and our job as leaders is to show people how to lead. We build the person will build the business. That's just how it works. And on this journey of entrepreneurship that you're going to go through that expected. This business is simple, but it's not easy. And you're going to have the opportunity to be a good storyteller. We tell stories about our products. We tell stories about our opportunity. And when you get the opportunity to get financially free, you'll be a well-paid storyteller. A well-paid one, but we got to do the work.
That's right.
So we were dreamers. We kept on, and I said, and my wife told me, baby, do you think we're going to have this opportunity to live the dream that we always wanted to be? We're in preparation for that. All of you guys are in preparation for this. You are where you're supposed to be in this business, but you're going to grow as fast as you want to grow.
That's right.
It doesn't happen on its own. It does not happen on its own. There is guarantees in this business. I'm going to tell you what they guarantee. Fine, I'll tell you what they guarantee. You're not going to change nobody's life if you don't share the product. That's a guarantee. 100%. If you don't do the work, you don't find business builders, and you don't build the person, I guarantee your bank account's not going to change. I guarantee you that. But I can guarantee you this. If you do the work and you put in the time, listen, network marketing is like a gym membership. Okay? You show up time after time, over and over, and you will get the results. Yep. And if you don't show up, you're not going to get any results. Don't get mad at the results you're getting for the work that you don't do. Don't do it. But we were willing to do the work. I want you to repeat after me boldly and confidently. It's not where you are, it's where you're going. And if you can say that over and over to you every day, after every no, after every letdown, you will make it. We will make it. And we knew what we wanted. We wanted to be something in this industry and inspire people to be a better version of themselves. And then we move on, and then we get to live the dream that we always wanted by talking to people. They're kind of backed off in the picture. There we go. You know, to sit side by side with my bride, knowing that we can come up here and tell a story and say, we're no different than you. We might be cuter than you, but we're no different. But we're no different. We have passion, we have grit, we have tenacity, and life can happen for you if we just make a simple decision.
That's right.
We moved on in our business and we say we're going to do this with tenacity. We moved on in our business and we say, we know we're not going to make our life an excuse. We're going to make it a reason.
That's right.
Yeah. But again, you see this, but it all started with that. Are you willing to do that? That's the question. You're capable of doing it, but are you willing to do it is the question. You chose to come here today, but you're going to leave making a decision. We move on, speaking in amazing stories, inspiring people all over the world with amazing leaders that you're going to hear today, sharing their story, teaching you how to build this business step by step. Take notes. Don't take it lightly. And then one day you're going to raise your hand just like that, saying that I did this. I did this. I created this. Raise your hands just like that. I remember that pivotal moment. My wife waved her hand. And it's such a proud moment to know that she said, I wanted to do this one day, and she did it. But the choice is yours. It's your turn. It's your turn to do it. It's our turn to do it. And we're going to do it again. You may get punches in the face in this business, and it's okay. And if you were here at one point in Lifewave and now you're here, let me tell you something. It's okay to not be okay. But you know it's not okay for you to stay there.
That's right.
It's not okay with that. We believe in you, and we want you to lead boldly here in 2026. Meredith, Christian,
Thank you.
Garrett, Janine, and Geraldo, thank you for considering us to come up here and speak into the Lifeway family and trusting us to speak into the heart of these people. Thank you very much.
Wow, give it again for Javi and Olga. That was so wonderful. Mindset. Everything is about mindset, isn't it? And speaking about the power of UI, now you're going to hear from an incredible leader all the way from Romania. She's been building a beautiful journey in Lifewave. When she started with only $25 in her bank. But she has a strong belief, not certainty at all for what was happening, but she had a strong why. And that led her to be one of the stronger leaders in the whole Europe. And she led her beautiful Romania to become the #1 country in Lifewave. She has a beautiful story and a beautiful why that she's gonna share with all of you today, why strong beliefs can move mountains. So let's give a big round of applause to Alexandra Neamtu.
Let me ask you something. If everything you're building disappeared from tomorrow and you had to start from zero with no experience, why would you still choose to be here? If from tomorrow, for any given reason, you find yourself in the position that you don't understand the compensation plan because you have never done network marketing before, and you're not certain that you're going to be compensated, and you don't know how you're going to be able to access that money from your country, would you even consider in starting sharing? And let me ask you one other thing. If you don't know nothing about recognition and how it feels, and maybe recognition is silent for a few years, are you gonna still go out there and share David's mission and vision? I ask this because when I started, I didn't have any certainty. I didn't have certainty about product delivery. I didn't have certainty about language support. I didn't have certainty about the compensation plan and titles, ranks, incentives, and so on. The only thing I had certainty is why I chose to say yes. And in that moment, I said yes. I became that person that kept going even though any outcome was not guaranteed. And making that choice grounded me. I come from Romania, and what I want to share with you here today, it's not a story about success, it's a story about what happens before success is visible. So this is the reality we started in Romania a couple years ago, a country of 19 million people, from which millions living abroad because opportunity was missing, a basic average salary of 830 euros, even less when I started, and a pension of 260 euros after you have worked all your life. And not to say direct borders with Ukraine. And this really impacts buyers' behavior. And 80% from my team, including myself, we have not done network marketing before. So we didn't knew about commissions, we didn't knew if recognition is gonna come, but something was much stronger than fear and doubt. And we said yes. Romania said yes without knowing exactly how we will benefit and how much it will impact our future. And very quickly, this stopped being about me and starting being about us. We didn't make calculations. We didn't wait for the certainty we have today that we are the fastest growing company in the world. And we chose to show up for people even if we didn't have any proof that it will work in our market. And from this place, starting with the first enrollment, we have built Romania to be the #1 country in the region in 2025. And it did not start it with a great system in the beginning. It started with a common why, a collective why that was not dependent on results. So I'm gonna speak a little about today about the golden circle, because it's a very important concept. We're gonna discover it together. And I know that every single person knows what they do. And some people know how they do it, but very, very few people know why they do why they do. So I really think that the reason it's not because they don't really know, it's just they don't use it very often. They are not very grounded in their center, in their why. And we tend to do something, we default to how and what. So most of the people, the way they communicate, act, and think, it's from the outside in. They start with what, how, and why. Grounded people and grounded leaders, they do the opposite. They start with why, and they are very, very centered in that. And not only this, when we do it this way, this is the way we build trust, this is the way people stay, and this is the way uncertainty survives. So how do we apply the golden circle to our business and our daily lives? Because this extends, if we learn how to use this concept, it extends beyond our business. So we're going to be able to communicate better with our families, and we're going to have a lot of other benefits. So let's find out together how we can apply it to the products. When we speak about the products, what it actually explains what the product is doing. So it's phototherapy, it works with the body's own light, it's a very basic surface level of what the product is doing. How? We all know this, it's patented, it works with the body's own light, you apply it here and here, you don't need to be an expert, you're gonna get guided, you're gonna get brochures, and you know exactly where to place it. But this is where the magic happens. Why? So why is not a fact, it doesn't explain the difference. Why is about belief, is about the choice. I chose this product because I believe in my body's own intelligence. And you don't have to believe it works to start, because this is not about believing in the product, this is about you respecting your body and supporting your body to do what it's supposed to do naturally. So in that instant, you flip it and you start inspiring and transferring belief. And from this point, you build with what and how. So you're gonna have much better results than going out there and saying, I have some photobiomodulation for you, because people are not gonna be able to connect. Let's extend this to our business, because lots of us, they are building an opportunity directly with the business, so they don't necessarily go with the product. So it's the same. What explains the structures of the business is a partner-based model around a unique product, and it's very easy. How? Of course, it's the system, and I know you're very familiar here with connect with Terri, follow up with Terri, invite Terri, show up at events, share this link, share a script from your upline. If you get this objection, you're saying this. And again, we need all three of them, but the magic happens when we lead from the center. So when it comes to the business, why explains the commitment. And it's the same, it's very important. It's about, the key here is I believe. I chose this business because I believe I deserve options. And I'm sharing it because I believe you deserve it too. Because I believe people deserve option and deserves freedom. So you see, by making just a small change, it could make all the difference in the world. And people don't stop believing because the business it's not working, your system is not good enough. They stop believing when they turn their why into a calculation. How much will I make? How long it will take? So maybe I have not convinced you yet and sold you yet to this concept. You can search it online. It's, I think, Simon Sinek that did this golden circle, and it's quite interesting to see how it works and understand in depth. And maybe you're gonna say, I have a strong system, and the systems, of course, are important. Or I have read all the clinical studies. But I want to give you 2 real-life examples. Think about Nokia. They had a strong product, they had resources, they had market leadership, and they failed, not because the product was not amazing, they failed because they stopped inspiring belief. Execution stayed strong, but meaning didn't. So let's put that in contrast with Nelson Mandela. This is 27 years, no audience, no reassurance. His why didn't shrink. His why didn't become reactive. His why was not about freedom if I win. His why was about dignity, reconciliation, and a future far bigger than himself. And it was not dependent on results. So, if you're struggling now and you have not figured it out, I want you to think, I'm part of something bigger, and my why matters even if nobody sees it. Because this is not about countries, legions, systems, titles, and so on. This is about what we can become if we stay grounded in our why together. Think about of how much was built before we had any certainty. How much was endured before we have any proof and everything that we take for granted today in this business. And the only difference was alignment. And alignment is available to every brand partner, every team, every country, every region in Lifewave. And I think at this point, we just need one why, and we need it today more than ever. And if something is stopping us for having one why, we need to dissolve it here and now. Because this is far bigger than ourselves. If the goal is to reach 1 billion homes, we need one why. And I strongly believe in my heart that if we come together as leaders and we stay grounded here, we don't need certainty that we're going to reach 1 billion homes and beyond, because we become certainty. Thank you so much.
Alexandra was just so beautiful. And do you see that beautiful outfit that she was wearing? That is a typical outfit representing Romania. It was so beautiful, like her heart and the beautiful job that she's doing, transforming so many lives in Romania. And Lifewave, ranks represent leadership. Ranks represent milestones. And today, we want to celebrate those milestones with you. Because in Lifewave, we want to celebrate each of you because you have the ability to influence communities. You have the ability to influence cities, states, countries, and everyone around the world. We want to celebrate every single one who has accomplished the first milestone, and we're going to celebrate you. So we're going to ask all the managers that are present today to start guiding and moving to the stage because we want to celebrate you and your accomplishment. And everyone in home, we want to celebrate you as well. So please taking that selfie in social media. Let us know where you are because we want to celebrate you. And also, I want to invite our beautiful and powerful sales team to join me because we are going to celebrate together our one-star managers. John Maxwell, as Meredith was sharing with all of us. And John Maxwell says that leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. And now, speaking about influence, we are going to celebrate our two-star managers because they are accomplishing what is the beginning of duplications. They are sharing Lifewave with family, with friends, and with everyone in their communities. So we're gonna celebrate two-star managers. These stars shining bright. And speaking about stars, three-star managers represent the beginning of leadership development. This is where duplications truly begins. Please join us in congratulating our three-star managers for dedication and growth. applause to our sales team. What excitement to celebrate every one of you and seeing everyone being on stage. And if you are home, we want to see you and we want to celebrate you. Please share your pictures, your selfies, because we want to congratulate you as well. And right now, Lifewave family, I have the pleasure to introduce one of our executive leaders in Lifewave. She has more than 16 years of experience. She was in the field, as many of you are here today. She brings so much experience to Lifewave, and she brings heart, and she performs with excellence. She joins with a lot of experience in the industry, but also she has this heart for the Lifewave leaders. And since she joins Lifewave, she has helped in transforming and moving Lifewave to the next level. And like Meredith said in the beginning, she is the most skilled person to move and lead us to where we are going in 2026. Let me introduce you to our incredible Vice President of Sales in North America, Janine Weber. Let's give it a big round of applause.
Like someone knew that I had the most serious devotion to Culture Club back in the 80s with that song. I just dated myself, but my room, my wall was covered with Boy George. I don't know what that says about me, but still love that song. Okay, so I love that we started with mindset this morning, because being in this business for as long as I have, I know generally speaking, when people are struggling, it's because of what's happening between their ears, right? They're letting that negative self-talk take over. They're letting things that they shouldn't allow in there in. And so I think it's so important to start there. And then also, of course, getting grounded in your why. Because like Meredith said earlier, this business might be simple, but that doesn't mean that it's easy, right? And getting grounded in your why is so important, because it's that thing that's going to get you up out of bed in the morning excited, and it's going to be that thing that pulls you through when things might feel a little hard, when you have a day that's a little challenging, right? Because that happens. But now we want to move to activity, because nothing happens without actual activity, actual conversations, actual sharing, right? We're out there to share the light. And I imagine most of you have shared, or you wouldn't be in this room, but maybe you need to share a little more if you want to hit those goals, if you want to work towards that why. So we're going to talk about a system by which you could do that, and I'm just here to introduce it. You're going to hear from more of my team and many incredible leaders to take you all through this. But I want to talk about first, and this hopefully seems really obvious. Why share? Why do you share? Well, first of all, we have proprietary patented products that nobody else has and that people need. They need them, right? And we have a business opportunity that many people need. And whether that's to earn a little bit and offset the price of eggs or gas, depending on which state you live in, or whether it's to build a big business, you have the opportunity to share that with someone, right? To give them the gift of this business, of entrepreneurship. And obviously, that's how you get paid, right? If you're not sharing with customers and you're not sharing with potential brand partners, you're not earning. And if your goals are little or big, you need to share them if you're going to accomplish any of that. So let's take a look at the old classic funnel. The sales funnel. Woo, that sounds exciting. But it's important, right? Because at the end of the day, everyone you know, and even the people that you don't yet know, are up here at the top of your funnel, right? And you need to start those conversations and continue that follow-up and continue those conversations until you pull them out the bottom. How are you going to do that? Well, we're going to talk about how to do that with the Light Success System. And as you do more and more of those business building activities within the system, the more you will be able to pull people through the funnel to either become one of your incredible customers that loves their products, or a new team member that could turn into a new 1-star manager, 2-star manager, 3-star manager, director, executive, presidential. Who knows what what their potential is, right? Until they start. So, the Light Success System. We talked about this briefly at conference. It is in your Lifewave Now app. We have people onboarding through this system right now, and super pleased to report that people that are starting that onboarding, almost 80% of them are going all the way through that training, which I don't know if you guys know this, but that's an incredible statistic in this channel. So they're resonating with the training. Now, what I want to talk about is what is the system and how does it work within the context of what you're doing right now. First of all, what I want to assure you is that we created this system as a headquarters team basically out of a moral obligation to ensure that everyone that comes through the front door of Lifewave has the opportunity to build a successful business, whether they are on a strong team or not, whether they have a strong enroller or not, right? Because we know sometimes when you build deep down 10, 20, 30 generations in your business, people get a little disconnected from what's happening up here. And sometimes when we're at events, we talk to people and we say, oh, which team are you on? And guess what? They don't know. So if they don't know which team they're on, then they're not accessing a team system, right? So this is a system that we created so anyone in that boat has the opportunity to be successful. Now, we didn't do this in a vacuum. We went out and we, applied all of the knowledge that we have in the many years that we've been in this channel, but more importantly, we talked to the leaders who have created the leader systems at Lifewave. What we wanted to make sure was that anything that we were saying didn't conflict with what you're learning in your team system if you are tapped into that. And I can assure you that it does not, and I can assure you that the leaders that created those systems support this. So if you're super tapped in to the system that your team is using, great, keep doing that. If you're not, this is an opportunity, right? So it's, again, not intended to conflict with that, it's intended to complement that. And what will probably not surprise you, especially those of you who've been around the block once or twice, is when we went out and had those conversations with the creators of the different systems at Lifewave, they're not that different. And guess why they're not that different? They might use different terminology, they might have more steps or less steps, but they're not that different because there really is one way to have a system to build a direct selling business, right? There really is commonality amongst all of those income producing activities that you need to do to build your business. So what we're going to take you through this morning is the Light Success System. And it's a clever acronym. So some of you have already figured this out just by looking at the slide. Light. L stands for list your people. I, invite them to connect. G, give them value. H, help them enroll. And T, track your success. So we're going to have a segment on each of these. You're going to hear from leaders how they apply this with their business and with their teams. What I would like to challenge all of you to do here in the room and at home is to think about the parts of this that come naturally to you, that you are really good at. And then more importantly, I want you to think about the things that you need to lean into a little more. And I want you to think about how this applies not only to your personal business, but also to how you lead your team. Sound good? Are you with me? Are you ready? Okay, I'm gonna go and we're gonna start with the L, of course, which is list.
Let's give it up one more time for Regional Vice President of North America, Janine Weber. She's made a tremendous impact here just in a year. Can we give her a round of applause? She just celebrated 1 year at Lifewave, by the way. And our next speaker joined Lifewave about 3.5 years ago, has over 25 years experience in the direct selling channel, has managed markets like Australia for a number of years, and joined Lifewave with incredible passion and vision for the future of what we have here at this incredible company. And I'm not just saying all these nice things because he's my boss, but he's truly an incredible guy who I have to tell you how many times were messaging over the weekend at nights, because not only sometimes we have to put on our fireman hats and take care of, different issues may come up, but it's really thinking on how we can continue proactively supporting our field. He's an incredible leader who's, please help me welcome to the stage our General Manager of United States and Canada. We've got Garrett Johnson.
What an exciting time. How many of you are thrilled to be here today? Just excited. If you're at home and you want to type it in the chat, you can type it in the chat. I'm excited to be here. Now we have, as Janine mentioned, we are going to be covering the topic of lists. We're going to build lists. How many of you knew that building a list was going to be an important part of your business? Okay, if you didn't know that, maybe you're new, but if you're starting at Lifewave and you've been in the industry a little bit of time, hopefully that's not a new concept. If it is, someone didn't train you very well, because that's where it all starts. Now, I actually had a partner of mine that was going to be helping me train on this. I didn't mean to get emotional, but she had a loss in her family. For those of you who know Penny Carpenter, she was going to be up here with me and help me present on this. But could we blow her a quick kiss and just let her know we care about her? You ready? We'll do this all together. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Mwah. Okay. Usually, I don't get emotional when we talk about building lists, but in this case, it's okay. And if anybody knows me, that's actually very common for me to get a little emotional. So, okay. So building lists is always an important part. It's a starting stage of almost every network marketing business. So as we get going through this today, nothing that I'm going to teach is probably too different from what you learned before, but hopefully we can give you kind of a few different thoughts and different ways you could look at how to organize your team and how to take a look at these lists and how to use them in a way that's going to be able to help you take your business to that next level. Okay. Let's talk about the two main markets that everyone has. You have your warm market and you have your cool market. Anybody familiar with these terms? Hopefully you're somewhat familiar with them. What is the warm market? Well, the warm market is generally most of the people that you have on your phone. Does anyone not have a phone? Okay, I think we're safe in there. So that's a great place to start. But we have our phones, we have our communities. It's all those people who we know, we care about, we have that connection with. It's people on social media. Though these are all people that we have already some kind of a relationship with, that they know that when we go and talk to them, there's already a certain level of trust built. And then when we talk to them, it's not like it's the first time we've ever spoken to them. Now we have our cool market, and these are some people that maybe they've heard of you before, or maybe even seen you before through social media, but maybe you've never made that connection before. And so these are the two different markets that we each have the opportunity to build from. Now from these two lists, which of the ones is probably the most likely to have the most success? The warm market. Why? Why would that be? They trust you? Yes, absolutely. They know you. Now that doesn't always help. That can actually work against you. Not for Gary, of course. Superman can do whatever he wants and everyone will follow, right? But the reality is that there's that certain level of trust built. And so when we're looking at our market and we're saying, where do we start? It's always best to start with your warm market. The people who know and care and trust you. And so as we start to look in these groups and as we start to kind of determine who we want to talk to, one of the elements that we've always found is a good idea is to kind of put them into categories. Categorize the people that you're going to work with. The more you do this, the more it helps you to kind of determine what's going to be the best way for me to be able to introduce them to Lifewave and what that impact can be on them. And so the first one is D, which is the dream team. These are your ride and dies. These are the people who you know that if you had the choice to do business with, these are the people that you would choose. These are the people that if you could get on your team, that you'd be able to run and you'd be able to do some pretty amazing things together. Next is S for super fans. These are people who will cheer you on no matter what. Now for many of us, this might be our mom. Anyone have a mom who will cheer you on no matter what? And so, but this could be other people in our lives. It could be family, it could be friends. Hopefully we have a certain number of friends that are around us that would always cheer us on and always support us no matter what. And those are the people we'd put on that S, the super fans list. The next one is C for connectors. Now these are the people that you know that know a lot of people. They're the ones that when you go to a basketball game for your kids that knows every single other parent's name and has already figured out ways to be able to make sure they're probably feeding half the team most of the time and doing different things, and they're just super connected within that group. It could be at church, it could be, like I said, at sporting events with your kids, it could be just the people that you know and care about and that you spend a lot of time with. But these are the people who are just super connected. And knowing that these are the people that are also, each one of these areas is actually people you want on your team. And of course, then there's the business builders. These are the people that you can almost, once you get them started and they kind of understand and have a real passion for what we're doing, you can almost forget about them because they're going to go it with or without you. And most of the times they don't want a lot of help. Anyone have to deal with that on your team? Now, everyone needs a little bit of help, obviously, and we want to encourage them to follow the system and everything else. But these are just great people because you know that no matter what happens, they're going to keep going and they're going to keep driving. And so as you take a look at the list of people that you have, the ones that you're working with, when you set them up and you categorize them in this way, it just helps you to kind of figure out who are the people you want to talk to first. Because these are the ones that fall into these categories. There may be others on your list that maybe don't fall into any of these categories, but still need what we have to offer. And so as we start to build your team and build your organization, when you list these people in these 4 areas are the ones you really want to focus on first. Okay. We also have provided you a new tool, which is our Lifewave Now app. This app has the ability to be able to put all your contacts in. You can upload them from your phone. You can upload them from the previous app that we had. There is a way you can download your contacts in the old one and be able to upload them into the new one. And so that is all available to you. There's an actual email that went out probably within the last few weeks to show you how to do that. If you have any questions, you can go back and look at that. But this is a really important part of it because this is just a way that you can use this to build the contacts, get them in there, but also use it as a means to be able to share the information. And we're going to be doing a little bit more training on how to do that a little bit later this afternoon. But it's a powerful tool in being able to share your message to get it out to as many people as possible. And when you do that and you have them in the contact, in your list, you can use it as a means to be able to track if you send them, like say, a video, if they've watched it, and you'll get notifications back letting them know that you have. We also have some additional tools that are available to you on the app. One of them is our list building worksheet. And this is something that if you haven't had a chance to look at yet, I would encourage you to get on the app and take a look at this, because this gives you basically everything that I've just spoken about, in a document where you can use it to be able to build your team and build your list. It has a memory jogger, different types of people that you might think of as you're trying to build your organization and build that list. How many of you feel like you have a pretty good list already? Okay? How many of you would like to add to your list? How many of you add to your list every day? Well, that's actually a pretty good group of the room. Let's give them a round of applause. It really is quite amazing, actually, to have that many people, because it is the list building. If you're not doing it consistently enough and adding to it every single day, you're missing out, because it's the consistency over time that makes all the difference versus just occasionally adding to it. Because when you're only doing it occasionally, there's people that will pop up in your mind or different things, and if you're not ready or prepared or have it on a consistent basis where you're writing it down, you can forget. Has anybody in the room had somebody where you thought about them at one point in time thinking, I need to reach out to that person, and then you forgot to do it, and then later on you find out they're signed up in someone else's team? How does that feel? Pretty exciting, huh? No, it's horrible, right? And then they become the top leader in the company. That's never the fun part, right? But that's the reality. Couldn't it happen? Yes, it does. And we actually hear about it all the time. So we want to make sure that whenever those promptings come, and they will come to say, hey, you know what? You should reach out to so-and-so. to have an opportunity or have something always with you to say, oh, and write it down. Always have somebody to write down names, because those things, the names are going to come to you on a regular basis. We have that little voice in our head that will always remind us of the people who need it the most. But sometimes we can get in our own way, so make sure you always have a place to be able to write that down. So, how many of you would like to take a few minutes right now and add to your list? So I'm going to encourage everyone that's in the room to get out you all got a new notebook, so get your notebook out. Get to a fresh page, one that you don't have any notes on. We're going to ask everyone at home as well to make sure you get a pen and paper out as well. We're going to do this. And for those of you if you want to know, there is going to be a reward for maybe those who are able to come up with a pretty good list. So we're going to take a few minutes. What I'm going to do while we go through that is I'm going to actually share a few thoughts, different types of people you can think about as you're writing them down. Hopefully it'll help jog some thoughts as we go through this. But as we do this, and we're going to give you 2 minutes. So it's not going to be a long time, but we want to give you 2 minutes to take an opportunity to write down these names. And hopefully these are names of people that you have not spoken to yet. These are new names that you're thinking, okay, let's go this. And be prepared to listen for that little voice who might be sharing some names with you as well. Okay? Who's ready to do this? Okay. So I'm going to get my timer out. Give me a second so I can actually read my phone. Okay. So we're going to get started in a countdown of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. So who do you know that you would like to spend more time with? Who do you know has a business strength that you don't have and would be a good partner? Who do you know who is an entrepreneur always looking for the right company and program? Who do you know who is consistently up on the latest health and wellness trends? Who do you know who has mentioned sleep, energy, or anxiety issues for them or another person? Who do you know is an athlete, and not me, of course, I'm already here, but perhaps training for a special event?
Yeah, it's probably looted.
Who do you know frequently mentions that they are not feeling well? Who do you know has regular visits to chiropractor, doctor, nutritionists, and trainers? And who do you know is a major fan of yours and is always excited to support you? Okay, I'm going to give you another 30 seconds or so to be able to write a few more names down. It's so quiet. Okay, 5 more seconds. Okay. Pens down. No cheating now. Okay. All right, so how many of you were able to get a list of at least 20 names? Raise your hand. And I can't see if anyone's raising their hand, actually. Okay, we got a few at 20. How many got to 30? Anyone get to 30? You might have to make a little noise as well so I can hear. Any 30s? Nobody got to 30? Nobody was listening to little voice? Just kidding. Okay, 25. Like I said, there's a prize in it if someone wants to add a few names while I'm talking. Just kidding. Okay, we had a few at 20. Who has more than 20? 22? Anyone have more than 22? Okay, let's give a sleeve of X39 to our 22 names. Now, I know that's a little bit hard because I asked you to write names down that you haven't already spoken to, and some of you I know have spoken to a lot of people already. And so that's okay, and that's great. But we just want you to know the power of the list. Your phone, if you talk about what is the worth of your contact list. Now, some of you might say, oh, mine isn't very good, or I don't know very many people. How many ever felt that way before? I think everyone's felt that way one or another. But let's take David Jumper as an example, one of our Hall of Fame members. And what do you think the value of his contact list is? Millions, right? Now, did he do it all on his own? No, he didn't. What he did is he contacted his people, and they had their own lists. And then he used those lists to build more lists. And then he used those lists to build more lists. So the answer to the question is, even if you don't know that there's many people on your contact list that you think might be interested or might actually do much with it, they know people who would. And I will say this just to finish off, and that is this. Whenever you're done and you get a no, the first question you should always ask is this: who else do you know that might be interested? Because that referral can sometimes be one of your top leaders. One of my previous companies I was with, our top leader I was in Australia at the time, our top income earner, her top leader on her team was a referral from someone who said no. Now, the person who said no really regretted it and did end up joining, but it was further down in the organization, right? So make sure you're using your list. And I want you to always think, what is the power of my list? And the power of your list is the consistency of putting them in every single day and sticking with it every single day. So how many of you are committed to adding to your contact list every single day? I promise you, if you will do that, that is the first step on your road to success. And I'm telling you that there's obviously other steps in light success this we'll get to, but it is the starting point. And the more you add to it, the better you'll be. Thank you all, and I look forward to catching up with you a little bit later.
That was great. Are you ready to keep working in that list and keep that list alive? And now we're going to move to our next step. And as we think how to share, we want to work in a system that we can use consistently. And of course, that we can use not only with our prospects, but that we can also teach our downlines how to use the same. The system should be built in income-producing activities. Each of the steps in the life success system is meant to help a prospect through the funnel and to make them that decision and what part of Lifewave has to offer to them. The system creates a common language that we can use to talk about the business. And as we continue, once you have your list and you're ready to invite everyone, the key here is to build a real rapport and relationship with the person that you are sharing Lifewave. Ask questions, get to know them, get to know what their interests, what is the areas that you can help them. Because in Lifewave, we want to offer them solutions. So when you bring Lifewave in a way that feels authentic and personal, you can begin using something, and it can be a call, can be a text, but it's a conversation opener. And when you use this, you may sound something like that example that I'm going to share with you. Hey, Terri, you mentioned feeling tired all the time. I've been out there. I know how it's to feel that you don't have energy to go through the day. But I tried something new. It worked for me and others. And believe me, it makes the difference. So are you willing to try something like this? And this example, I bring up that Terri shared with me in a previous conversation that he feels tired. And of course, you want to implement the information that you're getting from your prospects so you can personalize those messages. And as you keep personalizing this message, I also want that you can mentoring your team members to do the same thing. And you don't have to give a lot of information. The less information that you give, the better it is. It's just you're opening the door. You're just offering a solution with products. In this case, as many, the perfect choice for Terri will be using the X39, because that's the one that gives us more energy and make us feel that we have more stamina. And speaking about real conversations, what it is important and what it's really the key to connect with others. We want to bring technology to your hands. Raise your hands if you're using the new Now Life Way app. I want to see who are using it. Okay, many of you are not using it yet, and that is an incredible, powerful tool. We have AI assistants that can help you to write a social post, that can help you to write a text, so you don't have to rethinking what to say. And do you know what is the best thing? That it's helping you to stay compliant in what you said. So we really want to encourage you to download the app and use those incredible tools that we have for you. And as we move forward, we want to bring this step to life. Invite. What is the power of invite? And how inviting makes it so simple. And speaking about someone who's gonna bring the inviting as a powerful house and the best examples that she always brings. Our next speaker, she is very thoughtful, and she likes to lead duplication with simple tools that help her team members to build a strong business. Her and her husband, Barry, they built 3 businesses together, and they raised 2 incredible daughters, and now they just welcome a little baby grandchild. They are so proud of them. And we're gonna hear from her about how you, as a Lifewave business owner, you can help others to connect with them. You can invite them to Lifewave, and you can offer them what they need. So let me introduce you to our next speaker, our incredible Connie Lucas.
Oh my gosh, thank you. So excited to be here. You've made your list. What now? So each of you in this room, and all of you who are viewing across the world, you're sitting here because someone invited you. Someone invited you to look at Lifewave, to look at the products, to look at the company, to look at the opportunity. That's why you're here. And we're all in this room together as well because we want to help people. We want to create income, we want to build communities, and we want to fulfill our dreams. So how are we going to do that? So I want to kind of lead off of what Garrett talked about. He had you guys all make a list, and I'm going to share with you how our team trains to hone down that list. Let's be intentional with that list. So take your list, and I want you to first go through it. And I want you to put a check mark by every single person you know who's entrepreneurial. Maybe they already own a business. Maybe they've always wanted to own a business. Maybe there's somebody that's just super unhappy with their 9-to-5. You know, they always wanted to do this. So entrepreneurial people. Then I'm going to have you go back through that same list, and I'm going to have you put a check by everybody who is interested in optimal health. They're looking for that next best thing. They love to work out. They're into wellness. They're into energy. Okay, put a check mark there. Remember, we're being very intentional with our list. And then next, who has a need? Who has a physical need? They're struggling with discomfort. They're struggling with something physically, Or perhaps they have a financial need. You know, one of the things we never know, many of you will go out, and I joke about it, and I said, you know, you're out there ambulance chasing. Because basically you're out there looking for anybody with a cane, with something on their wrist, they're limping, and you're like, I can help you, I can save you, right? But the truth of it is, you don't know what's going on with somebody. I mean, Olga, this morning, my goodness, I can bet a lot of people didn't know what was going on with her. So here you are, and you're out trying to tell somebody about a product that you're convinced is going to change their life. And that's great, but you're not listening to them. You don't know what's really going on. And maybe all they're hearing is, she's trying to sell me something. When really what they need is an opportunity. Really what they need is a way to change their life, because month and money aren't meeting. Okay? So somebody who maybe you know they have a financial need, because you've had a conversation, you've got a relationship with them. Put a check by them. And strategically, let's start going out and let's start inviting with those who have 3 checks. These are the people that are going to be most open to what you're sharing and what you're inviting them to. So, how many of you have ever heard, I don't want to sell to my family and friends? Anybody heard that? How many have heard somebody say, I'm not a salesperson? I'm really not a salesperson. And to that, I usually say, thank heavens. Thank heavens, because we're going to have to rewire your brain if you are, probably. So there's a critical distinction. Selling is about being the expert. Selling is about going and pitching what you have. You've got your script, you're ready to go with the script to pitch them, right? Because the ultimate thing you want to do is close them. It's very transactional. But when it comes to inviting is about opening up a conversation, opening them up to a possibility. Okay, so how do we do that? Our role is to be a tour guide. We're more of a tour guide or a consultant than anything else. We're not really salespeople, because our job is to help people get enough information to make a decision that's best for them. Okay, I'm going to say it one more time because it's critical that we get this. Our job is to give people enough information to make a decision that's best for them. And what we're all trying to do here is we're not trying to sell them a patch. We're trying to help them get to their desired outcome. And some people need more information than others, right? So the one thing to know for sure is there is a key truth. And the key truth is whoever talks to the most people wins. That's all there is to it. And, and inviting is how we get to those wins. That is the only way to get to those wins. So I'm going to share a little story. I'm hoping I got enough time to do a few stories. I had a friend, Rebecca. She was a blast. I wanted her in my business so bad back in a former company. And I kept talking to her and talking to her and talking to her and telling her everything and why she needed to do it and what the product did. And one day I finally got my aha. I was a really massive recruiter. I had a lot of people, but I could not duplicate. I couldn't duplicate to save my life. And Rebecca was the one that pointed it out when she looked at me and she said, you know, Connie, I'd really like to do this, but I will never be able to know everything you know. That was the day I got banged over the head and went, okay. So when I came into Lifewave, my first thought was, thank goodness I don't understand this thing at all. And so my first thing was that I was not going to be the expert. I was going to point to the tools. And that is what we're doing as a tour guide. So some people are natural communicators. My friend Barbara, I know she's watching out there. Oh my goodness, that woman, she could go up to a gift card rack with a person standing next to it and start a conversation. She can go to an ILNE store to an appointment. She is a natural communicator, and she's so good at just talking to people. My friend Ann's the same way. And I started watching them, and I'm like, what are they doing? What do they do that's different? And what I realized is they ask great questions. They create curiosity, and they genuinely listen to their heart. Now, Anne, I got a lot of my lines from her, because let's say, I'll take for an example, somebody came into her home, and she noticed they were limping very, very badly. They were really struggling to get into the house. And she didn't just say, oh my God, let me patch you. Oh my gosh, I can fix you. She said, how did that happen? What's going on? And they told her. And then she goes, wow, well, what have you tried? And they told her. And she sat and listened to everything. And then finally she said the key question, but not right away. It was after listening, are you open to alternatives? When he turned around and said, I will try anything, now she's got someone leaning forward. She's got somebody that's curious, right? And she's leaning that way. So let's get a couple of lines that we've used in our business and I've stolen from many of you out there. So thank you, Peter, no to this one. Somebody asks you, what do you do? First thing we want to do is tell them all about our product. Well, I'm in a biotech company, and I sell these patches, and it's really this biomodulation stuff. No, when they say, what do you do? He says, are you into your health? Start with the question. Start a conversation. You might say, have you ever heard of biohacking? You might say, have you ever heard of light therapy? Find out what they know first. Are you open-minded to the possibility of earning extra income? That might be a way to talk to someone that you're just reaching out to. Find out how open they are. Are they looking? And this next one is how we built our entire organization, was built on this line. Oh my gosh, you got to hear what happened to my husband. All of you have heard the story. Oh my gosh, you got to hear what happened to my husband. And then they say, what? And I tell a story. I don't tell them what the product does. I share what happened to him. And then they say, what is it? And I point to a tool, right? So we're going to talk about that in a minute. It might be, oh my gosh, you got to hear what happened to me. Oh my gosh, you got to hear what happened to my friend. Okay, doesn't matter. And then this one I stole from Steve Merritt, and I love it. Remember the people that are the entrepreneurs we talked about? You want to send them a message. An entrepreneur can't resist this, and I love it. I found something everybody needs, hardly anyone knows about, and that screams opportunity. Because I'm going to tell you, when my husband, who's an entrepreneur, saw this company, he met David, he looked at what we had, and he said, are you kidding me? Drop everything else. Right? Entrepreneurs connect the dots. So if you can just create that curiosity. Okay, so we're talking about what we do now. We're pointing the tools. We've created the curiosity. They're leaning in, right? So where are we going to point them to? We're going to point them to a video. We're going to point them to our team's website. We're going to invite them to an opportunity webinar, to an event like this, to a podcast. We're going to use a three-way call. Any of those things work. And I want to share this to you. Some of you have heard it, but for those of you that haven't, Dr. Tom is on my team. Now, Dr. Tom is a neurologist. So for me, I was a hairstylist for 42 years. But what Dr. Tom did is Dr. Tom had a circle of influence, just like all of you. He had people that knew him, people that trusted him. And so they came to him, and then after he got them leaning forward, he put them on a call with his sponsor or with myself. And he would edify us. We're really like-minded. We've been colleagues for years. I trust her completely. And I would get on the phone, and I would ask the questions, and I would answer their questions. He used me as his expert, right? So think about this again. I'm a hairstylist. He's a neurologist. But he even put his patients on with me. So who is an expert? Anyone but you. Okay? This is the biggest mistake we make in this business. We think we have to pitch, we have to talk, we have to sell, and you'll sign up people that way, but what you won't do is duplicate. And so what Dr. Tom was able to do is duplicate his organization because his people didn't think, well, I've got to be a neurologist to do this, right? They went, he put me on with a hairstylist. Anybody can do this business. So the key principles here are your job is to build the relationship. The tools deliver the facts, and that keeps it simple, duplicatable, and scalable. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about timing. And timing is just that your job simply is to invite. And it's not going to be the right timing for everyone. Okay, but things change. And so you keep building that list and you keep those people on your list. And you might ask them if they're like, yeah, I'm not really interested right now. You might say, hey, you know what, Sue? If I see something really interesting that I think you're going to love, can I send you something periodically? She's probably going to go, yeah, no problem. You're keeping them in the loop. You're keeping up that relationship. You'll have people that come in, life circumstances will change, and maybe they won't do anything but be a product user. But you love on them, you support them, you help get them to keep getting their results. And when their life changes, I guarantee you, if you keep that relationship you'll get the calls I've gotten, which is, I'm ready now. I'm ready now, let's go. And you can step back in. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, when all of a sudden the timing's right and they're ready. And all the success stories in this room and throughout the world are because someone initially invited. So I'm going to invite you today. Invite boldly. Your dreams are waiting on the other side of one brave invitation. Invite boldly. Your courage might be the doorway to someone else's freedom. And one simple invitation can awake a destiny. So, thank you guys.
I just want to celebrate. I just want to celebrate. 'Cause it's a good day, good life.
One more time for Connie Lucas. So now it's my turn to take us into the next letter of the Light Success System, which is give them value. And what I look into our daily lives, there's so many opportunities for us daily to be giving people value. And I had an experience a couple weeks ago that still, I was backstage thinking about it, and it just hasn't left me yet. Do we have any, where are our local Orlando people? Where are the local Orlando people? Okay, welcome. So you may be familiar, there's a stretch of road close to where I live, from Lake Nona, if you go down to like St. Cloud, there's a road called Narcoossee Road, and this road is crazy, right? And it's a stretch of road, and the other day I was driving with my wife, she needed to get her Starbucks, right? And we're driving down the road, and something caught my eye immediately. When I look on the side of the road, there's a lady walking on the sidewalk, and so for me, it was a shock, because here in Florida, you never see people walking on the street, right? It's very rare you see people walk on the street. And I see this lady walk, and I see she's dragging something. And as I'm getting closer to her, she's like this. She had you could tell it was a heavy suitcase, right? And the suitcase was missing a wheel, and she's dragging it. She's dragging. So immediately, my wife and I are like, let's see if we can help her. So we kind of pull over to the side a little bit, and we're like, hey, do you need a ride? We'll take you, wherever you need to go. And she just kept dragging, not even acknowledging us, just dragging. And I'm like, whoa, what's going on? And Connie mentioned it just earlier, you never know what's going on in someone's life, right? She's dragging this bag. We kept trying to get her to say, hey, we'll take you wherever you need to go. Didn't even look at us. Well, Florida drivers are the most friendly drivers you'll ever run into, right? So after about 10 seconds of getting honked at, we're like, okay, well, let's go. But I had this feeling, I said, let's loop around again. So we loop around, and again, we're back. Hey, let us take you wherever you need to go. Not once did she ever look at us. And at that point, I said, I got to drive away. My wife needs her coffee, right? So I drive away, but it kind of stuck with me, where I started thinking, I'm like, there's so many opportunities for us to give value into people's lives. And what I love about Lifewave is we get those opportunities here every single day when we're working with new prospects that are looking at the business, or we're looking at, our new team members that are joining and how we can keep providing them value. And with the Light Success System, what I love about it is it's a key part of this system, right, is giving them value from the very beginning. And then throughout the course of you building the business, you're constantly, as a leader, giving value to your team. And so when I look at what are some of the ways that we give value, obviously we can look at, giving our time, right? So how many of us are on, weekly or daily team calls, webinars, or we look at those one-on-one meetings with the new prospects? So we have all these opportunities where we're giving of our time. And I think that shows a lot of the importance of us understanding the balance of when we're building the business and how much time do we give. But it's a really special opportunity for you to make that connection with that person as you're doing these one-on-one meetings, or if you're doing your hotel events or your three-way calls, webinars, whatever it is. Giving time is part of the way that you give value here at Lifewave in the lives of people. The other way that we can give value is by sharing resources. So, Connie was touching on this earlier, in being able to share tools and information with these people that are looking at Lifewave and looking at the technology. We have the Now app that we've recently launched with videos that you can share, with these prospects that are looking at the company, for them to be able to get information where you're kind of that, you're the messenger but not the message, right? We have these tools available for you to be able to continue sharing Lifewave. Another way that we can give value is by, we know sometimes we find someone, like, man, I'm going to give them, that sample. You're on an airplane, whatever it is. There are ways that, we've seen people completely have an experience, by, going and sharing that sample, and then you never know what can come from that. So there are all these unique ways of giving value. And what I love about the next speaker that we're going to be hearing from, she has spent 20 years, she just celebrated 20 years in the field of network marketing last month. So December made it 20 years. But what I love about her story is this is only her second company she's ever been with. So one that showed me her commitment. When she finds something, she sticks with it. And by her finding Lifewave, she immediately got to work, started building her team, applying all that experience that she had gained previously, has built her team. And, coming as a background as a certified health coach, she already had health and wellness, obviously at the top of her mind. But when she found our technology, came here to Lifewave, has already made a tremendous impact in 2 short years, and she's leading the way of her team. And funny enough, she lived up in a town called Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, with her husband, Scott, for most of that time, and recently moved over to Florida. Yes, she's part of my region, so let's kick some butt, right? And so recently relocated to Ocala, Florida, and she, being a mother of 4 children, a grandmother of 11 grandchildren, an incredible leader who's so passionate, is going to be sharing with all of you right now on how she's been able to give her, prospects and her new brand partners the value as she's building her team here at Lifewave. So please help me welcome to the stage 1-star executive Gina Mote.
I just want to celebrate. I just want to celebrate. 'Cause it's a good day, good life.
Thank you so much for having me. So we've all heard the saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? Okay, did you know that a short video is worth 10,000 words? I mean, none of us needs to know how to say photo, bio, module, what? So that was really important. When Scott and I were first introduced to Lifewave, it was through our friend Beth. And the way that she shared was so perfect. She didn't even know it. She sent us a short text message. I found something. I think this will work for you. Okay, that was beautiful. And she sent a video. And truth be told, we didn't watch the video right away because we were kind of busy. I had just gotten out of the hospital, and we were really busy with the business that we were crafting at the time with an Etsy store. So timing was a little funny, but Beth knew what I needed. She knew what Scott needed. And so she followed up. Did you watch the video? And so we did. We watched the video, we watched a little bit, and what I got from that, it wasn't so much any of that, it was her real belief that this would work for us. And so everybody here, at some point or another, you were brand new, right? You started, whether it be this or something else. Did you ever have that fear that when you share with your friends, they're gonna think that you're selling something? Yeah? And, sometimes that will really hold us back when we think that our friends think that we're trying to sell them something. When Beth shared with me, I fully knew that she would profit from that, and I wanted her to. I didn't want to buy this at Walmart. I didn't want to buy it on Amazon. I wanted to support a friend, right? So, I told Scott that I really wanted to do this, and he agreed, and we bought the great big pack. Because we were committed to trying this for about 9 months. Well, the way that you get started is typically the way that you start other people, right? I want to share with you how we started people off was exactly like Beth started us, but it's not how everybody gets started. I like to post on Facebook right in the very beginning, day one. As soon as I got my patches, I posted. I didn't know anything about anything really, but I made a little post and people started looking at that, all right? Eventually I got into conversation with different friends, one of which was like, oh, what are you doing? Her name is Lisa. Lisa told me, oh, I tried that for 1 month. It didn't work. 1 month? Doesn't that break your heart? 1 month. She didn't have any coaching. She didn't have anybody pouring value into her after she purchased, right? My friend Melissa, same thing. Somebody pursued her relentlessly for months and months and months. She finally said yes. She doesn't even know what she bought originally because the person took her information, had a package sent, and never followed up. Not one time. Both of these gals, not one time did the person follow up with them. In Melissa's case, she very desperately needed the patches. She wanted them. And she told me that this person didn't even spell her name right in the system. So that was surprising. So I started helping her out and telling her what to do. In Lisa's case, she was curious, right? She had bought these patches. Do you know that she only used a few of them? She didn't even use the whole package. So no wonder they didn't work, right? We have to pour value into our people, not just when we introduce them to the patches, but we have to keep doing that. I love this new system, by the way. Who loves this new system that Lifewave has put together for us? Now, many of us here are leaders, and we have systems. I'm a systems girl. Everything is a system. But for those of our people that don't have a system that they like to use, or like we heard earlier, 20 levels down, this is so beautiful, and it's basically what we all do. All of us do this. But with Lisa's situation, she was already expired, didn't have an account anymore. She was willing to say yes to me. I got her started. She had results. You guys, when you wear the patch every day, consistently, you're drinking your water, you're following the system. She had results. She had great results. And she started sharing right away. She ranked, and she ranked again. So super, super exciting to see that. Guess what? Melissa did the same. When we got her started, same thing. She started using the patches correctly. She started having results. She started sharing, and she ranked as well. So that's what happened. Everybody, can we agree that our people need to be followed up with after the sale? We need to pour into them. Okay. So creating simple systems that really support our people. I learned all of this from my husband, Scott. He was in car sales for a number of years up in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and he did something a little bit differently. He sold a car just like all the other salesmen do, but what he did is he started following up month 1. Who buys a car in month 2 right after they bought a brand new car? Not me. I attach to my cars and I want to drive the same car for a long time. But Scott started following up, and he followed up very regularly. He had a system. And I believe, Scott, weren't they on little cards? Because back then we didn't have all the computer bells and whistles that we have now. So he would rotate that, and he would call them, and he wouldn't just sell them another car in 2 or 3 or 4 years. He got referrals like nobody else. He was the #1 salesman at a very busy Toyota dealership for years. So big hand, because he really did put the system together that we use in Lifewave. So what we do right in the very beginning, we work together. Okay, we do bring in a lot of people, all in all, and so we work it together. Scott generally calls everybody once a month. That's natural for him. I build tools and I reach out, via text and that kind of thing because that's more natural for me. But our team knows this, and they're able to replicate what we've done. So very, very important. What I really, really suggest and really hammer down to you guys is use the tools that Lifewave has provided. Tap into your upline and your downline. Really work together to come up with what works for everybody. Okay, because duplication is what we're looking for, right? Yeah, we're looking for duplication. What we do that might be a little bit differently is we came up with an email. Very, very simple email system. But it goes out to our people maybe once a week for the first 90 days. Very short. We include tiny little videos that we get from corporate or from our upline that are compliant, that anybody else can follow, okay? We get so many folks that will message us back going like, oh my gosh, I didn't know you had skincare. Okay, I didn't know that you had a supportive, drink. Okay, they're going to find those in the little email that we send out, and they're going to continue to be able to grow. One of the other things that we do is we point to Lifewaves, the Monday email that comes out. Does everybody open that up and see it? Not everybody will, especially from the beginning. Oh my gosh, don't get me started on spam. Those filters are so strong now. One of the calls in the very beginning that when we talk to our people, we ask them, are you getting the corporate updates? And you know what? So many times they're just not. They don't see them. And it's not their fault. Certainly isn't Lifewave's fault. It's those very protective pieces that our email systems have. So it's your job as their sponsor to make sure that they have all the pieces in place. All right, ask them, are you getting that? If they're not, guide them to their spam box or their promotion box or whatever they want to call it today. It's always different. And if for some reason they accidentally opted out or didn't get opted in correctly, you can take them over to the resources page in their back office and you can show them right there how to opt in. It's great. And then make a little note, follow up with them the following Monday, make sure they're getting those. All right. As a leader too, you can always scan those emails really well first. Find something that's a little Easter egg, I like to call it, and on your own little team Facebook page, you can ask your team like, who saw this today? Make them open their email. I always like to show, just like when you raise your kids, make them do the work, right? So that's another really, really important little piece that you want to make sure everybody is following in. Who here is already promoting going to the company convention in October? Yeah. We have a countdown. We're supporting our people by letting them know, we have a countdown for this. Every few weeks, I'll post in the Facebook page, hey, only so many more months, so many more weeks until this event. We want to pour into people. So when our people arrive there this last year, Scott and I are just getting going. Our team isn't huge, but we had and Superman Gary graced us with coming to this really quick, but we had a tailgate party in our hotel room. And so they had a nice little kitchenette in the hotel we were at, but we wanted to really pour love and value into our people. So we provided, we call it a redneck tailgate party. And so we had fixings for sandwiches, salads, all that kind of stuff. And our people came, and it was great. It was great. But we also had enough that they could come back the next day and the next day during lunch, so that we can also, we just really want to get to know them. Who here is growing a team that is not in your backyard? Yeah, our team is not in our backyard. So going to Anaheim gave us a great opportunity to really get to know our people and pour into them and ask them what they need from us. So that was a really, really special time. So anyway, I cannot stress enough these pieces, getting to know your team and loving on your team. One of the other things that we do with our team is making sure that they know when all of the different patching parties and things like that are going on. They're not going to know this through osmosis. They don't just appear, and even though you might have invited them before, they don't just know when these are. Scott and I are brand new in Florida. We just moved here a couple of months ago, but before that, we lived in Arizona, way out in the boonies. And so we had a home party once, and our good friends, Beth and Michael, who sponsored us, they attended. And we had one other couple that attended. We were out. Guess what? We had 100% enrollment. Isn't that great? One other couple. So that was great. But we really didn't live in an environment that was conducive to inviting people out to our place, because it was a good half hour, 40 minutes for anybody to come out there. And they just, that just wasn't the way that people wanted to show up. When we built with our first company, that's how we built. I did social media and we did in-person events. But the world has really changed now, having all these events on, Facebook and online, social media, Zoom, all these different places that we can now connect people. That said, the world is changing in 2026. People want connection. They want to be, have you noticed? The energy's different, right? Yeah, we're done with the crazy COVID stuff and all of that, and people they want to get back to connecting. Yeah, I've noticed that big time. So we're looking to build differently all over again. Still love my social media, still love connecting that way, but we want to give value again to people in person. So not saying goodbye to the people that we already have, but we're constantly reinventing and growing like that. So in closing today, what I really just want to lean into and tell you is you have people that you've already invested time in. You've enrolled them, you've sponsored them. Please, don't forget that they're there. Make sure that you do reach out to them from time to time, if not on a monthly basis. Make sure that you're connecting with them, because if you're not, somebody else is going to. Okay, thank you so much for having me today.
I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate. 'Cause it's a good day, good life.
All right, can we give Gina another huge round of applause? I actually had the pleasure to work with Gina and Scott at a previous company many years ago. And to be able to see them here now and see them doing so well is just very rewarding to be able to as that transition happens in everyone's lives. Now, we're going to continue on with our Light Success System, and this next step is help them enroll. Now, this is a really important step in the process, because this is where, when it comes to actually earning and an income at Lifewave, the enrollment has to happen. Does everyone understand that? All the other steps are super important because it gets you to this point, but if you never get them to this point, you never make any money. And how many of you are here to make money? Okay. Now, one of the things that we find a lot, depending on, and I'll say I've seen this a lot within our industry, but also a little bit here, and some teams more than others. But every prospect deserves to know that there is a business option here at Lifewave, available to everyone with no exception, with no experience necessary, and immediate earning potential. Now, Olga Solis was up here and she told a very touching story. How many would you agree? Now, would the patches help her son? We believe so, right? But did she just need the patches? If that's all you offered her, and then she found out later that there was an opportunity to earn an income which was super important to her, would we have let her down potentially? So it is important. And do you know anybody out there today? Maybe there's not many, maybe you don't know any, but that actually need extra income on a daily basis. You know, there is something called inflation. Has anybody felt that in any way, shape, or form? So these are things that everyone is dealing with, and so never be ashamed or never be afraid to talk about the business. So when we're helping them enroll, you don't necessarily have to spend a lot of time on it, but make sure you offer it. Now, some will say you should start with the product and then lead to the business. And we oftentimes say it's better to lead with the business and go to the products, because if they're not interested in the business, you can still get them to focus on the product. But if you lead with the product, the chances are you're not going to ever get them to look at the business. Does that make sense? And so whenever you're talking about the importance of enrolling, make sure that you're always taking that opportunity to share that there is a way to earn a little extra income if you're willing to share. Okay, now in part of this process of helping someone enroll, there's a few steps that are really important. The follow-up. You know, I always like to call this the big FU. That's maybe a little inappropriate, but you got your attention, right? So it's important to always follow up. The fortune is in the follow-up, but also the friends are in the follow-up. So what are some of the things you can say as you're following up after they've had a chance to look? Because all the steps that we just talked about are important, but what stood out to you most? Now hopefully these are not anything new to you. These are all things that I've heard from in my career throughout, all the times all the meetings I've been to. What did you enjoy about your experience? And what questions do you have that you picture yourself using these products? So again, these are all different ways you can follow up. And of course, then it leads to inviting them to enroll, because this is where a lot of times we call it the close. And the close is really important. It's not a bad word, it's actually a very good word, because this is where we want to get everyone to. And the best way, so you can say something like, the best way to experience this product is to try it for 30 days. So getting them thinking that it's not just going to be a patch I'm going to wear one day and I'm going to get a full experience. Now, how many of you are one-patch wonders? We've got a few in the room. And how many of you are not? Probably a bigger percentage, right? And so that's why it's important we always set the stage of that you might need to use it a little bit more than just once. Hopefully we all should know that. Okay. Or what you could also say, what are your thoughts about starting with the 90-day journey? Again, you're setting them up for the best success because you're setting them up to use it long enough to a point where we know they're more than likely going to have a positive experience. And then, of course, it leads us to that next question, which is just the ways to enroll. Who else do you know that could benefit from Lifewave? Asking for the referral, very important. Can you see yourself sharing this? Again, if they know somebody, how hard is it to then say, well, actually, if you end up sharing with them, you could actually earn a little extra income. So these are all different ways to add to lead to the business. And would you be interested in earning some extra income or to purchase your products? Now, that is probably the most common one that I've heard most teams that are using. Is just that let's help you get your products paid for. And I love as you go through this process, that every step that we've talked about in the Light Success System leads to this point. But the better you're doing at the invite stage, the easier it's going to be at the enrollment stage. Do you agree? So the more questions you ask and the better questions you ask, the more likely you're going to get them to the place where you know exactly what they need, and you're going to help them make the decision really easily. And so asking good questions. In fact, one of the books that I once read was by a gentleman by the name of Alan Pease called The Questions Are the Answer. And we have to be really good at listening if we want that to work for us. So asking good questions. Who else do you know that would benefit from Lifewave? Again, wanting to ask who is it those people, and everybody knows someone that can benefit. Then listening. But you got to make sure you really stop and listen, because it's all too often we're trying to think of what we're going to say next and how we're going to, get them to that next step. But the more we listen, the easier it's going to be for us to know exactly what to say. Acknowledge what they shared. I hear what you're saying. Has everyone, if the more you are able to put them at ease to say, I've been there, I know exactly what you're talking about, the easier it's going to be to help them feel like you're going to be able to provide them a great service. Okay, move the conversation forward. If I could show you how to do this, would you be open to chatting further? And then, of course, validate and address their questions. I can set up a 3-way call or invite to a webinar, focus on their questions and their needs. And so these are all just different ways to help them progress. Some people are going to have some objections as you go through this, and that's all part of the process. But as we get focused on helping them to enroll and go through this process, by the time we get to this point where we're actually showing them what the options are, it's more of a which one would you like versus a please buy something. Does that make sense? We never want to get to a point where we're begging. Maybe with our family we'll beg because we just want them to try it because we know how much it's going to help them, right? But mostly, hopefully, we don't have to do that. And it's just like, which pack would be best for you? And we find that someone in your circumstance might be best for this. How many of you really like our new Advanced Plus pack? To have that an additional pack into your quivers to help people, I think is absolutely fantastic. And so using these packs, helping them to find out which one they want and moving them along. And of course, as you go through this process, there is the PC Plus program, as well as joining them as a brand partner. Everybody's going to join a different place, and that's okay. We oftentimes finding that starting with, again, similar with starting with the business, if they're, hey, would you be interested in joining as a brand partner? If you know a few people, we could help you get your products paid for. And if the answer is, I'm not sure, okay, well, that's great. Well, we can just get you started on the products. And if you want to join as a PC Plus member, we, for a little bit of a payment, I can get you samples worth, 3 or but 5 times what the value of what you're paying for that is, which is actually more than that. But you get the idea. Don't try to ever do math on stage. You're in for trouble. Okay, so PC Plus, PC, again, all the benefits behind it. We want to make sure you're on a monthly subscription order because we want to make sure you're always getting the best results, and you don't ever want to run out when you're having the kind of results we know you're going to have. And so those are just some kind of things you can do just to help them progress them along to where they need to get to be so that they're ready to get started and they know where they're going. And then, of course, from that step on, it's a tracking portion of this. And I'm not going to jump into any of that, but I just want you to understand that this step right here is the moneymaker. We talked about it before, and I'm just mentioning it again because it is so important. So helping them enroll and getting to that close is very, very important. And oftentimes, that's sometimes where we can be the most timid. And that actually should be the exact opposite. That's where we should actually be our boldest. And this whole meeting today is about lead boldly. And that's what we want to do. And when it comes to the enrollment process, let's lead boldly. Now, I have the opportunity to bring up one of our leaders here at Lifewave that has actually made a massive impact in the time that she's been here. She's been able to, in less than a year, she's been able to build an organization up to 2-star executive, which is fantastic. And to be able to see that kind of growth, and she's also a powerhouse in our Latino community. And she's made a huge impact there, not just in the US, but also in Mexico and other markets. And I want to also say she's qualified for every incentive trip since she's been here as well. So please help me welcome to the stage 2-star executive, Monica Hofmann.
I am so nervous. This is my first time speaking to Lifewave, and I already love you guys. I need to tell you my story, but I don't see my family picture here. Anyways, I'm a mom of 5. And I've been involved in the industry, I would say, for the last 30 years. And I wanted to show my family because that's my why. And when I heard Alexandra talking, I thought, yeah, I mean, that's the center, your why. It's what wakes you up in the morning and what keeps you focused in what you're doing. And those 5 kids, I've been doing network marketing since I was pregnant of my oldest daughter, so they don't know anything else. They don't know how it is to have a mom that has a job. They don't know. They think my life is a normal life. They think that's how people work. They have no idea. Me, I grew up with other people taking care of me because my parents worked all the time. They had jobs, right? So I came to the US when I was 20 to go to the university. And then for vacation, I went back to my country, Venezuela. ¡Viva Venezuela Libre! And so when I got into my house, I knew that my parents were doing a business, right? I didn't know. I always saw them working, the 9 to 5, and then suddenly I go into my house and they transformed the living room into a classroom. They got rid of the furniture, the chairs, whiteboard, products, display, all of that. And I'm like, what is happening here? Where's my house? Every day we had people coming at 6 p.m. to a meeting, and I felt so uncomfortable. I'm like, what is going on? Who are these people? Everybody sat in the chairs. My dad would give the presentation, and I was like, herbs, combination of herbs and all these amazing products that were changing people's life, right? And I started listening to testimonials. Of course, when you're 20, you're healthy, right? You're not thinking about your lungs and your kidneys and your heart and your brain. Everything is fine. You're like, I'm stoppable. I'm perfect. But then I started hearing all these testimonials of healings, and I started falling in love with what was happening in there, with the whole thing that was happening in there. And so my dad was the one that introduced me into this industry, and he said, next week you're presenting. And I'm like, what? And it happened. He stood up in the front of everybody and he said, tonight we are gonna listen to Monica. She's my daughter. She's gonna teach you. And I had to do it. I had to do it. My dad is from Austria. He's very demanding, and it is what it is. And that I learned from him. When I'm training my team, I go and tell them, you're next. Okay? Next week, you're next. And they laugh at me. They're like, no. And then I do the same thing. So tonight, we're going to be listening to Boo. And he's like, oh. So yeah, everything is duplicable. What you learn, you teach, and it keeps going, and it keeps going. So I love my family. This is the reason why I chose this profession. And for me, this is a totally real profession. And we heard about the list, and I just want to give you a quick tip of what I always tell my team members. I tell them, think about your daughter. She's getting married. Who are you going to invite? Because some people go like, oh, who's going to be in the list? It's like Mission Impossible, right? Who wants to do this? You don't think about that. You just put everybody in the list. Everybody has to be in the list, period. So everybody in the list. You don't know. You'll be surprised. The people that you think will do it will not, and the ones that won't will, you know all that. So everybody has to go on the list. But this is what I need to talk about. I got confused. I did the whole light thing, and it turned out that I only needed to talk about help and roll. So when you need to, at this point, guys, at this point, we're closing the deal, right? This is, person already heard the presentation. They probably already tried the patch. They already felt something. Now we're gonna kind of close the deal. We need to close that circle, and either you're this or not, or what's gonna happen. And the best way to do this is to ask the right questions. I love to ask questions. When I bring somebody of my team to a presentation, like a one-on-one, and they're listening to me, they're like, when is he gonna start? I just ask questions because I need to know, who am I talking to? What is your need? What are you looking for? What's hurting in your life? What's hurting in your life? Because the closing actually starts from the beginning. The first moment when you say hi to that person and you go to their house, you already closing the deal. The closing is not an end process that, it's like, okay, now we're doing the close. Okay, no, you start closing since you started with that person the first day, okay? So the questions have so much power. You hold the power. The person that asks a question has the control of the conversation. If they start asking you questions, they're controlling the conversation. So when somebody's asking too many questions, I ask them back. I just ask them back. It's my power. The power, it's in me. I'm the one that asks the question, not you. Okay? So, what did you like the most? What did you like the most of what you heard? What did you like the most? And then you keep quiet. You don't keep talking. The one who talks loses. So you shut up. You just close your. I don't know how to. Listen, English is not my first language. Okay, so just close your mouth. Shut it, right? And then, okay, so what did you like the most? And just stay there. Stay there. Stay there. Wait for the answer, and it's going to come. Sometime it's going to come, and they're going to go, I really like the product. It's interesting. Oh, it's interesting. What is interesting? Well, the way it works. What did you like about the way it works? With the light. What light? The sun, right? People say that, right? I get that all the time. Well, but it's night. The sun. No, it's not. It's your light. Your light. It's always there, 24/7. So we keep going, right? And then, do you think somebody that you know or somebody in your family would benefit from it? Do you think? Again, they go, yeah, my husband, my mom, my kids. By the way, I have amazing testimonials. Amazing testimonials. When I was invited to Lifewave, was back in April, I had stopped doing network marketing for a while. And then this lady, my friend, my beautiful friend, I don't know if she's listening, her name is Sulma. She kept calling me, and I knew she wanted to talk about a business, and I didn't want to answer, but she kept calling me. Finally, I answer, and she, tells me, I feel great, I feel amazing, I've never been this good, and okay, so what is it, I never thought it was a patch. For 30 years, I've been working with supplements. For me, it was hard to understand that a patch, that I didn't need to put anything in my mouth anymore. It was hard for me to understand that. It took a while. Really, I had a battle inside of me. I'm like, no, but you still need to, you put in your body inside your mouth, it's what's going to heal you. And 30 years talking about supplements and whatnot, and then suddenly it's just something. It took a while, but she gave me a whole packet of X39, And my daughter was having an issue, and so I took it off at night and put it on her, and I started working on her, and I thought, this is amazing. 2 for 1, amazing. Me in the morning, her at night. Now she has her own patch, and she's my baby. She's 18, but she loves it. So back to helping enroll. You know, when you're connecting with this person that is answering your questions, don't forget she's a mom. Don't forget she's a wife. Don't forget she has dreams too. Don't forget she has issues. We all have issues. Don't forget the emotional heart-to-heart connection that has to happen every day, every person at a time. You need to connect. This is a connection business. You have to connect heart to heart. It's not going to happen. The closing is not going to happen. They're not going to join the business. They're not going to do anything unless you connect to their heart, heart to heart. I know how you feel. I feel the same. I understand how you feel. You know, always empathy, always empathy. And you know what? They didn't do the packets either. Okay, at the end of the day, you guys, it doesn't matter what packet is she gonna choose, or him, sorry. He's gonna choose or she's gonna choose. It doesn't matter. I don't care. You know, I show them all the options from the core to the premium. I tell them everything, what comes and what not. But I always tell them, I'm not here for your money. I'm here for your decision. Let's make it happen. I started with a core. I didn't have money, and my daughter gave me her car to pay for the core. I don't think the packet that you come in determines your success at all, at all. And I always let them know, I'm not here for your money. I don't really care what packet you choose to come in. We're going to make it happen, and it's about your decision, and it's about what you want to accomplish in your life, and I'm going to be here to help you. Let's make it happen. And you know, at the end of the whole process, the person is what matters. She's or him, it's what matters. That person, somebody told me once, one lady that I really admire in one company that I used to work with, she told me she was very successful. She was one of the top. And I talked to her, and I had a lot of time to spend with her. And she said, my key to success is that I see everybody that I talked, everybody that I start a conversation or give a presentation, I see them as the top rank. When I see them, I say, she's going to be a presidential. I don't care. She doesn't know it. She doesn't know anything about it, but she is going to be my presidential. So I'm going to treat her as a president. I'm going to give her all my respect. I'm going to give her my time, and let's make it happen. Now, if I encounter a lady like Haroldo, the lady that Haroldo encountered, that didn't want to pay attention to him, I just let her go. I just let them go, you know? You have to participate in your own rescue. You know, I want to rescue you, but you have to participate in your own rescue. There's nothing I can do if you don't even want to talk to me or respond my calls or respond my texts. I'm here if you need me. Let's make it happen. But one very important key that I want you to remember is every person that you're sitting with from that list that one day you did, and that name came into your mind, it's for something. It's for a reason. That name that you put in that list has a destiny, has a purpose. And if you're sitting with that person, and if she or him gives you the opportunity and gives you 30 minutes of her time or his time, you better take it, and you better give your best and be intentional. Give your best at that time and see the person as your next president, even if you're not president yet, like me, but you see the person. I will be, for sure. Maybe this year. I love this business. This business has given me so much. Truly, it gives me time, it gives me hope, it gives me motivation, it gives me the desire to become a better person, to help people become better person. We have developed character, we have developed discipline, we have developed so many attributes that you don't learn from school, you don't learn in the real world. That's why we're so crazy, we're different, we're special, we're one of a kind. Thank you so much, God bless.
Monica, that was so incredible. As we continue going today, we are seeing how each step of the success life system is aligning to our principles, to what we do in Lifewave. And the next step is a very important step, because while you help people to enroll them, the next step is to track success. And as Monica and everyone else on the stage shared before, people matters. Their dreams, their goals matters. So it's really important for you to keep track of what they want to accomplish in Lifewave and celebrate those little and big milestones with them. And as you keep inviting and you keep bringing people to your teams, they're gonna move in different stages in the funnel, and you have to keep track of where they are, where you left conversations, with the questions that they've been asking, and maybe the fears that they have. Who of you were fearful to share Lifewave in the beginning to others? Only 2 people, wow. That is incredible. Everyone was so excited to share Lifewave with. But it's important to also keep track of what the fear are there. So the areas of improvement. And it's incredible when you see that someone is maybe afraid to just share Lifewave with others, and how they keep evolving, and how they keep gaining confidence and feel confident to share Lifewave. And now I want to share with you about a leader that really is the example of tracking success. She is self-driven. She's very successful in her corporate America job. But also, she has been helping her teams to view consistency, to view reports, and she is joining her teams week after week. And her retention is incredible. She has built a team over 18 countries right now. And when she joins Lifewave 5 years ago, and it took her only 2 years to achieve one of the highest ranks in Lifewave. And when I was talking to her and asking, what is the way that you track your success? She says it's important to help people to earn income, because we all want to be having extra income, but we also want to help people. And she is incredible. She loves football, and you're gonna know what I mean that she loves football. She is from Austin, Texas, and she's gonna give you such a valuable insights in how to track success. And remember that speaking about tracking success, she's gonna share with you 2 key elements that you have to take notes. She's gonna share with you how to track success in your Now app and in your back office, because those 2 tools are there to help you. So let's give a huge round of applause to our incredible Janet Kieffer.
lunchtime. You can hang out a little longer. Thank you so much. I'm Jana Kieffer from Austin, Texas. I want to thank all the executive staff, all the trainers, everybody this morning. Awesome job. Awesome job. I've been learning from all of you. Yes, indeed. So I've got a question to ask. So who here wrote down New Year's resolutions to build your Lifewave business? I mean, hands up. Let's go. Right? Okay. How many want to earn more than $10,000 a month this year? Woo! Let's go. All right. How many want to help thousands? It's just the best business, isn't it? Great. Well, then you're in luck. Get your pens out. Welcome to Tracking to Win. Oh, I'm supposed to click. All right. So here's the deal. People who track their progress, they consistently see up to 70% more higher achievement. Like, who doesn't want 70% more, right? So some of you have top leaders who've given you these tracking tools. There's the 20/20 tracker, 20 left, 20 right. There's the income producing, the IPA tracker, great one for your calls, your follow-up, all those things. The power of two system, perfect. The goal producing system, Jay, love it. Love it, love it. Okay, the PPP process. Some of you are on Excel spreadsheets. We love you. I'm not. But how many know that in the Now Site app, you can actually track your activity? So we've got the light system that Janine's sharing with you, but also you can go in and under contacts on those little tabs, you're going to either download your contacts from your computer, or you can set them up manually. And not only are you going to put in their contact, but you can go down into notes and you can actually start tracking. So here was, I contacted Kathy on January 12th. She saw the video. She wants me to call back on the 28th. Now you've got it in your phone, right? Instead of like, oh, I forgot those notes at home, right? So the Now Site app you're going to learn more and more about. But right now, I'd like to cross us over from this morning to this afternoon, because the speakers this afternoon are really going to drive this home. And so as we cross over this bridge, I would like to say, follow the people who have what you have. All these people up here, follow them. They have what you have. Remember, you wrote down what you wanted this year. So as we jump in, I'd like to share, in football, this is a quiz for you. What's the most important metric? Come on. What? Louder. The score, right? What's the most important metric? Winning. Hello, right? It's winning. So 4 teams are going into the playoffs this weekend. 2 of them are going to go home not winning, and 2 of them are going to the Super Bowl. Who wants to go to the Super Bowl this year? Woohoo! Right? Okay. So, sorry to all our people who follow soccer internationally. We're going to talk American football here for a minute, right? So tracking, and football is all about tracking. They track, I think, even how much these guys breathe, right? Offensive plays and defensive plays and rushing yards, and did they drop that ball or did they complete that pass, right? Quarterback sacks, they're tracking everything, right? So you see the placards. What are these crazy pictures? They all have great names for their plays. It could be snowman, it could be flower, it could be cow. My team, hello John, right? My team has one called Corn Dog. And Corn Dog was the final play in 2 of their Super Bowls where they became champions. Who wants to be a champion? Woohoo! All right, all right, all right, all right. Okay, so here's the deal. But in football, no one gets paid, and no one's celebrated, and no one's remembered if just for their punts and their carries and all that stuff, right? Teams win by scoring points. Duh, okay. But here's the deal. What's our touchdown? Do you know what your touchdown is? Yeah. Okay. I premise a brand partner earning their first paycheck should be our touchdown. Yep. Okay. So who wrote down in their New Year's resolutions, brand partner earns first paycheck? So write that down. This is an important one, right? Who follows Eric Worre? He's, you know, the master of network marketing trainer. Well, Eric's got a great video out called The Power of $1. You can Google it on YouTube. But here's the deal. Eric says, you've got this new brand partner. They just enrolled. You told them, hey, you're going to earn money to get your patches. So they're all excited. But if they don't earn in that first 3 to 6 months, what's the retention rate? 20%. If you've got 10 people, imagine I've got 10 hands up here, 10 fingers. That means 2 people are still with you after 3 to 6 months after all your work. So who would like to increase that retention? Well, as you're starting to track and you can help them earn that, just that $1, just $1. Your rate goes from 20% all the way up to 74%. 20, 74, right? So this is why we want to be tracking. This is what we're doing. So, ready? Wake up. So, this Compensation 2.0 is our new playbook. All football teams have playbooks, right? I got to thank Meredith. I got to thank the executive team, all the field advisory board. I love, love, love this comp plan. You will too, once you understand it. That's this afternoon, all the presenters. Great. But as we jump in, how many know how to use this paid rank tracker? How many are using it? How many of the new people don't have a clue what I'm talking about, but you saw the circles, right? Oh yeah, there's some circles back there, right? All right, in this example, we've got a 3-star manager. Here's that bar that's going to tell you where are you ranking up to your next rank. So this person was 80% all the way to 1-star director. Now, do you know that when you click that little green circle, it tells you your own personal points? You need 110. Well, this person had 311. Woohoo! But if you click it, it's going to list all your customers and their points. You're going to hear about the preferred customer program from Karri this afternoon. Bingo, this circle, right? Next is your qualified downline volume. Well, in this instance, going to 1-star director, they need 5,000 points. Well, they've got 4,270. Excellent. Now, if those of you who are new with us, just started, don't worry about the rest of the circles. As you get going, you'll learn. But we want you to click on that qualified volume circle because it's going to pull this huge list of all your brand partners. And you can go, oh, Kathy's on the right, Bill's on the left. Oh, here's how many points they have. Here's what they need. This is your tracker that you can get insight into, right? So what we found was that this is really our scoreboard. And so I don't think I'm doing that, but I must be. Sorry, guys. So here's the thing. We went through Black Friday. Black Friday was really when my team took this tracker out for a test drive. And over the course of that weekend, no, don't worry about it. We'll be fine. Thank you. Over the course of that weekend, we were using this tracker day and night. We were going in and saying, okay, John's really close to ranking up. He only needs 312 more points. What can we do? Who can we call? How can we get him there, right? And so as you're using this, we finally, thank you, Meredith, we finally had flight controls. We could see where we were going, right? Woo, yes, yes indeed. The best. Okay, so you need to use this. In that Black Friday weekend, 64 people on my team ranked up, right? Using this tracker. We also had, we were going to midnight on Sunday night, and at 11:15 p.m., one of my reps crossed over to 1-star executive and earned the $5,000 bonus. Woo, right? Okay, those of you who just heard $5,000, you'll learn about it this afternoon. Okay, so here we go. Let's make it real. You've got this new brand partner. The new brand partner's going, I don't know, can I do this? Is it worth it? That's what's in their head, you guys, right? And you just told them, hey, you're going to make money. You're going to be able to pay for your patches. And then you never called them back or showed them the tracker. But let's take it. Here's your new scoreboard. We use the compensation plan. In addition to their PC and their brand partner commissions, now you've got the 9-week business lunch bonus. Those of you who are new, this afternoon. Okay, the customer premium bonus, the level earning bonus. You're helping them get to 1-star manager, right? So how many of you have people that go, oh, I'll share it when I have a result, right? You know, well, let's help them. So you're going to help them score points. They're going to earn their first dollar. They're going to be excited. They're going to go, oh my gosh, this thing works. I thought network marketing didn't work, right? They're a winner. So this should be your new goal. How do we get them to their first paycheck? All right, the next thing we've got on tracking is the customer premium bonus that they're tracking in your commissions. If you drop it down each week, if you're enrolling preferred customers, you will see there's a bonus tied to points. You're going to get 5% extra, 10% extra, 20% extra. You show this, now you've got a brand new brand partner. They don't have any points, but I'll show them mine. Okay, I'm making an extra 20% on everybody buying, and it's cash flow every week, you guys. How many people want cash flow? That would be when you raise your hand. Okay. All right. Business launch bonus. This is our game clock. I'm really not doing anything. Thank you. Okay. This keeps you awake. So you need to tell your brand partner, hey, we've got this new business launch bonus, and it starts today. We have 9 weeks. Let's get going. Oh, I was going to wait till I had a result. Oh, well, we could help you earn another $25 this week, and a couple weeks help you another $50. You want to use fear of missing out. Show them this tracker. It's live. It's going to work them through all 9 weeks. So you notice on my slide, it says week 3 of 9. This rep didn't know about the tracker, didn't know about the bonus, and her sponsor didn't know about it. Okay. This is where we go to work, because if you tell someone, I don't care how wealthy they are, people like to make money. Well, the clock's ticking, you guys, tick-tock, let's go. So thank you, corporate, for putting this in. I love these trackers. All right, so as we finish up, again, Comp 2.0 is your score, is your whole playbook, it should actually say, right? Activity tracking, make sure you're on track. And I'll be honest, I'm not the greatest tracker because when you get in higher ranks, you're so busy. So this reminded me that 70% higher rates of goal setting and achieving if we track, right? The points are going to pay you. The income is going to help you with retention. Remember that $1 rule, because honestly, if you found this laying on the ground, would you pick it up? Yeah, thank you very much. So I wrap today. Garrett, come on out. I have my attendee here. Okay, we're going to say, blow the whistle. Somebody out here is going to get the ball. Meredith, will you sign the football for them? All right, ready, go. Thank you, everybody.
Can we give Janet Kieffer another round of applause? Where are the football fans? I was backstage. I didn't see, where are all those football fans? All right, well, we're making it to the tail end of General Session 1. We've got some yummy lunch getting prepared outside, so we're just about there. But we do have an element of the event that I absolutely always love, our opportunities to recognize you, our brand partners. And as we recognize our managers up on stage, now's the time we want to recognize our directors. And the director rake is such a pivotal rake. I'm actually going to start inviting, if you're a director, to start coming to this side of the stage, and we're going to bring you up accordingly in what level of director you're at. But I'll invite all of our directors to start coming to this side of the screen. But when you look at directors, you know, July 3rd, 1985, do you know what day that was? That was the day Back to the Future came out. And it's my absolute favorite movie. And you might be saying, how old is this guy if he remembers Back to the Future? I was actually born on July 2nd, 1985. So I will never forget the day Back to the Future came out. And one day I want to meet the director of Back to the Future because that movie made such an impact on my life. It opened my vision to flying cars and all these possibilities. But when we look at the directors here at Lifewave, we look at now how they're directing their team, right? They're building their team. They've now opened up different elements of the compensation plan, right? We're looking at breakthrough bonus, right, at one-star director. We're looking at the mentor matching bonus opening up at this rank. And so what we want to do right now is we want to recognize those up-and-coming leaders that have achieved the level of director and recognize them. So I'm going to invite my awesome colleagues from corporate to join me up here on stage, and we're going to go ahead and recognize our director brand partners. So let's go ahead and bring up the team, and I'm going to invite our one-star directors to come up on stage right now, and Amber's helping us right over here. Awesome. Congratulations. One-star directors. All right, two-star directors. Come on up. Two-star directors. Now we're taking it to the next level now. Directors, it's your turn. Come on up, three-star directors. One step away from the next level of the compensation plan. Applause for our three-star directors. Okay, everyone, as promised, we have an awesome lunch ready for all of you outside, but I'm going to ask for your help as you're walking out to keep this in orderly fashion. We're going to actually walk out this side of the room. You're going to loop around. You're going to have the amazing food right there, and then when you loop back in, you'll have drinks, and you can come and take a seat and have a yummy lunch. We'll be back starting at 1:15. All right, so we'll exit on this side of the room. Thank you so much, everyone. And you can eat here, yes.
Please welcome to the stage Lifewave Regional Sales Manager, Shirley Kimmis.
Good afternoon, Lifewave family. How you doing? Oh, I know you just had lunch, but we can do better than this. Come on, how you doing? Let's show everyone at home that the excitement is incredible in this room. So let's make some noise. And if you're watching us from home, we want to hear from you. So please put in the chat, what do you like the most from this morning? Because the afternoon is going to be even more incredible. So we had an incredible morning session. We started with mindset, right? Like it's not where we are today, it's where we're going. And also the strong why, the why that leads with belief, and it's like the power that moves us to the next level. Then Meredith shared that a true leader not only knows, leads, but shows the way. And that's what you do every day. And then we have the incredible leaders sharing about the light system that we have in Lifewave, which is incredible. And this afternoon, you're gonna hear even more incredible stories. Like you're gonna see our leaders in true action sharing their best practices and how they are building incredible teams. Are you ready for this afternoon? And now I have the pleasure to introduce you one of the most incredible persons that I have the honor to work with. She is in one of the toughest positions in Lifewave. But in my 23 years of experience in direct sales, I never met someone that is so committed and helpful to our brand partners. She is leading a tough team, but a team that is protecting the company, that is looking for the best interests of every one of us. And she's always finding ways so you can keep sharing your testimonials, your stories, and the incredible results and experience that we have with Lifewave, but always keeping us compliant. She is a wonderful mother of 5 and a beautiful wife for 37 years. They've been together since they've been in high school, and they have 11 grandchildren together. She has an experience and a beautiful background. Listen to this. For working in government agencies, to having franchises of cookies, pretzels, and yogurt. And then moving to direct sales. She always had her heart for direct sales because her mom led her into believe in direct sales since she was a little girl. And now she knows that her heart and her passion is to help all of you. Let's give a huge round of applause to our incredible Julie from Compliance.
Thank you so much, you guys. Just that standing ovation for Compliance. After lunch, I was like, okay, after lunch we get to hear from Compliance. So I hope you don't take your after lunch nap, because what I have to say is really, really important. So today I want to what I'm going to do is touch on some really high points. There's a lot of times in my career where, we go through a very similar script. But today, I wanted to specialize it a little bit for Lifewave and hopefully give you guys some information that, is helpful and that you can take it and spread it onto your teams. So one thing I want to say first is I understand, and as I've talked to many of you over my career, that it takes so many contacts before you actually attract a customer and a brand partner. Then that customer or that brand partner comes in and they are so excited to share. And they go and share, and within 2 weeks in the company, what happens? They get a call from compliance. And then the leader's calling us and going, oh my goodness, they were so excited, now they're deflated. And so I'm hoping what we can do is prevent some of that with some of the education that I'll give you today. So first of all, I want you to know that compliance is here to be your partner. As Shirley said, I was raised in this space. My mom participated in direct sales as I was growing up. And so I do know how hard you work. I do know what it takes to get a customer or someone to join your team. I have that in my heart. But at the same time, I also have in my heart, how do I keep not only the company safe, but how do I keep you all safe? And that's really, really important to me, to keep you safe. So as Shirley said too, I worked in government. Now, how many of you guys, okay, you don't have to show me with a raise of hands or anything, but how many of you guys have had like several people just pass you on the freeway? And the next thing you know, you're thinking, okay, I'm going the average speed. It's, yeah, I'm going 10, 15 over, but people are passing me. I can go this fast. And then all of a sudden, you've got the red and blues behind you, and they're pulling you over, and you're going, wait a minute. I was just going a little bit faster than everybody else. A lot of times what compliance will get is we'll get calls, and we'll say, hey, but so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so is doing the exact same thing I just did. Or, are you picking on me? Are you picking on my team? I just want you guys to know that no, we are not targeting people. We do have an outside monitoring tool, and that monitoring tool is picking up what is getting the most traction on social media. And when that post pops up on our radar, that's when that call is going to happen to say, hey, let me educate you, and this is where we're going, is let me educate you on how to either edit that post, or there may be times where you just can't edit it, and we'll ask them to remove it to keep the company safe. We're really just there to protect all of you. I always look at it as compliance is your cruise control on keeping you safe from regulatory bodies. A lot of people, too, will say, what do I need to be protected from? And first of all, there's two things I want you to know. Freedom of speech. I get that all the time. Hey, I have my freedom of speech because this is true. This is a true story. Now, when a regulator thinks, oh, wait a minute, you make a profit off of what you just said, now you've fallen into what they call commercial speech. And commercial speech is regulated. And they look at, is your truth an exaggeration? Is it false? Is it misleading to the consumer? And does it represent what a typical distributor would experience? So those are like 4 of the tips. Just keep those in mind. So to protect you from those regulators and to protect our brand, we have to make sure that what we say is truthful, not misleading, not exaggerated, and it's what you're representing is what a typical distributor would see. So that is really what we want to go through. So the goal, again, is to protect the brand and also to protect you. So where are the danger zones? So the danger zones right now are posts that turn into medical claims, statements that become income or lifestyle claims, international activity that can potentially create risk, and even like when you're in your social media, there are comment sections. I don't know, we've seen some fictitious activity on Facebook, and we see people trying to lure our brand partners into making probably some medical claims that are not compliant. So sometimes liking those claims, that type of thing, can get us into a little bit of trouble. So we want to stay clear of medical claims, income or lifestyle claims, and we'll walk through this a little bit more. So let's talk about medical claims really quick. Our patches are what we call a general wellness product. And general wellness products are really to promote and maintain and support a healthy body. The minute you go below that and you're curing an ailment, even if your story is true, if the typical distributor won't have that same result, it's a medical claim. It can even be a medical claim if it does, and we don't have the proper registration and studies for that. So to stay in the safe zone, we would like to say, here are some examples of things that may feel harmless but really aren't. And these are also phrases that we see. My inflammation has completely gone away. It fixed my hormones. It cured my neuropathy. My doctor was shocked. It helps with diabetes or arthritis. It reversed my condition. It works better than my prescriptions. Remember, everybody's body is different, and this is why our regulators care about this. But you can share how you feel. Instead of like, it fixed use language like, I personally noticed a difference, or this has supported my wellness, or I have more stamina, I have more energy. It could be, my experience was positive. I always say, bring your energy into everyday living. When you're talking about the products, talk about how your life may have possibly changed based on how you feel and activities that you can now do, that type of thing. Stay away from disease, because the minute you go into disease, now we're in the danger zone. All right, some storytelling traps and miracle stories. So what we see is, sometimes we see, and you guys have probably all seen it, if those who are on social media, some really dramatic before and after photos. Super, super dramatic. Again, even if it's true, would the typical distributor see that? A lot of times what our regulators are really more concerned about too is someone delaying critical medical care and not getting what they need from a medical perspective, and going to alternative methods, and it harms them. So that's why they're really, really concerned, especially with these dramatic pictures and stories. So just, and again, here's some risky examples. I used to be depressed, now I'm fine. I was bedridden, now I'm running. No more meds. So even if it's true, we've got to be careful. I know all of you want to help your customers and brand partners. Your hearts are in the right places. But even if it's true, we have to be very careful that we don't create an implied claim that could cause a medical outcome. Safe ways to share transformation is to focus on consistency, which we've heard a lot of today, mindset, general wellness, and results vary. All right, let's talk income and lifestyle claims. This is another one that can get really, really tricky. And a lot of people are like, well, we want to talk about the opportunity. You can talk about the opportunity. In fact, I have a cheat sheet for all of you. At the ends of each aisles, there's an infographic. If you guys want to take one and pass it along your row, it will give you some tricks and topics that you can talk about, and the ones that we're asking you to avoid. It will also give you disclaimer language that you can use when you're talking about the opportunity, because as you've seen this morning, you don't want to totally not talk about the opportunity. You can talk about the opportunity, but we want to make sure that we do it safely. So here you have what to avoid. Financial freedom, quit your job, 6 figures. Anyone can do this. This is easy. You'll be paid weekly. My team is exploding. Join now. Now, I know some of you guys are probably looking at that going, but they can be paid weekly. But does every brand partner, the first time they come in, get a weekly paycheck? Is that what the typical distributor would see? So those are the types of things we have to ask ourselves as compliance professionals. You guys, when you're done with this, you're going to be a compliance professional yourself. So you can share that there is an opportunity. You can't suggest income is guaranteed, typical, or easy. This is just something that, they look at that and they say, okay, is that false and misleading? Just so you know, that's what regulatory bodies are concerned about. The safest approach is to speak with integrity. Like, this is a commission-based business. The results may vary. It takes effort and consistency. I'm proud of my progress, and I've worked for it. There were a lot of very compliant claims that I heard earlier today, too, talking about the opportunity, so congratulations. I really, really appreciate how cautious the speakers were, and they did so well. Another thing that comes up, and a lot of people are like, oh, this is so hard, especially when it comes to lifestyle claims, which are income claims in disguise. So if you're posting something that's representing your business and it looks luxurious, and you're talking about the patches, you're talking about the company, or you're saying thank you to Lifewave, even if it's true, sometimes it can look like it's false and misleading, or it's enticing a consumer. You guys, these aren't just US regulations, by the way. This is pretty universal across the world, where regulators are concerned about false and misleading statements, enticing brand partners to come into the business and not getting that result. And they really worry about that. So best way to do a lifestyle is be authentic. Avoid exaggeration. Avoid pairing luxury with join my team type pressure. Again, the key word here is enticement. Avoid implying that it's typical. If it's not typical, if like 50 to 80% of your team isn't experiencing it, it probably isn't typical. So you want to be very, very, very careful there. Also, another thing that we're seeing, that we can see, is like on websites and sometimes even on Facebook pages and Instagram handles, we'll see someone say, just Lifewave, or senior director at Lifewave, or something like that. What that does is it implies that you're representing something from corporate. You guys are all independent business owners. And because you're independent business owners, this is your business. We're giving you the opportunity to have that business. I want you to represent that you are an independent brand partner on those pages. You can even put your rank and title under independent brand partner. I think sometimes we forget to put that on there. And then whatever you say, that people may be confused that it came from corporate and it didn't come straight from you, but it came from corporate. And that drives a lot of calls to customer service, to compliance. And so if you put independent independent brand partner on your handles in social media, on your Instagrams, then people understand, oh, this is their business. And what you're representing is coming from you and the business that you're building. All right, here's the comment section that we talked about. It can create a compliance issue. So your post may be compliant, but the comments cannot be. Like, you post something general, like, feeling amazing today. Is that compliant? Yes. Yes, that's totally compliant. And then someone drops in the comment, so does this help with arthritis, diabetes, anxiety, cancer? And if you respond, yes, DM me. What did you do? Yeah, you just supported a medical claim. So here's the safe script. I can't speak to medical conditions, but I can share general wellness information with you. Another important tip is, if you go in too and say like on all of those non-compliant claims, what does that do? Those who know social media, what does it do? It helps the algorithm, right? And it also helps the algorithm come to my monitoring service, who could definitely come to the regulatory monitoring service, and now we just got this big red flag. So be really careful there, because of the way that the algorithms are programmed. Be very careful that you're not unintentionally making a medical claim by liking all the medical claims. All right. This is another one that's been coming up a lot. Meredith is amazing. She is really trying to put guardrails and guidelines together on international activity. What we would like to do is make sure that you are focused on the countries that are on the drop-down. on the lifewave.com. If a country is not an authorized business location, we are asking you to kind of hold back on enrolling, recruiting, marketing until the company says, yes, I think we can offer a little bit of support behind this. The reason I'm asking you to do this is really to protect your own business. And if you start to build somewhere that you're really uncertain in, we can't guarantee you that that business can continue to exist for a long period of time. So I want you guys to be really conscientious about where you're going to build your business. International workarounds will create more work, and I'm just letting you know this. If someone goes in and they say, okay, I'm going to go into this country, it's not in the drop down, now I've got to figure out how to provide logistical support, and I also have to find out, can they pay commissions there? And then I also have to figure out what are they going to do if the country says you can't do business here? Your business can go away pretty quickly. And we really, again, my heart is to protect you, not to hurt your business. And the more information that I can provide to you and the more information the company can give to you to keep your businesses safe. If you have questions, we always say, send something to compliance@lifewave.com. We'll be more than happy to help and work through that with you. Okay, this slide is clean accounts, protect commissions. When I say clean accounts, let me tell you where you're going to get a little bit of a hiccup. If you sign up account and I've seen this in other companies, not so much here, but you put a credit card and you say, okay, I'm going to put my credit card number on this account. And then all of a sudden they're on an MSO and it just keeps going. Maybe you're just running so fast and furious you're not checking that. And then somebody calls me going, gosh, they've been charging my credit card for these recurring payments. So then again, there's more information that we have to now go, okay, what's going on here? And compliance has to call you. So, and say, what in the world is going on? So placing orders for other people, we do get calls, believe it or not. We get calls from people who say, hey, it looks like somebody's placing orders on my account, and I haven't placed an order for like 6 months. And so then it also causes contention. In another company, I had a woman come into my office in tears, literally in tears, and honestly, my heart just felt for her. But she had been placing orders on her neighbor's account, and her neighbor had just gotten a 1099 because of the amount of purchases she had placed on her account. And it destroyed a lifelong friendship. So again, this is coming from the compliance person who says, I love you all. Please don't do these things and don't hurt your relationships. And I know that your heart is not there. I hate to see people in tears because of, unintentional activities like that, or intentional. Here's some wrap-up questions really quick. I know I only have a few more seconds. So here's some questions just to ask yourself. Would I be comfortable saying this in front of a regulator? Am I implying a medical outcome? Am I implying guaranteed income or results? If the answer is even maybe, let's do a check. Let's do a check with, now the Now site has some checks for you with AI, and it can help with your compliant posts. There are other AI tools out there that you can say, I'm selling a general wellness product, and this is my story I want to say, but I want to say it compliantly. Some of those AI tools will spit out and they'll say, here's the things that you can say, here's the things that you shouldn't say, and do you want me to draft a compliant post for you? So I've tested it out, I've seen it, it does a pretty good job. Now, just so you know, compliance is here to empower you. We want you to be successful. We want you to protect your businesses. So our goal is to help you educate, lead, and share responsibly. Our compliance resources are designed to be easy, transparent, and accessible. We want all of you to feel like you are empowered from a compliance perspective. So what we've done just recently is on the lifewave.com, if you scroll down to the very bottom, there's a tab. This is for the US. US only right now. We are working for our international markets to get something like this as well. But you go to your hub for approved tools, guidance, and training. Right now, there's some really good educational resources on there that you will be able to click. You can train your team to them. You can link to them and send them to someone on your team, saying, hey, you know, if they call you and say, oh, I was contacted by compliance, and I have to remove this, or I have to take this down, and you say, oh, here's a good resource for you going forward. You can link to it now, right off of the website. Share these resources with your team. Use them to educate, support, and empower everyone to lead responsibly. Again, we are here to really help you and protect you, and that is our goal. We want to be a partner with you and be part of the fabric of the company. If you have questions, please reach out to compliance@lifewave.com. Again, we're here to serve you. That is our goal. So thank you so much. After lunch, hopefully nobody fell asleep. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Wasn't she amazing? See, it's like in Lifewave, we want to partnership with you, and that's one of the biggest accomplishment in Lifewave. We have a whole resource center that is going to help you when you have questions. You want to just revisit the compliance tips for you. Just go to the homepage and the Lifewave page. So we're going to move forward, and one of the most exciting ways to earn income in Lifewave is one of the new ways, and the 9 ways to earn income is the customer premium. How many of you are already talking to people and enrolling customers? Raise your hand. And it is just the beginning to introduce Lifewave to everyone. Some of them, they just want to try the product. They just want to see results. And like they always say, I want to see it works in me, and then I'm going to refer it to someone. And our next speaker, let me tell you, she has hundreds of customers. 100, more than probably, before we launched the new compensation plan, she already had hundreds of customers. Since we launched the new compensation plan, she has been earning 20% income week after week, just on her premium customers. And I asked her today, do you have an idea how many premium customers you have? And she says, not exactly, but I think over 300. And then my question was tell me more about this. How you are enrolling so many customers? Are you going online? Do you have a website? Are you an influencer? And her answer amazed me. She says, no, I ask for referrals. I ask people to refer me other people. That is pretty incredible. And then I was digging and asking her about her background, and this is even more fascinating. She is not only an executive director and a microbiologist. That is incredible, right? But she is building a community in Texas. And today, she's gonna share with all of you her best practices to acquire an incredible amount of customer premiums. Let's give a huge round of applause for Karri Garcia.
Love it. Hi. Good afternoon. I am Karri Garcia. We're going to be talking about the Preferred Customer Program, PC program. And the first question you might have is, well, how does the PC help me as a sponsor? How does it help my upline? Well, they do both benefit. Let's talk about it. First, you might be wondering, how does somebody who visits my website become a preferred customer? Well, they're going to drop all of their products into their shopping cart at full retail price. Okay, that's important. And when they go to check out, they are going to be presented with this. I love that Lifewave does the math for them. They're going to see right there when they check out how much are they going to save. Lifewave does the math. So this is a performance bundle dropped into that shopping cart at full retail price, and they're going to see, I'm going to save $100 today if I choose this. Who's not going to choose that? The next pop-up they're going to get is this one. They can choose the free version of Preferred Customer in the center. That does have some samples, but they're not monthly. If they choose the option in royal blue on the right, it's $25, and here's what they're going to get. Now, this image is in your back office under Resources in the PC document. Highly recommend having this printed. I highly recommend sending that document to your new enrollees. But it's a nice overview, right, of exactly what they're going to get. Let's go over it. Immediately on that first order, they're going to get 10 Eon. If they pay for that $25, that comes in that first order. It's not on the second order. It comes in that order. The very next MSO, monthly subscription order, they're going to get 10 glutathione, followed by 10 silent nights, followed by 10 X39s. Can you already see that this $25 has paid for itself and then some? We're only on month 4, guys. Followed by carnosine, 10 carnosine, followed by 10 SP6, followed by 10 X49s. Incredible. If it's available in their market, they're going to do 10 Alavitas next. And then it starts over. Now, in that last box, on the 12th month, their 12th MSO, they get to choose from one of the previously sampled patches. Can't be X39 or X49, but can be any of the others. Or what's new with this program, and I call this the new enhanced sample plan. Everybody wants to get on something new and improved, and this is. Now they get to choose, if Alavita is available in their market, they can choose from the 3 Alavita creams. Now, Revive Eye Cream might be just the thing, right? If you just finished processing 11 MSOs, maybe you have plenty of patches. That could be, right? Maybe they try that Alavita Revive Eye Cream and they loved it, and now you might have a client who's regularly ordering that. It's a great choice. So you've seen how many samples they're going to get. Another way that you can explain this program is to show them the math. Show them the monetary value. Yes, you can show them this, but show them the numbers. Depending how you do the math, if you're going to use the volume discount or not, for retail pricing, it's going to be about $380 US. If you're not using the volume discount, it's going to be $400 and something, okay? If you're using the wholesale pricing, it's going to be about $267 US. Can we all agree that that's a lot of patches for $25? Yeah. So, what are the benefits to the customer themselves? First of all, they're going to get wholesale pricing, right? They're going to get to try before they buy. This is big. Maybe they had not intended to order SP6 ever, but they got the sample and you explained how to use it on the left side of the body and they loved it. Maybe they had never intended to try Silent Nights, but they got that sample and it worked. Maybe they weren't even going to order X49, but they got the sample, tried it with their X39, and loved it together. So they're going to get to try before they buy. They're going to have a 90-day money-back guarantee. They're going to get a referral link, which we're going to discuss, so that they can get $100 or more credit into their account. They're going to get to choose what their final reward product is, which is full size. And because they're on a subscription, they're going to get an additional $10 off their preferred performance bundle if that's what they choose. Let's see what that looks like. So when they put a performance bundle into their monthly subscription order, MSO, it's going to show $179.95 US, okay? But after it processes, it's going to have parentheses $10 on their invoice. That's minus $10. So you need to be able to explain this. Even though they don't see $169.95 US anywhere, they are indeed getting it for that price. That's a great benefit of being on a subscription. They're also going to have a referral link that we're going to go through. Now, the way that this works, when they share their referral link with friends, family, neighbors, coworkers, church members, and those people order, they have the opportunity to get $100 a credit more. So if they had 3 people use their referral link and choose and buy something that's $100 or more, fun fact, X39 counts. It's 5 cents cheaper than 100, right? But it counts. Thank you, Lifewave. So when they have 3 people use their referral link, they're going to get $100 credit. Now, here's another fun fact. If they have 2 people order using their referral link, and they place their own MSO, that counts as the 3rd person. They're going to get $100 credit in their account. Now, in the past, they used to have to manually move that over. Lifewave has streamlined that. It's so simplified. It's instantly applied now. Thank you again, Lifewave. Let's see what it looks like in real time here. So this particular preferred customer referred 4 people with their referral link. Okay? Therefore, they got $100 credit in their account, right? Now, you see at the top there, they have $200 in there. At the very end of December, they referred 2 people who used that referral link. And she placed her own MSO. That counts as 3, right? So now she has $200 to buy her own patches. It's incredibly generous. So when a preferred customer logs into their account, they're presented front and center with their referral link. They don't need to go search for it. It's right there on the very first page. And they're even given this little button that says copy link to clipboard. They can simply drop that into a text, drop that into an email. And that's how they're going to share their referral link. Now, these people become your customer. You're getting the commission on these people. These are not customers of PCs. PCs don't have customers, okay? PC has a thank you, and that's the credit. All of these people that they refer are your clients now. They're talking to their friends, family, coworkers, next door neighbors. Do you see how broad your reach just got? Your PC is doing the marketing, connecting to people you don't know and probably would have never known. How powerful is that? Incredible. And if you have hundreds of PCs, your reach is very broad now. These are people you probably would have never connected to. So if your PC needs to alter what's in the shopping cart, they simply go to monthly subscription order. Again, this is the first thing they see when they log in. They can edit what's coming next month. If they're going out of town next week and need to move it by a week, easy to do. This is such a user-friendly program. I think it's infinitely easier than Amazon Subscribe and Save. I'm being honest with you. It is very user-friendly. If they want to see what sample is coming next, click on Sample Program. If they want to see if they have any accrued credit, they click on Share Program. So, what are the benefits now to the sponsor? We know the benefits to the customer. Well, for the sponsor, if they're brand new, maybe they haven't figured out binary balancing yet. Maybe they forgot to move their dot left or right. No problem with PC, right? PCs are not part of your left-right binary balancing. The sponsor's going to get that instant commission. That PC purchase is going to keep that sponsor's account active that month, even if they didn't buy their own patches. Why is that? because PC sales are personal volume. Same spot that your own patch purchases go. So PC sales give you PV, personal volume, which gives you what? Helps your QDV, qualifying downline volume. Yes, PCs help your QDV, help you rank up. Depending how many PCs they have, they may end up being eligible for those customer premiums. So we have this slick tracker in the back office. I absolutely love this thing. But we all know we've got PV on the left, personal volume, and then it'll show you your QDV. And this is going to vary by rank, so the numbers are going to be different for each rank. But I'm showing it to prove to you that your PC sales are contributing to your qualifying downline volume. Okay, you've got 3 upflow, right? You've got left, right, and you have your PCs. 3 upflows. And depending how many PCs you have, you could possibly fall into one of these buckets. Do not underestimate the power of getting to over 1,200 points. Do not underestimate the power of hitting that 20%. This is the most incredibly generous, powerful, I can't say enough about this customer premium. So now, what would be the benefit to the upline? Okay, we talked about the benefit to the customer and to the sponsor. Well, again, same thing. If your downline's PV is higher because they have preferred customers, that helped their QDV, which helps your QDV, right? That helps you rank up too. It may take some of the pressure off to remind them to order monthly. Of course we want them to be using their patches and ordering monthly. But if they forgot and they have PCs and you know they have a couple of PCs, that is keeping their account active. It's PV. Your downline might be more comfortable with that. Maybe they weren't able to order again the second month after buying their core. If they have a PC or two, only takes 1. Their account is active. So a happy downline who's earning quickly and who's doing well gives you the ability to earn more via the binary and level bonuses. That's good for you. So, what are some ways that we can incentivize a visitor to our website to choose the PC? One of the things that you can do is you can customize your Lifewave website. If you haven't done this, I would write a note right now to go do this today. It's going to take you 5 minutes. It's going to give every visitor a personal, professional experience. You do that in the back office under the profile. You can put your photo and a custom paragraph. In that custom paragraph, you could consider something like this. Choose Preferred Customer Plus to drop pricing to wholesale. And for $25, you're going to get 140 sample patches delivered over the course of a year when you order monthly. Do you see that we just educated a visitor to our website without even speaking to them? That's something they're going to consider now when they check out. Now, another thing once we have PCs is to engage those PCs. So we'll talk about a few ways to do that. So if you know what sample they just finished, and I'll show you how to find that, and you know what sample is coming, if you have time that week, you can proactively send them a little text that says, hey, I noticed you got the Silent Nights last month. How did you like that? Or you've got the SP6 patch coming up in your next MSO. Let's talk about how to use that on the left side of the body, what it does, etc. Samples make a great excuses to engage and connect and give you a reason to send a text. You can even say, hey, these are so great for vacation. Check out the size. So that's another thing that you can do. So how do we use the back office and roller team report in order to see what samples they just got and what's coming up? In your back office, organization and roller team report has so much slick ways to sort. So when you go into that report, you can sort by preferred customer, which you want to do to eliminate the BPs because you want to sort the preferred customers. Now, if you didn't know this, if you touch on the header, such as next MSO order date, it's going to sort in descending order, and you're going to see exactly who's processing that week. Very slick. So this is next to their name over on the right. And again, we're in the enroller team report. So you might look at that list if you have time, again, and you see, okay, Mary is processing on January 10th. You know, I really talk to her pretty regular. I probably don't need to reach out. But John is processing January 15th. I almost never connect to John. Let me shoot him a proactive text that says, hey, John, just a friendly reminder, you've got a subscription processing on January 15th. If you need to edit that shopping cart, you have until January 14th to do so. If you need a patch suggestion, let me know, etc. Again, this is a good way to engage with your customer, but what does it tell the customer? Oh, she's paying attention. She's seeing that I order. She knows when I'm about to order. She knows that I have something processing soon. That is very telling to your clientele that you appreciate them and that you're paying attention. So the image that I showed you earlier that was from the PC document in the resources of your back office, that was a nice overview that you could email. But I just know from experience that when you send that email over, it's not as personal and engaging as a video. So recently, I made an unscripted little video at my desk holding up different patch types and saying you'll get 10 SP6, 10 carnosine. I'm telling you, this has been so effective. I'm not a professional videographer. This was just a simple little video, and everybody I have showed it to thus far, I've not had one person turn down PC Plus. So one thing I did with this that you might consider, in my little video, I put no contact information at all because I wanted to use it to send to my downlines in case they are not comfortable yet with explaining the PC Plus program. They can simply shoot that little video and say, hey, here's a video that my business partner put together about the PC program that's a new and enhanced program that we have, which is true. Have a look and see what you think. So that's just something you can consider, but it's been very effective thus far. So if you're wondering, what's my business volume going to be for this purchase? What's my commission going to be for this PC purchase? Easy. You're just going to go into the education tab, that new education tab in your back office. You're going to click product pricing sheet. I highly recommend having that printed out and emailing that to your new downlines as well. But it's going to show you what your BV is and what your commission is for that item. So in closing, who's excited about 140 patches for $25? If you currently have a PC who's on the free version of PC, you might want to talk to them about this upgrade to $25 plan. If they want to do that, it's so simple. They log in, it says upgrade in the left menu. They pay their $25 just like that, and the next time they process an MSO, immediately they're going to get those 10 Eon patches. Now, here's the thing. When a PC Plus is getting that sample every single month, people love something free, they are very well retained and very incentivized to keep placing MSOs because, especially if they're on the 7th or 8th, they know how close they are getting to their free full-size product that they're going to get to pick and choose. So they are very incentivized towards the end of the year to keep going. So I hope this has been very helpful to explain to you what the actual benefits are to the PC themselves, to the sponsor, and also to the upline. Thank you for your time.
applause for Karri Garcia from the great state of Texas. All right, let's move on to our next presenters. You know, fun fact, they were actually high school sweethearts. They've been married now for almost 42 years. But funny enough, their marriage timeline is very similar to their timeline being here in the network marketing channel. They've been in 2 other companies, roughly about 20 years in each company. So, and they've only been at Lifewave for 20 months. So imagine, these guys are hardcore, they're committed, and they've been very successful previously. And they came over with all this wealth of knowledge. It's funny, I remember when they signed up initially, they joined Lifewave, and it's interesting because when they come, they came from all this experience and they needed help because they had a team they're building, and we were on the phone quite a bit to make sure they were getting everything the way it was supposed to be for their organization. And it's been amazing to see over the last 20 months, they've now grown an organization over 11,000 people on their team, and they're doing incredibly well. They're out from the Pacific Northwest, but fun fact, it was her birthday 2 days ago, so when she comes out, give her a happy birthday, okay? But it's my pleasure to bring on 2 incredible leaders. We've got all the way from the Pacific Northwest, we got David and Terri Miller, one-star presidentials.
Thank you so much. And first of all, I am excited because I'm sure I'm going to have more than I was going to have. So that's exciting. We wanted to, first of all, a lot of gratitude to be invited to speak here today. We wanted to share just a little bit about our story.
We got a lot of bit about our story. It goes back a long ways. We've been in the industry for probably 40 years now. The first part was kind of like, how you're in the military. We have one person in the military, but you're both in the military, and the family's in the military.
Wait, you didn't want to be part of Mary Kay?
I didn't really. It doesn't kind of fit my persona, and I love seeing her blossom in that and build and grow an organization. But it also led us to our future, which we fell in love with, and these types of businesses. We kind of left the last one and said, we're kind of going to move on from it. But then as I looked at the future and looking at it, we were just like, okay, we'll just kind of retire and we'll do a fun job and stuff. And I started looking at the market. It's like, you have to do this much and commit this much for this little? I'm spoiled. I'm ruined for a typical job moving forward. So we took our love and our passion, but we also found at the same time, God is good, and he put this right in our lap. And right after we left, and it was just like, it's like, no, we're not going to do it.
Yeah, I have so much gratitude.
No, we're not going to do it.
We were not going to do it. But we had journaled and prayed every day for the few months after we had left the other company, and about what was going to be in our future and what was not going to be in our future. And I have so much gratitude for our friend who called. I had some serious complications of long COVID. Like you heard, we've been married almost 42 years. Our roles had changed. He was my caregiver. Not fun. That's not what you want your best friend to be.
Not a fun season of our life.
No. And so when Casey called and gave us the information, just so much gratitude. I was like, price a cup of coffee a day? Let's go. Let's do it. Let's give it a whirl. And super happy that he signed us up as a brand partner, because we were not going to do the business at all. And but so much fun to be able to do that.
Yeah, we took a trip to Europe, and I discovered how great those patches were working on a bike trip. I was doing the Ventoux and had an amazing trip, even though I didn't have time to train. Then we went to Iceland, and we were in the spas, and people were just flocking to us. What are those patches? What are those patches? It's like, this is going to be the easiest thing we've ever done in our life. So we just kind of jumped in and started building. And one of the things is we got to take all our experience from our previous businesses and the knowledge we developed from those and the personal development and all the things that went in, and we just had to apply it to it. And this has been the easiest.
Oh, the easiest. And one of the things.
And we're not supposed to say it's easy. We're giving it a comparative reality to what we did previously.
And because we did have a lot of experience from this industry, we really reached out to our support team, corporate compliance, and had some very serious conversations. And it just kept checking off the list. So, and in 20 months, what we saw at the beginning is exactly what it is. So we just have so much excitement. You know, for mine and David's why, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, and that we've talked about that today already, but our obligation, our desire is to assist families, my desire personally, is to assist families to create enough income so they can be fully engaged. That is where my heart's passion is. And direct selling and having an in-home based business and being an entrepreneur gives that freedom. You can work where you want, when you want, decide what amount of income. It was when we were in Europe, realizing how much we love to travel. 83 plus countries, we're in.
Yeah, one of the things about this business is basically you may have a passion that you want to fulfill in your life. And Lifewave can be the passion, or it can actualize those passions that you have, those things you want to accomplish in your life. Maybe you have a strong desire to help animals, and you want to open up some kind of charity or something for that. This can actually help you actualize it. So it's maybe not be your why, and I think that if you look at patterns, and that's one of the things we developed over the years, we see things, we see patterns, we see things developing ahead of time so we can plan and do actions accordingly. And so one of the things we do is we just help get into people's whys, because I think we've hit that point several times a day. A couple times. Anybody's noticing a pattern with get involved with the why? But you want to get you can say, this is what I want, but you have to dig deeper. You should be able to get to somebody's why where it gets a visceral response from them, where they just basically, they kind of start welling up. If I had this, it would be awesome. You know, you've hit the why. Now we just have to go to work and actualize it. And this is one of the things that we're going to share here. And I'm going to prepare you guys to take some photos of the slides, because it's going to be like a checklist of how to be successful at this business. And it's been covered, a lot of it's been covered already, but we want to put in a systematic system that guys can just say, look, I'm doing this, I'm not doing this. Maybe I should add that.
And that was absolutely one of the checklists that is how simple this business is. Yes, you need to jump in, make your list, actually reach out to the people on your list, assess your what's going on, see where you need to improve, get better. But the system was already there and in place, and that's why one of the additional reasons we jumped in. But you know, also about your why is what makes you happy, and what makes you smile, and what makes you cry. And that is, so when you're working on that, for me it was Columbine. When that was many years ago, I had to pull over the side of the road. Oh my God. Every single time I say this.
Every single time.
Because that family needed to work extra hours to be able to supply their life, and that's why their son, they didn't know what was going on with their son. And that is when I got beyond clear from my passion. And the direct selling world does it. So I really hope and pray that you guys get really clear on your passion. But also the other thing is, when you're working with your team, find out what theirs is. Whether it supports whether it's what's going on with you or your desire, it doesn't matter, it's theirs. So we want to kind of just go through and give you just maybe some pro tips of what we've learned in the last 40 years. Would you guys like that? Yeah. Okay, so the first thing that, the number one thing that we'd love to say is, whatever you're doing in your business, make sure that it's duplicatable. Every step along the way.
Well, they say everything duplicates, good, bad, and the ugly.
The good, the bad, the ugly.
You want to focus in on the good stuff.
Yeah, and you want to, so for example, when someone starts asking me scientific information, I send them some more information. I don't answer any of those questions, because if somebody doesn't have the confidence to do that, they maybe won't look at it as a business. Oh gosh, if she has to answer all that, then, and I could never do that, then I'm not going to do the business. Okay, so one of the, we basically, the first year we were in this business, we created a copy and paste business. That was what we did. We absolutely used the tools that had already been created for us. So just the different things of, you know, your initial reach out, make it easy, make it simple, you know, those types of things. And your conversation after they've done some of their homework. and then how you launch them. Just remember that everything you do duplicates. And that's probably why we've got to 11,000 brand partners on our team, because it's just completely duplicatable. And the little things like this, like what I was saying, is the people on your list, when you reach out to them, just make the call simple, make it real, make it authentic. And that would be the other thing, is the more you can be relatable and authentic, people will be really more attracted to you. And I'm super glad that I'll go normal. Are we normal?
Abby normal.
Yeah, Abby normal. But that I think that's why we've been able to create such a big business, because we're not super advanced or super techie or anything like that, and people are comfortable, around that. So just the different tools that we've used, the videos, the website, the live presentations. The business we came from before was a coaching model. We only brought over maybe 10% of that, but we do use a patch convo tracker to take copious notes. So we're really listening to what they're saying, because ultimately you want to be talking to so many people, and if you don't take copious notes, you're not going to remember what they say. I mean, I think we've launched like 200 brand partners personally, and so that's really vital.
Yeah, we kind of fall under the Zig Ziglar rule. If you know the quote is, you help enough people get what they want, you'll get what you want just by a result. And so we really want to focus on people's success in this business. And it really is, I mean, we truly come from that place. It's like, we want you to be successful. What can we do to help you? Are you willing? But we have to also counter that and balance that with, we will match our time with your efforts. We're not going to chase after you. But when you raise your hand, we're going to be there. We're going to help you get what you want when you're ready and when you're willing to make those jumps. And sometimes it's like a 90-day spurt, and then they're settling into wherever they grew to, and then so on and so forth. But we meet them where they're at, and we help, and we really focus on their success. And we know if we do that, we're going to be successful in this business.
It has, and it's already been covered today. But one of the things that I've learned it in our previous years is listen to what people do, not what they say. We've got 24 hours in a day. Run with the runners and hold space for other people. This is a share call, I'm not gonna go through it much, but one of the things I wanna say is, when I do a share call after I've had somebody do a little bit of homework, because there's so many easy ways to do homework. So I want them to have done a little bit of homework before I get on a call to share it with, but I keep the cadence of it exactly the same, because every step along the way is a training. And if I go in a 45-minute call, and their life is really busy, why would they join as a brand partner? Because they wouldn't think they would have time for it. So, the other thing is just, the steps along the way is, help them decide what bundle they want. Again, keep track of the different things, because the goal, again, is for you to be starting so many, and I say this kind of as a joke, but start so many that you can't keep track of them. That is, let's get this out. But the one thing that I don't think I started doing until 3 or 4 months in, and Karri Robertson trained this to me. She probably said it many times, but I didn't hear it until then. That's one thing we'd like you guys to think about. What has already been trained on that you haven't heard yet, but maybe you heard today? Yeah, is after they decide how they're going to get this technology on their body, ask them who came to your heart and mind that was that you want to share this with, and write down their names, and even ask a little bit about them, and you'll catch on in just a minute how you're what that goes on. Whoops. So just again, the steps, we've got it all, is again duplicatable. So after we set up their account, we send them their information. I send them a video so that they can share it with those people that they love. And then one of the other things I like to do is send that really great video that David Schmidt did on a monthly, which is how to understand X39 and Eon. And that's kind of like little homework that they do while their patch is arriving. I think we started 9 people before our patches arrived, because we started doing our homework because we just really, once you really do your homework, you understand the technology. And Then one of the other main things that has really made a difference in what we do is when their patches arrive, we do a patch placement conversation. And this right there entices them even a little bit more. Even though we've maybe done all the explanation of where the patches will go, how much to wear them, by the time they place their order and they arrive, a lot has gone on in their life. And they don't really know where to place it, how to place it, how many hours to place it, do I wear it for 24 hours, that. So that conversation is important. But my favorite part and the most successful part of that phone call is, again, to talk to them about who's on their heart and mind, that they also want to share the technology, and that's what launches them. So that's probably one of the greatest things.
Yeah, they've already started making their list.
Yeah, and even if somebody thinks that they're just probably going to be maybe a wholesale user, they don't think they're going to share, even though they maybe don't want to share, build a business, once they have the changes in their body, they're not going to want to keep it to themselves. I often say, if you want to be completely selfish and not tell anybody, that's okay. But joking, of course. But there's people they love, and what we've started to do is just kind of entice them to be open and understand what's available a little bit more. And here's some steps that I'm going to talk to you about that shows this. But I want to add one thing. I had long COVID so bad that my brain fog was horrendous. If I would have heard really a lot about the business that first month, I wouldn't have understood it. So I started to really take that type of things into consideration. We've been quite surprised that we've had several people who have come in, and then 5 or 6 months into it, they're like, okay, I'm open. Let's see what's going on with this. So but little ways to entice them, hand feed presentations to them, so that they know, they get it from you. Check in on day 1, 2, or 3. All patched up? That's hard coaching, though. All patched up?
Yeah, friendly competition is always good, and then leave nothing to chance. Basically what she's saying is that, if you want to have people in your organization and you have this group of people that have bought into at least using the patches, why not take it a step further? Why don't you give them a little bit more and a little bit more, so when they are ready, because life is fluid, right? And the one constant in life is change. Maybe something's changed in their life, and you hit them right at the right point. If they have that information, if they have that little nudge, that could be the decision they had, and they could be your next new presidential.
Exactly. So just again, take a couple screenshots of these, is we just want to make sure that when you're launching a brand partner, don't leave anything to chance. Double check, go through the steps. But again, if everything you've done is duplicatable, you're going to be able to go into our text thread. There's the video that I sent you. You can send that to your mom. Do you remember, that first phone call that I made to you? I hadn't spoke to you in probably 2 years, but you were very happy to hear from me. Do you know how I did that couple-minute phone call? And then I sent you a video. That's what we're going to do with your list. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, everything you do is duplicatable, and it actually saves a lot of time for you too. Right. So what we have seen, and I'm sure you have seen this too, and we've talked about this already a little bit, is there are kind of 3 levels of brand partners. Ones who just come in to be wholesale brand partners, but what we have found even at that is they'll share with a person or two. And then they'll share with a person or two. And Meredith spoke about taprooting. And that's where you taproot into that. Like, what if somebody who was not going to build their business, talk to their brother, and their brother wants to blow it up? So that is great. But that's how we got to 11,000. And they told 2 friends, and they told 2 friends, and they told 2 friends. So, but also we have brand partners who want to say they want to build, but they're not doing it yet. That's where you get to do things that entice them and make it simple and going for them. But again, remember to listen to what people do, not what they say.
And what that also does is it creates a push-pull. So if somebody that they brought in or shared the patches with is starting to get interested in the business, starts building the business, what's happening underneath them? Their business is growing, and now they have more of an incentive to jump in. And some people just need a different jumping off point before they make their full decision. And these types of things help. So basically, we did this in previous businesses that were similar, but the thing is that people were building to a certain level, but we went and worked with people down below, and they started building big businesses, and then everybody in that line of business, and we're talking 11 levels down, every one of them started building their businesses and growing bigger businesses. So and that's all in your business. So it's really a good incentive to really tap root into
and that's
your
it,
organization.
so they can grab, a binary spot. I mean, I think we've maybe start 2 PCs and to be able to use a push-pull and do all that. And then, of course, you're going to the goal is ultimately to have tons of amazing brand partners who want to blow it up. And, just take a screenshot of this, and we only have about a minute left. But when you do 3-way calls, this is the one thing I want to say, is when I do a 3-way call, sure, I want to assist maybe their mom get started or their best friend. That's not my desired outcome on the call. My desired outcome is to transfer the skill. That is because if they've done their homework, they're going to get on the technology. But my goal is to transfer the skill. And you do just kind of process through it. But the main thing with duplication is you do it for them, do it with them, watch them do it, and then watch them teach it, and just double checking those things along the way. And just-in-time training, don't overwhelm your team. Just, give a little bit of what they want. And then like David talked about, their why. But the last pro tips we want to give, and we're going to just be a couple seconds over, is, again, run with the runners, walk with the walkers, so they feel safe and they feel confident with you, and hold space.
They feel valued.
They feel valued. And hold space, because let me tell you, a lot of people we've held space for are the ones that are blowing it up. And again, everything duplicatable, just-in-time training, and leave nothing to chance. Double check. The back office reports, Meredith, dang, you guys got them going on. So you can check everything. So thank you for letting us share, and thank you, Lifewave. Yeah.
Are you ready for the next segment? And it's about leadership development and duplication. Our next speaker is a proud American who was serving in the U.S. Air Force. After retiring for serving his country, he developed different businesses, from finances to real estate to empowering people. That's what he lives for, and that's what makes him very proud. Alongside his life partner and beautiful wife, he has been leading the way in Lifewave, developing the Hispanic market in U.S., Mexico, and other countries, and has been recognized for the beautiful development of leadership and helping others. And today, he's gonna share his expertise with us and how he helped others to achieve the maximal potential and lead with the heart, and of course, to always, always lead what is in your heart and give it to others. So to give a big round of applause to Jade Adkins.
You know, this is, I always come out to this song because it is a theme song for everyone in this room. So I want you guys to stand up with me for a minute. And everyone at home, if you're sitting on the couch, sit in your office chair, wherever you are, stand up just for a second. Let's change the energy. And I want you to say these 5 words to yourself. All I do is win. All I do is win. And I want you to get in the habit to say that to yourself every single day you wake up. The first time I heard this song, I was like, man, he is cocky. How could you say that? And then the more I listened to it, I said, you know what? He's confident. And this is the thing, you guys. There's gonna be a lot of no's. There's gonna be more bad days than good days. But when you say all I do is win, all of those losses, all of those failures are wins, because it's an indicator of what you need to change or what you need to do different. So I want you to chant that every morning when you wake up. When you don't feel like doing something, I want you to say to yourself, all I do is win. All right? So all I do is win. There you go. I want you to see, there you go. Come on. Nice. Well, listen, I am honored to be up here with you guys today and talk about a system. You know, we've heard everything from Meredith to all the speakers talking about a system. And I know a lot of people in here follow different systems, and that's cool. I'm just hope you follow a system. A system is everything in your business, you guys. It doesn't matter if you're in direct sales. It doesn't matter if you're in insurance sales, you're in real estate sales. It doesn't matter what you are selling. You need a system. And I would like to change direct sales to direct sharing. Because I don't sell anything. I just share the opportunity and I share the device. The other thing I want to change is I ran this through compliance last night. I was fortunate enough to sit next to her. And I want to change patch to device. Because device says something. Patch says something different. And when I say device to people, they're like, oh, device. Let's hear about this device. Okay, so I want to start with that. So listen, my system that I have, the number one thing that's broken in direct sales from my 8 years in it is you bring someone in your first generation, then you bring someone in your second generation, and they might get the system. Then you bring someone in the third generation, they might get it, and they probably didn't. And then the fourth, the fifth, the sixth generation know nothing about a system, right? That's what happens in our business. Well, we have an amazing comp plan. And our amazing comp plan can pay 6 generations down in your organization compressed. Meaning if 3 and 4 is not doing anything, you're gonna have people that roll up. So that means we gotta run our business differently. Meredith and I had an hour and a half conversation. Can't believe she set that much time aside for me. And I was talking about comp. And I said, Meredith, comp's broken. She said, nope, comp's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Nothing's broken. And I said, but Meredith, it's broken. No, it's not broken, Jay. It's not broken. You just need to understand the cheese has been moved. And you need to run a different business. And your people need to run a different business. And that's what I want to teach you today. Because we need to run a different business than we've ever ran before. So the system that I have is an onboarding system. It's a 20-day launch system. Literally, people can come into the business. I don't care how busy you are. You can spend 10 minutes a day. It's clickable links that they can click through. By the end of 20 days, they are fully efficient and sufficient in this business without me. That's duplication. They know everything that they need to know about it. Whatever system you're following, get on that system and figure out how to follow it. But more importantly, figure out this. How do I get every single person that's coming into my organization on the system? And that's communication. All right? So you need a system that works to get people to a 3-star manager and beyond. If you don't have a system, it's not happening, and you're not gonna maximize the comp plan that is working if you build your business around the comp plan. The company gave us rules. What do you do when you get a board game? You read the rules. What's the second thing you do? Strategize how to beat your family. We need to strategize how to maximize David's checkbook to pay us the most money, right? So my promise to you today is this. If you could do what I'm about to teach you and help others learn how to do the same thing, you will not recognize your life a year from now. Who this year when Christmas came said this? Man, it feels like Christmas was just here last year. Well, guess what? You're gonna say that this year. And if you do this, what I'm gonna teach you today, this year, I promise this Christmas, it will be the best Christmas you've ever had. But you gotta execute. You have to execute. You have to leave here and execute every single day. Consistency is the key. So this is what I'm teaching my team. It's called the 2-10-1 method. I built this not for the network marketers that are monsters in this business. So if that's you, this doesn't work. This is for the masses, you guys. Understand the masses. If they make $300 or $500 a month, they are ecstatic. And that's what's gonna build our business. We're gonna find him in a Duques every once in a while. We're not gonna find them every day. So this is for them. This is something that every single person can do. That is, talk to 2 people every single day, 5 days a week. You could take 2 days off. If you do that, you're going to get 1 brand partner and 2 customers a week to sign up. That's 52 people in your organization. That's 26 left, that's 26 right, that's a balanced organization. That's the first year, okay? Now let's do some math. I love math. So if you have 52 people that sign up in your organization, and let's just say they don't talk to 2 people a day. Let's say they talk to 1 person a day. Takes them 10 minutes. 52 people that get 26 people to join their business in the first year. That's 1,352 brand partners coming into your organization the first year, okay? Year 1 volume, 1,352 times 140 volume, that's almost $200,000 a month in volume coming into your organization. That's about $2.27 million a year business that you're generating. That's a 2-star executive in your first year. I'm not making any promises. I'm saying if you execute, okay? Let's do the math. Let's take it 1 more year. You got 1,352 brand partners in your business. You help them get 26, not 52. They get half of what you got, okay? That's 35,152 brand partners in your business. Year 2 volume is $5 million a month. That's a $60 million business a year. Do you think that we could take Lifewave to a $2, $3, $4 billion company if everyone got on the board with this and just did 1 brand partner a week? A week. We could do that, you guys. That's a 3-star presidential. Now, what's the hardest part of this business? We had some people up here talking about conversations, how to get in conversations. Meredith talked about the conversation. The hardest part is actually getting the conversation. Now, conversation is this. It's a conversation between you and me. It's not a DM. It's not a WhatsApp. It's not an Instagram message. It's not a Facebook message. It's a conversation that you're having with another human being. But most people don't know how to get into the conversation. And what I want to teach you today is how I get in a conversation with every single person that I come in contact with. It's very, very simple. Now, there is a replay of this. So don't freak out. You can go back, you can break it down, you can pause it, listen to it. Just listen to what I'm saying. Don't write, because you're going to miss, okay? So I leave people with themselves. My grandfather taught me this when I was 14 years old. I was an entrepreneur at 14 years old, mowing grass, shoveling sidewalks, washing cars, doing everything I could do because my dad always told me we don't have enough money for that. So I was gonna figure it out. I wasn't wearing Rustler jeans. I wasn't getting Kmart jeans. I wasn't getting 4-stripe Adidas. Those were called Bobos when I grew up. I wanted Jordashes. For the young people that are watching, those were cool. They don't exist anymore, but they were cool back then. So I had to figure it out. My grandfather said, you want a lot of business? You want people to like, trust, and most importantly, listen to you? Then you need to leave them with themselves. And I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. He said, it's simple. You know everything about them and they know nothing about you. And you do that by asking questions. And if you ask the right questions, they'll walk away and be like, man, I really like that guy. And then someone will ask them, well, what do you like about him? I don't know, he's just really nice. Because nobody leaves anybody with themselves. They always leave themselves with the other person. And if you do this, you guys, you will get into conversations that will lead you to the business that you want. So, this is how I lead people with themselves. No matter who I meet, I talk about hobbies, I talk about vacations, I talk about kids, and I talk about their identity. And their identity is what they do for a living. Most people don't get the chance to talk about what they do for a living. But I get down into what they do for a living. So when I call them up or I'm talking to them, I'm like, hey, where are you going on vacation this year? People love to talk about vacation. They like to talk about things that they look forward to. What are you doing these days? What's your hobbies? You playing basketball still, volleyball, paddle, pickleball? What are you doing? How's your kids? How old are they again? Oh my God. They're huge. Send me a picture. And then I'll say, hey, are you still doing this? Or what do you do for a living? Oh, I've been an air traffic controller for 15 years. Wow. You must really love that job. Tell me what you love about it. And then they start telling me what they love about it. But you know what most people tell me? They hate their job. They don't love anything about it, right? That's the truth. And so I just gather this information in the back of my head because now I'm gathering information, and information is power. Because now I can take the conversation and shape it around them versus shaping it around everything. And then I say, well, you know what? Tell me one thing that you would change about what you do for a living. Oh man, you got all day? No, just give me one thing. And then what's the next question that everyone asks me, do you think? What? What do you do? Yep. And that's when I have my 30-second commercial ready. And I'm going to share my 30-second commercial with you. Now, this is in-person conversations. I'm going to say this. This is not online. This is not on Zoom. I don't share this on Zoom where people can reshare this, okay? So what I say to people is I'm in the stem cell business. And they're like, you are? Now, if I'm online, I'm in the wellness business, okay? But if I'm having a one-on-one conversation and they're like, what does that look like? Listen, let me tell you this. This device has changed, listen to this is very important. This device has changed my life more than anything has ever changed my life before. This is called a hook, all right? I'm getting them to lean in to the conversation. They're like, what do you mean? Man, I have more energy than I've ever had in my entire life, even when I was 25 years old. I've been playing sports my entire life. You see me limp around all the time. I have no discomfort in my body. My sleep, I track it with the Whoop. It's improved more than I could have ever dreamed of. And I have mental clarity like I've never had before. And oh, by the way, I used to wake up and go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. I don't have to do that anymore. Now, my oh, by the way, I just want to share this real quick with you. My oh, by the way is my testimonial. You got to be careful sharing your testimonial because your testimonial is a minority testimonial typically. The 4 that I just gave you are what they're dealing with. Someone's dealing with sleep. Someone's dealing with have no energy. Someone's dealing with discomfort in their body. Everyone has that. And so I want them to capitalize on that. And they're like, you know what? How do I get that? Oh my God. That's the easiest part. You can get it one of 4 ways. You can buy it retail for $149 a month, but nobody really does that because that's $5 a day when you can get it for $3 a day at wholesale for $99 a month with an auto ship. I can also show you how you can get it for free. You can get a credit to buy yours every single month by just referring in 3 customers. Or you could do what I did. I'm an affiliate with the company, and I just share it, and they compensate me for it. It's pretty cool. Which one sounds most appealing to you? So when you give people multiple choice, there was not a yes or no multiple choice in there. There's one of 4 ways that you can get this. You always want to give people multiple choice. Meet people where they are, not where you want them to be. Now, let me give you a little compliance tidbit. The FTC doesn't like all brand partners in their business. They like customers and brand partners. So I want to meet people where they are because if you just want to be a customer, try it. I want you in my orbit. Because once you're in my orbit, now I can talk to you on a regular basis. I can follow up with you in 60 days. How's it going? Oh my God, this thing is amazing. Well, you should share it with other people and get yours free. Oh, I've already shared it with 6 people. You know, what are you doing? The company will compensate you. You got to become a brand partner of the business. If you're sharing it with that many people, get compensated. Now, who to talk to? And I got to go fast. Who to talk to? This is a list of people that are on here. You guys can see the list. I'm not going to go through it. Garrett did a great job today asking some really good questions about people that are entrepreneurs and stimulating our mind about who we could talk to, right? This is a list. Now, this is what I'm going to show you because that list, I wrote down like 12 names, and I was feverishly writing, and I was like thinking and writing, and this game that I'm gonna teach you right now is gonna change your life. It's called the slot machine game. I want you guys to pull your phones up, and I want you to go to your contacts. Okay? Go to the top of your contacts. And then I just want you to go like this, and just scroll through your contacts, and then just stop. David Hancock. I haven't talked to that guy in 25 years. He was an Allstate agent when I first started. I was in training with him. I just stopped randomly. I just remember this guy. And this is what I will do. I will call David Hancock tomorrow. And I will say, I will call David Hancock, but because no, I'm not gonna do it right now. I got 3 minutes, but I will in front of anybody if you guys want me to. This is what I will do, okay? People are afraid to have a chicken list. They're afraid to get in conversation with people, okay? This is what I do. I call David Hancock, but I call him David Thomas. I call him, hey, David Thomas, what's going on, man? What have you been up to? He's like, this is David Hancock. David Hancock. Oh my God, David, we haven't talked in 20 years. What are you up to? What have you been up to? You got kids? Where are you working these days? Oh, I'm working in Clear at the airport. Oh wow, how long have you been there? Oh, I've been there for 10 years. Man, you must really love it. What do you love about it? What would you change about it? He's like, dude, what are you up to? Oh, bro, I'm in the stem cell business. Huh? Oh, dude, this thing has changed my life more than anything. You understand what I'm saying, you guys? You can get into a conversation. This is a system. You don't have to think, who should I call today? Man, I need to call 2 people today. Who am I gonna call? Just pull up your phone and scroll through it, stop, and whoever you land on, call them up and do that script. All right? So executing 2-10-1. My wife has been in this industry longer than me. And we had an amazing event this weekend in Destin, Florida. Literally transformational event that I am just so proud that we were able to impact these lives that we did. We taught this weekend. And people just walked away so inspired. My wife walked away. We left Destin on Monday to go have breakfast. We had a waitress that was absolutely amazing. We didn't even talk about this, guys. It's crazy. I was thinking about this on the way up here, babe. She had an amazing energy, amazing smile. She took care of us so great. I went to go to the bathroom, and my wife said she passed a note because the lady was busy, the restaurant was crazy. She passed this note. Said, you are meant for something bigger. If you ever open to exploring a business opportunity or simply having a conversation, I'd love to connect. You have something very special in you. Don't ever doubt that. And I didn't put my wife's phone number on here because she didn't want everyone to have her phone number. So anyways, she put her phone number on there. This is what happened an hour and a half later. Hi, Jimena, this is Eric Alvarez, your server from the Donut Hole. It wasn't a donut place, so we don't go to donut places. It was actually a breakfast place called the Donut Hole. I wanted to thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate your encouragement and seeing potential in me. This is my number, and just let me know when you would like to talk. I'm always here for a conversation. Hi, Erica, thank you so much for your sweet message. I meant every word. There's something very special about you. I would love to contact. You guys can read that. Yes, I'm off Thursday. Anyways, we signed her up on Thursday, okay? With a note. But what was the thing? I would love to have a conversation with you because nothing happens without a conversation. So listen, I know you're sitting there thinking, because I have 34 seconds, let me get through this very fast. 1 out of 10 will be yes, but most people will focus on the no's. Most people will say this doesn't work. There's so many people telling me no. Like I can't get anybody to say yes. But if you have 1 win a week, it's a massive win. You can build a business off of 9 no's and 1 yes. I promise you, 1 yes a week will make your business thrive. So don't miss out on the future potential. No doesn't mean no. It means not right now. It means bad timing. It means my kid's sick. I'm going through a divorce. I'm having problems at work. All that doesn't mean anything. There's a 30-30-40 rule, you guys. 30% of everyone you're going to talk to, 50% of that 30% is going to say yes in the first time that you talk to them. The other 50% is going to wait 1, 2, 3 weeks. The other 30%, so 30%, the 30% maybe, they're just wait and seers. Let me see how this thing works out. Let me see if this is going to work with them. Maybe this is just another fad. So they're going to wait. They're the 6 to 8 contacts it's going to take for you to follow up with them. 40% of people, they don't ever do anything. You don't want them on your team anyways, okay? They're never doing nothing. Ever, 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 ever. They don't do anything new. They always miss every trend, and that's just the numbers, okay? The magic is in follow-up. How do I keep track? Sorry, guys. I'm gonna do this really fast. How do I keep track? Okay, we all have a cell phone, right? We have an app with Lifewave. We also have a calendar that's also on our phone. This is what I do. When I meet with someone and they tell me no, I'm gonna follow up with them in 60 days. How I do it is, Siri, put on my calendar on February 15th to follow up with Lola about the patch. And could you just put on there the reminder that her kid was sick and that they're going to Disney in March with their children, and that's it. Just put that on my calendar for that date. Siri, all I did, I got off the phone and just put it on my calendar, okay? I don't have to write, I don't have to do anything. You create a thinkless operation when you do this, so that on February 18th, you look at that like, oh yeah, I talked to her. When you call her, how do you bring it up again? You don't. You don't bring it up again. You talk about the personal things that you talked about. And then she's going to bring it up and be like, hey, how's that business you talked to me about? And that's when you got to say, oh my God, I don't even remember what I told you. But whatever I told you, it's 100 million times better than what I told you. Like, it's blowing up, it's crazy, it's massive. Like, there's so many people having transformations in this business. Like, you got to get in this. Like, I forgot that I even talked to you about that. Because if you follow up with the device, if you follow up with the business, they're never taking another phone call from you again, because they're going to take your soul. So this is it, you guys. Remember this. You're not bothering people, you are blessing them. Nobody knows what you're supposed to say. Don't try to practice what I taught you and be like, when I get that down, I'm going to start. No, you start today, because nobody knows what you're supposed to say. And the only way to get good at anything is to be bad first. Anybody in here ever been skiing for the first time? Yeah, anybody remember this? Going down the hill? You were really bad. But if you stuck with it, you got good at skiing. If you do this for a week, you will gain clarity. If you do this for a month, you will gain confidence. And if you do this for a year, you will have a different life. The question is, will you have 2 conversations every single day? I would like to thank David Schmidt for creating this opportunity for us, and Meredith for running this massive organization and always being positive. And thank you guys so much for inviting me to be up here to do this. Damn. Listen, this is, I'm living my best life, because if I can inspire people and everyone out there to do something different with their life and create success, then I'm living my dream, and you guys are helping me do that. So thank you guys so much for inviting me to be here. I'm humbled, I'm honored, and I'm so appreciative of this opportunity. And baby, thank you for being such an amazing woman.
All right, now we have an incredible opportunity to be able to do some more recognition. How many of you love to do recognition with your team? That makes me think you don't like to do recognition with your team. How many of you love to celebrate your team and all their successes? Yes. It is so important. Now let's how many of you love the new recognition program? Okay, so you don't like that either. We are so excited about it, because it gives us an opportunity for you and some of the incentives to come visit us, and this next few ranks are actually in that category. And then also we get a chance to come see you, and I think that's also something we are very excited to be able to do. So we are going to be recognizing our executive ranks. So if we could have all of our executive ranks, 1, 2, and 3-star executives are lining up over here. We'll start doing that. And as we do, as you guys are lining up, I'm going to invite out our sales leadership team.
up.
Okay, let's bring up our one-star executives. Okay, now as one-star executives, they actually qualify for our first breakthrough bonus. How much is that? $5,000. Now our next rank is our two-star executives, and what do they get when they become a two-star executive? A trip to where? To Utah, to our corporate headquarters. Please help me welcome to the stage our two-star executives. All right. Now we have a chance to recognize our three-star executives. And as a three-star executive, we have the opportunity to come to your hometown. If you're familiar with The Bachelor, we're gonna have hometowns. Which is, no, I'm just kidding. It's not like that at all. But we're gonna have an opportunity to be able to come to you and celebrate with you and some of your closest team members. So please help us welcome to the stage our three-star executives. All right, another big round of applause for our executives. And now we're going to turn the time over to Shirley.
That excitement. Let's do it again. Are you having fun? And you at home, we are celebrating you. We want to see your pictures. So share with us. And now, let me introduce you and welcome to a leader who has been built in discipline, resilience, and integrity. She was raised by a single mother, who model her grit and responsibility. She brings joy and excitement wherever she goes. And she's building an incredible international team. And today, she's gonna share with us how to develop one-star directors that are going to change and transform the world. So let me introduce you to our incredible Brooke Robinson.
All right, so excited to talk to you all. Thank you, Lifewave, for asking me to speak. I will try to be compliant. I'm kidding, I will. All right, guys, before I dive in with you, I just want to get your mindset a little correct here. This is not about hype. If you've actually heard me speak, you know, I'm not really a hype girl. I'm more of a straight shooter. So this isn't about who's excited or who likes the idea of the business. It's more today about making a decision, because there's a very clear, distinct difference before one-star director and after, right? Before, you're participating. After one-star director, you're really leading it, right? So today's about going from being a participant to being a leader. So, and some of you are very capable, right? But you're still operating this business like a participant in a business that rewards leaders, in a business that rewards you so much more as a professional. So I'm so excited they got some of my little icons on there. I'm very aggressive with like fun icons, so just enjoy my emojis. So I want you guys today to choose your belief statement, and I have a few on there. For me, it was from participating to I run this. Right, like decide what you're doing after today. Or let's say you are a one-star director, but maybe you haven't really been owning your business like a one-star director. Maybe you're even a one-star presidential and you've kind of taken a back seat because you're like, things are good. Today's a different day. Today you're making a decision, you're moving forward. So maybe it's from participating to I run this. Maybe it's from following the system to leading it. Maybe it's from learning the business to running the business, whatever it may be. Choose what you're walking out of here with, right? Because it's about deciding and taking forward action. So there's two phases here that I want to talk about. Learning and momentum phase, right? That first like 90 days that we talk about, like those exciting few runs that we have, right? We talk about sprinting and taking those big sprints. And in the beginning, you're super excited, you're running, right? That's your learning and momentum phase. So you're learning the system, you're observing leadership, right? You're building confidence, you're practicing conversations, right? You're practicing getting told no and finding out what works for you. And then you shift into one-star director, and this is where leadership and leverage comes in, right? You're starting to model leadership daily. You're becoming a leader. You're creating momentum, not just activity, okay? So this is the difference. You're understanding at this point that your behavior sets the culture, right? We were talking, Javi was talking about it earlier, and he was talking about the leader that they didn't want, right? That Javi and Olga said, I don't want that as a leader. Right? So think about it. What kind of leader do you want? Be that leader. Be the leader you dream of if you don't have that leader. Be that person. Be that best version of yourself. And that's where leadership kicks in here. Actually, let me go back. So like I said, your behavior is going to set the culture. Expect your business to look like you. If you want an amazing brand partner that calls 10 people a day, what do you think you should do? There we go, right? Think of that as leadership as well. Be the best brand partner that you dream of, and be the best leader that you dream of having. If you don't have it, be that person. Be that role model for everybody else. So the problem is, he's so cute, when someone stays in the participant phase long after they've outgrown it. And own that if you are there. It's okay. Talk to your upline and say, hey, I feel like I've outgrown this phase, but I haven't made the shift yet. Now is time to make that big shift here. So here, and I want you to understand, yes, one-star director unlocks more money, but more importantly, you're unlocking leverage here. You have a higher earning potential. You have mentor matching, which is huge. This is the game changer, and you're gonna hear a little bit about this next with Matt, right? You have deeper leadership support. And when I say that, it's because, right, as leaders, we have to protect and preserve our time, so we focus on the people that are running, right, and the people that want to build. People ask me, you know, how do you decide where your time goes? And I'm like, I don't decide, my team decides. I have a booking link. So I know who wants to run and who doesn't because I see their name on my calendar. It's very obvious, right? Residual income is tied to leadership development. So that's why I'm saying that, like, my time goes to exactly who wants my time from them. So, and this is the best part when it comes to jumping to one-star director and above, is a portion of my income in particular does not come from me working harder. Again, it does not come from that. It's playing a business much more smarter, right? Like you play chess, right? And chess is very strategic. This is the same thing. You're duplicating your leadership style on other people. And it comes from leaders that have developed people that now lead, right? We don't want to develop people that are dependent on us. We want to develop people that will teach other people how to lead. And that goes back to being the leader you want if you don't have that person. So mentor matching is where effort stops being so linear and it starts compounding more. So what you're looking for leaders, people with a positive mindset, problem solvers, people who want to grow. Do not chase somebody if they don't want to grow. Let them be. Don't let them. Why are you chasing them? You have to protect your energy. You have to protect your resources. You are of value. You create what people perceive your value to be. That's what you've created. So if they're wasting your time, that's because you allowed it. Okay? You're not looking for toxic energy. You're not looking for chronic negativity. You're not looking for the victims, right? Right? And there's people. Look, we're in the people business. You're going to get them. You're going to get them. You're going to get the great ones, and you're also going to get the bad ones. It's okay. We can say that. It's true. Right? Just like we have them in our family. Love you, if you're watching. You know who you are. Right? And then we have the needers. Ooh, oh, God, and I put that in bold because I'm going to talk about needers. Now, and I'm going to say one thing before I get into this. Needers are not bad people, okay? They are not bad people. Just want to say that out loud. They are just, they're not leaders, right? And I'm going to tell you a little about them. Leaders are not bad people. Like I said, they're just dangerous to your business. They're dangerous to your momentum because they're pulling you down. If I'm standing on a chair, is it easier for me to pull you up or is it easier for you to pull me down? Right? So that's where leaders are. Leaders are people that refuse to present. They're refusing to take ownership of their business. Okay, they refuse to use the resources. When I have somebody that claims to be a leader and they ask me a question that is in our system or is on the back office resources, I say, go to the resources. And if they say where, I don't even answer them. I don't. You can figure it out. You're 42 years old. I've given you the documents. I've given you the resources. Come on, right? Like, guys, we're not babysitters. I'm not driving a school bus. I'm driving a rocket ship. I want you guys to get in the rocket ship. So once you get to that one-star director level and above, you got to remember, you got to protect your time, you got to protect your energy, and it's focusing on the right people. Whether they're walking, they're running, you know who they are. All right, elevating what a one-star director is. And guys, this isn't about the compensation plan. Now, the compensation plan is great and what unlocks is great, but I want you guys to mentally elevate what a one-star director is. This person has now mastered the fundamentals of the business. They understand the resources. They use the resources. They understand and protect their time, their energy. They lead by example, by still remaining coachable. I'm still taking notes up here. All the leaders in the front are still taking notes. You have to remain coachable as a leader. We're always reading, sharing information, right? And you choose leadership intentionally, not accidentally. It's not like you tripped and fell like, oh, crap, I'm a leader. Right? Like you choose that with intention. I mean, maybe somebody did. I don't know, not me. So this rank doesn't mean you finish learning, right? You're still learning. It just means that you're learning and growing at the same time. Like, I don't know if there's any lawyers or doctors in here, but how many people in here, can you imagine if you asked your friends that are lawyers and doctors and said, hey, would you rather make money the day you start law school? Or would you rather wait till you graduate and pass the bar exam and get a job as a lawyer? I'll take the money now, right? That's the same thing here, guys. You're learning as you're growing. You don't have to be a know-it-all. You just have to be open to continually learning. So we lead while we learn, and we protect time like pros. We never pretend to know everything. And this is what I like to call as a one-star director code. There's certain principles that I would like to get you guys to understand. So you can screenshot some of this because I'm going to swing through some of it. But this is your code of what I want you guys to understand as a one-star director and above. Lead while we learn, we protect time like pros. And when I say we protect time like pros, that kind of goes back to what I was saying. You know who your leaders are, you know who wants your time, you know who values your time, you know who's utilizing the resources efficiently. If you have a system and you've already taught them that, they're executing the system, right? Those are the people you want to spend your time with, right? We build leaders, not needers. You don't need a dependent. You don't get a tax break on them, okay? If we did, that would be great. Then I would tell you to have them, right? So strong leaders create more leaders. And that's why sometimes these seasoned network marketers do so well, because they've had their bumps, their bruises, and they understand that they can't waste time with the needers anymore. I'm not a seasoned network marketer. I had to learn a lot of the hard way, and I did waste time with a lot of people. And they're great people. They were great people, but I had to focus my time and energy on the people that wanted to run. We set the standard through our behavior. So what is your business reflecting back to you? Because your business is a reflection of you as a leader. If it's growing, then that's great. If you're struggling right now, not that that says that you're a horrible leader, but what are your leaders doing? Are they duplicating what you're doing? You know, are you communicating like Jay spoke about? And I was so sad I had to go backstage and not finish hearing you. But are you guys communicating with your team? Because you need to communicate your system, whatever it may be. You know, on some people's teams, they follow a very specific system. Other people's teams, they don't have a system at all. Find your system. You need it. You want to empower people to think, present, and lead for themselves. We choose energy that builds, and we lead with ownership. So when I say we choose energy that builds, we're growing with growth-minded people. We protect the culture. We avoid toxicity. I unfortunately had somebody in my business and it wasn't going well. They were not healthy for my organization. I had to step away from that person. And it was hard, but I had to protect the culture of my business. And sometimes it takes one bad apple that can ruin a business. Do not feel like you have to cater to somebody that is putting you down or putting your team down because they're in your team. You can step away from that. You don't need toxicity in your organization. And we lead with ownership. We take responsibility for our results. If you didn't earn a trip, it is nobody else's fault but yours. You can't be like, oh, well, you know, I kind of try, but, you know, it's just other people, and it's my kids. They have soccer. Honey, they've had soccer every day on Saturday, for 3 years. Nothing's changed. Take some ownership, okay? We adjust, we move forward. Leaders own their outcomes, right? Like we had a new compensation plan change. I told my team, look, for some of you did better. Some of you did worse. Whatever it may be, move on from it. It's time to move on. We're in January 2026. Let's keep it going. We lead with ownership. We keep it simple and duplicatable. I know a lot of leaders come up here. They talk about leading with simplicity. There's a reason you want to lead with simplicity. There's a reason. If you are on a call and you're saying photobiomodulation, you're going to lose 99.9% of people. I couldn't say it. I'm also Arabic, and I was scared I would say photobomination, and that's not good when you're half Arabic. So I couldn't say it. I was horrified. Just saying. TSA, I'm sorry. We lead, we build with vision and lead for legacy, right, guys? We're not here for short-term gains. We're here for long-term gains. So yes, you're gonna go through seasons that are good. You're gonna go through seasons that are bad. It's okay. As long as you're building with clarity and patience and purpose, we're prioritizing that long-term residual income. Unfortunately, Joe and I were in Italy, and there was an accident, and he was really hurt. I had to be in a hospital with him for about a month, and I couldn't work. He was in a lot of pain, and I had to be there. And that whole month, I still made the same amount of money I make every month. Think about that blessing. That's because I had long-term vision. I didn't have short-term goals, and I taught my team to have long-term vision. Just because I don't work, why would my leaders say, oh, I'm not gonna work today? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, Mark Hernandez is my upline, he's amazing, Mike and Sahi. If they decide to go on a month-long trip, I'm not gonna say, oh, okay, I'm not gonna work, right? So you guys gotta remember, people that are building in this business, if you're a leader, you're building with long-term purpose in your business, because we're building something that lasts, right? Are we building something that lasts, guys, here? Right? It's amazing. Okay, and most importantly, too, as I'm closing some of this stuff up, I'm not closing up. Don't get that excited. I'm not getting off stage yet. You're stuck. We lead from the room. We go to event, right? We attend events because leaders, they put themselves in environments that expand belief. Like, how many people have left an event and they're just so excited and they believe more in the product, and they hear David talk, and even though I don't understand half of what he says, I'm excited and I believe more, and I'm like, wow, that guy is smart. I have no idea what he's talking about, but wow, I believe in him, right? You lead from the room. Events create energy, right? And you then have the opportunity to take that energy and shift it into action. But if you never attend the events, you don't have the opportunity to be a part of the energy. You don't get to, see the right people. Your environment decides who you will be. Your environment decides. So if you're in a room and you're the most powerful, smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. You're not gonna grow. I wanna be the dumbest, lowest paid person in the room, because the only way I'm gonna grow and make more money and become a better person is by being with better people. You gotta think, if you're in those rooms, you wanna be in rooms that expand you. I don't know if anybody knows the show Landman, but there's this incredible moment where this woman has to walk into a room with a bunch of sharks. And she was horrified to essentially speak. She didn't know what to say. She didn't have her moment with her of saying, I'm just bold. I'm feeling bold right now. And some days, we all wake up and we don't feel bold. And she had to find what was in her to go out there and speak boldly on that stage and tell those people that she was taking lead and charge. So I want you guys to understand, is getting in a room that makes you uncomfortable will make you grow. It made her grow in that moment. She had no choice but to be bold in that moment. And you will meet new people and you will rub elbows with the right people. But attending these events, you get to meet all these great speakers. Look how comfortable and cozy this room is. At most conventions, you don't get this. You don't get to bump elbows with all these people. This is amazing. So start shifting the rooms that you're in and make sure you're leading from the room, attending events. Corporate has incredible events all the time. Our team, I'm a part of a fairly large group. This is it, team. We have events all the time. So if you don't have events, attend our events. If there's an event that's hosted by another Lifewave sponsor in the area, attend the event. Hang out with these people. Get in the room. It's going to help you. So guys, I have a 1-star commitment for you guys. You guys are gonna have to speak it out loud. Even if you're 1-star presidential, you're a 3-star manager, whatever it is, we are gonna speak this together. I spent some time on this, so y'all are gonna participate. Okay. All right, so if you guys want, why don't we stand up and we'll do it together. Happy family time. All right, so I'll say some, you guys say some, all right? As a 1-star director, I commit to living boldly and leading boldly. I choose ownership over excuses. Clarity over chaos. and leadership over comfort. I will protect my time and energy. Y'all are really good, by the way. Okay. Lead by example while continuing to learn and develop leaders, not dependents. I commit to making courageous decisions, having honest conversations, and showing up consistently even when it's uncomfortable. I build simply, mentor intentionally, and lead with integrity. I do not wait to be ready. I lead while I grow. This is how I live boldly. This is how I lead. All right. Good job. I love it. You guys did really good. Really, really good. Okay, closing up, guys. This business does not need more spectators. Who thinks this business needs more spectators? No, it doesn't. It needs leaders willing to be seen, willing to be uncomfortable, willing to grow out loud, make mistakes out loud, right? Because we're not perfect. I promise you, although it may seem that way, I'm not a perfect leader. One-star directors is where leadership gets rewarded. We all want to get rewarded financially, personally, mentally, emotionally, not because you know everything, right? We don't. Not because that's because you choose ownership. So today and every day moving forward, guys, I want you to make this decision to move forward. If you guys are going to make this decision to that commitment that you said out loud to step into it, I want you guys to say, I am. All right, guys, that's it from me. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Please, another round of applause for Brooke Robinson. All right, so I'm lucky today because I get to bring up all the high school sweethearts because I got another one for you. But the next speaker that we have coming up today, it's funny, we were just talking backstage. So they brought in the new year when they celebrated their wedding. This year, they actually, or just a few weeks ago, they celebrated 45 years of marriage. High school sweethearts just the other day celebrated 50 years from their first date. And they're really good at duplicating, I have to say. Because it started with 2, they had 4 kids, now they have 8 grandkids. So it's duplicating, right? And they've done an amazing job here at Lifewave in duplicating and creating an incredible team here at the company. And I did have to go back. I was going back to just make sure if Matt has accepted my friend request on Facebook from like 6 months ago. He still hasn't done it. So hopefully this is a reminder to go accept me on Facebook. But it just goes to show he's so committed in building a team, supporting his team. He and Kim are just so dedicated in supporting their leaders. And so I'm so grateful to be able to have him here on the Lifewave stage here at Super Saturday. We've got 3-star executive, Matt Curtis.
Wow, the lights are awesome. Man, I'm so fired up. There's my beautiful wife, Kim. Look at that. I'm going to recognize Kim right away. She's a little under the weather. She got something in Vegas when we were there. Not the kind of stuff you're thinking about, but she got a little cold in Vegas. And that was not a good joke. How are you guys doing today? Has anybody got a dream out there? I want to thank Meredith and the corporate team for letting this old Carpenter up on stage. You're taking a big risk. I just want to start out by saying that. We are so fine. Our goal is that we're going to be talking about the mentor matching bonus. Isn't that incredible? You guys know the numbers on that. I got the clicker, so you don't get to see the screen yet. I see how this works. Anyway, the real cool part about that is it just leads you to some crazy opportunities, that's for sure. But I want to give you my story a little bit. Kim and I clearly were high school sweethearts. I love to say I met her in a sandbox, right, Kim? Because nobody wants to be dating for 50 years and be 48 years old, right, Kim? But we're getting younger. Aren't you guys getting younger every day? Can't you feel it getting younger every day? I don't even know if that's code compliance. But Julie, if I say anything that's not right, just give me a wave, okay? Because I'm off the chart. Okay, so far so good. Okay, that's good. We're gonna go with that. So I started out, and I grew up in Detroit on 8 Mile. And I've been accused of being a gangster, but that's not true. But we love just, making it real and keeping it real. So when I was in school, it was crazy. So I'm in my senior year, and I had a lot of challenges in school. A lot of people did. I mean, and for you people at home, there's maybe people out there that, you're thinking, man, I could never do this. I had challenges. Back then I had ADHD. I had dyslexia too. Now I got AARP, so I'm all over the board. But really what happened in my senior year, I want to go fast. Really what happened in my senior year is my counselor called me in, and she says, Matt, you don't have enough credits to graduate. Now I was good at one thing, because I was getting ready to be a carpenter, but I was good at like addition. And I knew I had enough credits. She goes, oh, no, you don't have enough credits in this, or this, or this. And I said, you know what? I was already in a construction class because they figured out pretty quickly, maybe we should just hand this guy a hammer. So they hand me a hammer in high school. Gary, I was glad they didn't hand me a shovel because there's a couple guys got the shovel. But anyway, so I said, you had better pay. I said, you're going to have to fix that. I said, I'm not going to be writing papers. I'm not going to be keyboarding, or back then I think they called it typing when I went to school. I said, I'm not going to be doing any of that stuff. I said, I'm going to be a carpenter. And my guidance counselor said, we'll see what we can do. So we actually, my wife and I both did. She graduated a year after that, Kim did. I graduated 6 months early with the right number of credits, just not in the right locations. But they said, look, if they don't pass this guy, he's going to come back. And they knew that wasn't good because I left a wake through my high school. I don't know if you could say. So anyway, that's my, so for everybody in the room and at home, I want you to believe that you could be up here. I mean, you might have had struggles in life. You might not have been an A++ student. You might have, I know we got a lot of high IQ people in the room. And a lot of people, how many people in the room went to college? It's absolutely incredible. Raise your hand, be proud. That is incredible. You guys can do it, it'll just take you a little longer. But what you really need to do, guys, you need to keep it simple. Because I know, this is incredible. I mean, this David Schmidt and the technology of these, this technology patches, thanks Jay, what's crazy about that is you can get so caught in the weeds with that, right? And that's what, we've always kept it simple from the first day, just trying not to explain the whole thing, just kind of get into what the patches have done for you. So let me click this button here and show you the first slide because I'm absolutely fired up. Here it is right here. Now, the first time I saw this, now I was a builder, and I had a mentor, and when they first put me on a crew, I met a guy that was he was the best. In fact, Kim's dad was a carpenter contractor. They put me on a carpenter crew right in the middle of high school. I went to full-time, and I was with this mentor, and he started teaching me about, first of all, he started teaching me how to be a carpenter, but he taught me how to lift people up. He taught me how to encourage people. He taught me how to stay motivated. He taught me all about, he taught me so much in the first year and a half. As a matter of fact, after that first year and a half, I kind of went out on my own, and it wasn't just less than 3 years from the time they put that hammer in my hand and sent me out, I was in business for myself because I had a good mentor. And guys, this is the mentor matching bonus, right? And everybody, probably, how many people in the room had a mentor in your career or even in this? Is incredible, right? We have so many mentors. You heard from so many of your mentors today. Man, I am so blessed and humbled to be on stage with all of you folks that have been up here so far today from the morning until now. It's just absolutely incredible. It makes me feel so full because I know, I say it all the time, I say every time you guys talk, I make money. It's absolutely incredible. But watch this. So the first time they showed me this, now this reminds me, see this looks kind of confusing, but it says 3-star executive. In fact, Jeannie that made this up for me, I go, Jeannie, you got to explain this to me. This reminds me like when you have a building, when you have a plan, right? You got a building plan, you have a house, you're building a house. You roll it open, it's got pictures of the front, it's got pictures of the joists, it's got pictures of the rafters, it's got little pictures of the windows and the walls, exactly where to put the studs and all that stuff. So they put all that in there for the carpenter. The plumber gets a little diagram just like this with a bunch of little lines going around. The electrician, just a couple little pictures over here. But the Carpenter got all of them, so I said, what is this? But can you guys, now you're studying this. I see a lot, I know the college people especially, right? Look at this. So you're building a taproot in 3 legs, right? See that? There's 3 legs there. And this is all accumulative. So we're not going to go through the whole thing, but just take a look at the far left. 2-star director. If that 2-star director is bringing in $3,000 in your organization that week, you're going to make 18%, and it's at $540. So kind of check down that list, and you can see what's happening there, right, guys? Isn't that incredible? It's accumulative, so you can see how crazy this can be. But you guys know it all starts. Let's get to the next page, because this is where it's all at. This is where the money's at and where the money starts. Just what Brooke just talked to you about, how to go 1-star director. That is the beginning of everything, right? It's easy to go manager. You help your friends go manager. I'm going to talk to you pretty quickly about how to get your friends and your family up to going manager and how simple that can be with your warm market list, that's for sure. And then after that, hey, the warm market gets a little cold. It might be a little tough on it, but look at this right here, right? 5% at 1-star director. That starts to open up the whole comp. And this all works synergistically together. I love the comp plan. Meredith, I love the comp plan. Everybody in here that's not sure about it yet, I'm telling you, you're going to love it when you get to learn it. We've been around comp plans. I was in a thing a long time ago that started with an A when I was a young man. And I brought my wife home from work. And within a first year, we had 4 kids at home, and she was a Christian radio broadcasting lady. And we had 4 little baby kids at home. And she'd leave. I'd come home from a hot day doing carpenter work, and she would run out the door and leave me with these children. Now, that was unsafe. I mean, I was the 5th kid. We were babies, right, honey? We were like, I had babies. I don't even know what was going on, but it wasn't. I could burn hot dogs in the microwave. That was the skill I had. Bath time, whatever it was. You know, the kids were in rough shape. They were like Pharaoh when I was around. Tim loves that word. But where was I going with that? No, but the industry, where we were in the industry, yes. I mean, you know what? I got in this business to make an extra $500 a week. And within the first year, we hit that goal and brought my wife home from work. So I don't know what your level is, and you saw all those other big numbers, and look at the percentages. Going 6 generations in depth, and you guys have heard, you can make up to, the numbers are there. Hey, make up to 10,000 off each leg, 15, 20, 25,000, just crazy. You really only need 3 people that want it worse than you. And whether you can personally sponsor them or whether you have to go down in depth to get them, you can find them. You guys kind of like, how many people have seen the gold and silver thing going on, right? Just going to the moon, right? It almost makes me want to go to Home Depot and get a pickaxe and a shovel. I mean, that stuff is incredible. But what you're doing in this business, in your taproot, you're looking for some silver and you're looking for some gold. That's all you're looking for. And you'll find it, guys. They are out there. Whether they look like a carpenter or any one of the other great sharp people that have been up here today, you can't tell by looking at them. A matter of fact, a lot of times when you see somebody, you'll think, man, that person's going to tear it up. And then they don't do a thing. Especially when you guys know, you've heard it, when they say, oh, I'm going to tear this thing up. I'm like, that's the death. Right, Gary? That's the death sentence. They're not going to do nothing. Then somebody else, you look at them, I want you to, and you think, I'm not sure. But you know what? There's a spark inside of everybody. And I want you guys to be able to nurture that, right? You want to be able to in order to get down this thing and get those percentages up and run through the ranks, you got to grab some people and kind of mentor them on the way up. And sometimes you got to be tough. I mean, you might have to say, Jimmy, for God's sakes, cut your nose hairs. I mean, whatever it's going to take. I mean, that's raw, but I'm just saying it seriously, right? Some people need help. But let's say Jimmy's got a lot of friends. Jimmy's going to burn through his list and put a lot of people in because he's just that kind of guy. But eventually he's going to be meeting new people. He's going to have to clean himself up a bit. I'm sorry, honey. Usually my wife's up here to take care of us, but she's over there today. So I got a big old pile of notes, and you wouldn't believe the notes I have on this sheet right here. I had Jeannie help me. I said, Jeannie, help me. Give me some topics. Give me some notes. And first thing I asked Jeannie when I met her, I go, Jeannie, you went to college, didn't you? She goes, I sure did. But I just said all that to say this. I want you guys to believe you can do this. I just want you to believe it with everything inside of you. You guys over here, you guys can do this. We are just regular people. We put our pants on the same way you do. We just put them on later in the day. And there's nothing like that. Kim and I I've been time-free since I was 48 years old, time-free. That's no. And time-free, no matter what monetary level you're at, as long as you don't live in Palm Beach or Boca, you can get time-free if you want to. If you work really hard. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So, okay, so I'm going to give you a little tip because I really want everybody. This will help everybody at the beginning, especially for all the new people. I know we had a lot of new people. I couldn't believe how many one-star managers we had across the stage. I want to give yourselves a hand. I want to commend you. I was so encouraged by the people that get in the business with hopes and dreams, and they spend money in a weekend and come out here and walk across the stage at the first level. 2-star managers, 3-star managers, 1-star directors. Guys, you are the lifeblood of direct sales. You are the lifeblood of direct sharing. Love that one too, Jay. I am telling you that we need you. And I love what they have done. They have put the money at the bottom of the plan to bless you and give you belief right away. That's where it's at. It's always at the bottom. So when I got started, we did the same thing everybody else did. There's the clock right there. Good. Wow, that thing goes a lot faster than you think. I told Janine, look, I'm out of there fast. You guys better be ready. Anyway, here we go. It's the lifeblood, but what happens is early, I made a list right away. And, of course, I put the patches on. And fortunately, I was one of those, I was really a patch and a half wonder because I went over, and my mentor, Steve and Gina Mote, they patched us. And I thought I felt something that first night, but Steve was serving adult beverages, so I wasn't sure. Sorry, honey, that was a joke. I quit drinking hard liquor in the 9th grade, just so you know. Remember, I grew up on 8 Mile in Detroit. Okay, things were happening fast. Now, I'm not sidetracked at all. You can't tell I'm all over the board. I haven't even looked at the paper yet. Now watch. No, this is important. I want you guys, this is where you can help some people. This is really where you can help some people right here. This is what you're going to do. Make a list of everybody you know. And you don't always have to get your feeling. Because if you didn't get your feeling, but your friend got a feeling, your mom got a feeling, your sister, your brother, your cousin, I don't want you to wait for the feeling because there's a lot of people out there looking for an opportunity. But by the end of the second day, I had some discomfort in my feet, and my discomforts went away. But within the first handful of days, I realized that what Steve told me was true, is this is an absolutely incredible technology. I've researched, I called David Schmidt, found out he was the guy that we can follow. And Matt, we're going to do this. So my belief level was very high, right? Very high. So I made the list and I got on the phone and I called my friends and I'd said, hey, Jimmy, hey, a little bit of small talk. I'm telling you what, I just got introduced to this technology. I'm going to go a little uncompliant like Jay because I'm on the phone. Now, I can't even. And Geraldo, the reason you haven't been accepted on Facebook is I don't do Facebook. I don't do any social media. I got back in the direct sales business when nobody did any social media. Social media was me driving to my house. I went to my friend's house. I said, dude, what are you doing besides watching TV? He goes, how you know I'm watching TV? I said, I'm looking in your window. That's how I started. I didn't wait around and call you or nothing. I don't send videos out and say, oh, I'm going to send you a video, If I call back, oh, hey, how you doing? Did you watch the video? No, I knew you didn't watch the video. That's why I called my friends up and I said, you know what, I've been wearing these patches and they changed my life. I talk about at 30 you only have 50% left, and at 60 you only have 10% left, but I'm telling you, you've got to wear these patches with me. They're going to change your life. I'm telling you, I got to get the cool part about this. It's a brand new company, but the cool part about this is it only takes 3 to 5 days to get them. You've got to wear these patches with me. They're going to change your life. I have an application on my lap. I've been talking about that since the first day. Guys, when I get on the phone, and if I'm ever on the phone, I have an order form and an application on my lap. Now, this is for your warm market. This ain't for the new people that you just met yesterday, although I've tried that, and it works too. But my point is, I got the application there, and I got their name at the top of it. I fill it all. I put their name, their phone number, if I have their email, everything in their contacts, I have the form almost all the way filled out. So when I get them on the phone, I get them on the phone with an expectancy. Jimmy, you have got to wear these patches. They're going to change your life. I got an order form on my lap. The cool part about this, it only takes 3 to 5 days to get them to you. I can't wait till you call me and tell me how you feel and what they've done for you. And I don't ask, do you want to do this with me? I said, look, what is it? Look, I could send you videos. You could get to a website. You could research this for 3 months and still not know what's going on. Because I did. I'm looking at everything, reading everything. I'm listening to the scientists. I said, Steve, did you hear that science stuff? He goes, yeah, what do they say? I said, I don't know, but I think we're going to get rich. I had no idea. Now I knew I couldn't say that. Okay, Julie just waved. Okay, there's one down. Okay, you guys behave. We are going to be successfully successful. Okay. Anyway, that's a train wreck right there, and I got 4 minutes. There we go. But I want to make it that easy for you. I want you to get on the phone and call your friends, your closest friends. I had one guy, John. He goes, I'm mad, I'm not going to do it. I said, that's okay. I'm never talking to you again. He says, no, I'm serious. You've got to wear these patches with me. You're my best friend. You're going to wear these patches with me, or I'm not talking to you again. I said, okay, let's start over. Start with your first name. I already had his first name on there. All I didn't have was his credit card, and I could have called Julio down in Miami and got the number if I wanted to. Oh, that's 2 for compliance right there. I recognize that one myself. Okay. I don't know if I want to get to these notes or not, but I just want to show you in your warm market, guys, I want to show you how simple it is to get on the phone and make sure. How many people believe the best thing you could do is to get patches on your friends and family? One of the best things you could do is to put patch and complete stranger on your friends and family. Isn't that right? Besides maybe sharing the Lord with them. And I love the first thing I do in the morning when I take my first breath, I should have gave the glory of God right away. When I'm realizing I'm taking my first breath at around 11, 12. Geraldo and I are night owls. Thank you, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I thank the Lord every day for my first breath, and so should you, but I'm telling you, don't let your friends and family miss this opportunity. Make sure that you get patches on them. I don't ask no questions. You've got to wear these patches with me. I'm going to change your life. It's going to change your life. So what do I do when I started duplicating down in line? I started duplicating, and what I do is I call my friend and said, all right, make a list of everybody you know. Now, this is all about, I really should click another slide because I know there's other stuff to say here. Look at that. Be a coach. I'm coaching already. Develop a culture of leadership. Be a coach. Yeah, we're coaching. Here we go. Offer accountability. This is accountability. So I call my buddy up and I say, hey, here's what we're going to do. Some people can do what I just told them. I make a list of everybody you know, call your friends and put them in the business. If he's a little apprehensive, I said, okay, call up your friend, find out when we can get on the phone together, set up a time, I'll make a Zoom. So we set up a time, we make a Zoom. I do a little bit of small talk, we find out who they are. He's already said, Matt's a great guy, I pay him a little extra for that. But what happens right after that is I go right into this. You got to wear these patches with us. They're going to change your life. My friend John has got an application on his lap, and we're going to figure out what's the best way for you to get in. But I'm telling you, you've got to wear these patches with us. They're going to change your life. John spoke so well of you, he figured that, matter of fact, you're one of the first people that he called. He cares about you so much. We've got to get these patches to you. It only takes 3 to 5 days, and we can't wait to hear your story, too. And that's kind of, and you know what? I say, I'm going to, really fast, I say, I'm going to dip out of the call. John knows him, so John's going to find out what's the best way for him to get in the business, and I'm going to dip off on the Zoom. And then I get on the Zoom, I get off the Zoom, I hit the you can't see my picture or you can't hear me, and I listen to John close them. And John does a great job. I got off the phone, and John called me, how'd I do? I said, you get the app, didn't you? Because I'm listening. He goes, yeah. I go, well, you talked for another half hour, and I had the guy in 10 minutes. I've always said if you're on the phone longer than 10 minutes, you're doing it wrong. And then so we keep doing that with our team. That's how we kind of help our teams build depth. We just do it with them until they have enough belief in them. Guys, this is about belief and excitement. This is all about belief and excitement. And when you get your belief and your excitement up, guys, you are unstoppable. So that's how we coach our people to get them. And then once they're believing themselves, then that belief trickles down, and you guys start running through the ranks and getting a hold of this mentor matching bonus. Focus on recognition. When somebody hits the levels, make sure that you just give them everything. Give them hugs. Get them on the thing. Promote them on Kim's Facebook page or on the team Facebook page. Plug everybody into the system. Guys, you know what? I hope you believe in yourself because the people and the leaders in this room believe in you like nothing else. There's just, here's the other thing. People are going to bed praying for an opportunity, and I want you to wake up praying to find them. Guys, this is one of the most incredible things that you could do for anyone, what David Schmidt and this technology has given to us. So guys, here's what I want you to do. Don't leave it. Don't just sit on it. Run like crazy, and we'll see you on the beaches of the world. God bless you. Go get them.
We wanna go.
believe in the power of attraction. Do you? In Lifewave, we attract the top talent in the field as incorporate. And those two leaders are leading two of the most important markets in the industry. One, you have the opportunity to hear from her in the morning. She shared about the light success system. And the other leader is leading the way in Europe. Also, is leading the way in Africa, and is leading the way in Middle East. He is the president of Lifewave and EMEA countries. And Janine Weber is leading North America. And now we're gonna have the opportunity to listen to both of them talking about incredible news for all of us. So let's welcome to Janine and Christian.
Christian, I'm so excited. My power partner hopped over the pond from Germany. It's just a quick flight, to be here this weekend because this is a global event and we've got global people watching on virtual and we'll be watching the recording after as well. So it's so great to have you here for that representation. And of course, Alexandra, who spoke this morning from Romania. How you feeling?
Thank you so much. Absolutely great.
You're great.
Of course, we are very proud to join with Alexandra to get some content from EMEA here to this wonderful place. But I would say one thing that makes this company so special is the quality of leadership. And this is a testament that we see today, isn't it? Amazing, guys. So we have something special to share with you. Something that can bring a bit of energy into your business.
We sure do. We sure do. So you've heard a lot about duplication this afternoon, right? We've talked about how to onboard people effectively, lead them to 1- and 2-star managers so they're earning those business launch bonuses, help them get started building a team and working up to 3-star manager. And then, of course, we just spent a fair bit of time talking about getting to 1-star director yourself if you're not quite there yet, and creating new 1-star directors in your organization. Who here is excited about that? Excellent.
And in the end, wherever you are in your career, what you are doing is you are helping people being more successful. And how are we doing this? By sharing the patch, by sharing our incredible technology. And this is how we do it. And this is how we help so many people across the world with a better wellness.
Right, helping more people, right? Okay, so we've talked a tiny bit about breakthrough bonuses today. You all probably know about breakthrough bonuses. It was probably one of the easiest things in Comp 2.0 to understand and get excited about. But let's talk about the breakthrough bonus for 1-star directors for a minute. So you all know that when someone rank advances to 1-star director, they are eligible for a $500 breakthrough bonus. They get the first half of that when they achieve it the first week, and then the second half of that after 4 more weeks of achievement. Now, those weeks don't have to be consecutive, but it's sure nice when they are. And do you want to hear something exciting? Since we brought 2.0, Comp 2.0 live at the end of October, nearly 75% of people who are earning their breakthrough bonus are going on to earn Part 2 exactly 4 weeks later.
That's good.
Is that awesome? So I love seeing so many people breaking through to that next level and earning that bonus, but I love even more when they stick the landing, right? Does that translate into German? Like, do you know what I'm talking about when I say stick the landing?
You mean like a gymnast, like sticking the landing?
You look so much like a gymnast right now. I'm impressed. Okay, yes, just like a gymnast, right? But it's also nice that the plan does give that flexibility, because sometimes there's just really great weeks that happen, and maybe somebody pops up and they have a little bit of a hard time maintaining it. That's okay. Life happens. Things get in the way. You've got 52 weeks to get those additional 4 weeks in. Super cool.
Absolutely, and I think we've covered the basics of breakthrough bonus.
I think we have.
Don't you think it's time to talk about what it's all about today?
I think it is.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, starting Monday, you will have the opportunity to gain a bonus of $250 by helping people in your organization in the first generation ranking up to one-star manager, to one-star director.
Really? I feel like that's worth like a bigger cheer than that. So you help someone in your first generation become a one-star director, they're gonna earn their $500 in the breakthrough bonus, you're gonna earn $250 for yourself. Exciting, right? It's synergistic, it's working together, it's helping someone else achieve their goals and being rewarded for it. And you're already rewarded for it in the mentor matching bonus, but a little extra cash bonus doesn't hurt, does it?
And it's unlimited. You earn this for as many people as you coach to one-star director. Isn't this great? So let's look into the details quickly. We start on Monday, 26th. We go until April 12th to 13th, depending on where you are on this globe. You must be one-star director or more or higher and maintain. And you must, the next generation must achieve one-star director and maintain for 4 weeks. And now for everybody who's already calculating, take a look at your calendar, because the maintenance weeks, the 4 weeks, must be in this period. So mark March 15th with a big red cross, because until then, this needs to be managed by you, okay?
Instead of a big red cross, I think like a big happy face, a big green happy face. Can we mark our calendars with that?
Okay, a happy face.
Big green happy face, March 15th. So that's when you'll need to have them achieve for the first time in order to have enough weeks to get the maintenance period in. Okay, so let's just talk for just a minute about what a first generation is, because I'm still having conversations with leaders who are like, wait a minute, back the bus up, explain that to me again. So take a look at the screen, and you will see a number of people in your organization. That's you up at the top. You are me. You're not, but you know what I mean. You're up at the top, and you see all the people in green. You can work with any one of those people to become a first generation one-star director in your organization. You know this, right? So let's say the people right underneath you aren't ready right now. They're busy, they're having a baby, they're busy at work, they're distracted, they're not quite ready. Go down, taproot down, keep going down until you find someone. That person will become your first generation one-star director. Where you see the gray, you've already got one-star directors in your organization. Anyone under there is not going to be a first generation one-star director. Now, does that mean you shouldn't work with those people? Of course not, because they could be second generation one-star directors or third generation one-star directors, and you'll still earn the mentor matching bonus on those. But for the $250 bonus, you have to be breaking them at your first generation. But I want you to see how powerful it is that it could be any one of those, I was going to say little green people. That sounds weird. But it could be any one of those little green people that you see on the slide could become a first generation one-star director for you, and you can earn the bonus. Make sense? So we know how their generations work. Fabulous.
Sounds great. And let me remind you, please, of one of the most powerful tools of Complan 2.0, the mentor matching bonus. Being one-star director and getting one-star directors in your teams, this is what unlocks this powerful tool. And with that, and by rising through the ranks, you can increase the opportunity of earning more by getting higher percentages on your generations, and also by earning deeper into your organization. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we need to focus on for the next weeks, okay?
I think so. And if there's any part of that that's confusing to you, you all know that there's an education tab in your back office. Go there.
Beautiful.
There is a plethora of resources on Comp 2.0, videos, guides that will help get you educated and help you lead your teams. Okay, so I started with who's excited to become a one-star director and create one-star directors? Who is really excited now to become a one-star director and create one-star directors? I love it. And let's see you in the chat declare your goals of how many one-star directors you're going to create too. I'm sure a lot of you are already jotting down names of people that you're going to reach out to and work with. It's so exciting. And again, this is about helping more people achieve their goals, right? With a little extra in it for you. Never hurts. All right. We are going to turn the time over to Garrett now for a few minutes to talk a little bit more about the Lifewave Now app. So Garrett, come on up.
Thank you so much.
All right, everyone's favorite topic, the Lifewave Now app. This is a new application that's gonna help you build your business. How many of you have actually downloaded and are using it in your teams? Okay, 4 or 5 of you, good. Just kidding, there is more than that. But what I can say is I think what we're finding that there's a lot of information where people aren't quite understanding the power of the app. And so that's what I want to do today, is to give you a little bit more information on how cool this app is and what it does have to offer. And I also want to say that there's a lot more coming in technology with the app that's going to be really, really cool as we move forward. So the Lifewave Now app is designed to be able to help you use some technology using the power of AI to help build your business. Now, how many of you actually already currently use some form of AI in your business? Okay, a lot of you do. That's great. And if you're at home, you can type in, yes, I do too. So, but yes, the power of AI really is changing the way we do business. Now, should it take out the personal nature of what we do? Never, right? But it certainly can help us to speed up the process of how we do it and how we go about connecting with people. So it helps you expand your warm market. One way you can do this is through social posts. And did you know that you can click one button and it will create a post for you? Just surprise me and it will create a post. Now, of course, this one happens to be from Wayne Moorhead, who's our vice president of marketing, and this was created for him. And you can see that you can actually choose between I want it for LinkedIn or I want it for Instagram, and it will actually provide it and actually set it up for you so it's in the right format for that thing. Now, it has a picture that was provided for him, or you could add your own picture, but it provides all that information for you. Now, let's say you want to put a post out there, but you're just not quite sure if it's compliant. So I'm going to read this post, and you just tell me if you think it's compliant. Okay, breakthrough alert. Throw away pain meds. With Lifewave X39, you'll never feel pain again. This patch cures arthritis, eliminates migraine instantly, and reverses aging in just weeks. 100% compliant, right? No. Julie's up there going, stop, don't keep saying it, don't keep talking. But the reality is it's not. So you can actually click a button and it will tell you whether that post is compliant. And what does it say? It's very high risk, which is true. It is very high risk. You don't want to do that as an example. But what it does do is it gives you the reasons why it's also not compliant, so you can know what you need to go back through and fix. And it will also help you create posts that will, that will actually become compliant. Okay. It's also a better way to build your contacts. So you can actually use this to build your leads. So let's say you put a post out there and somebody you don't know comments on it, but you want to know a little bit more about this person before you reach out to them. And so we found a way that we could actually collect the data of specific people by taking a screenshot of their social media. So we decided to pick someone that nobody would know and put a little test out there of Steve and Gina Mote. Nobody knows them, right? Of course, most everyone does. So we took a screenshot, and this is literally just a screenshot of their Facebook page, and it gave us a complete all the details about who they are based off of what the AI found about their social media. And if you were to read through all this, you'd find out it's actually pretty accurate. Now, from this, you can actually say, I would like to put a post out there, or I want to respond back to Steve about this amazing thing based off of the things that we know about him from his social media. And it's going to put something out there that says, I want to reach out to Steve Merritt about Lifewave opportunity. And then it's going to give him information. It shows a video, and you can post it and put it out there and give it to Steve. And Steve's going to come back and say, oh, whoops, let's go back one. Okay. He's going to say, thanks, but I don't think I would have enough time for this business. This is a little objection. Anyone have an objection before in their business? Well, that's okay, because you take a screenshot of that picture, of just that message, and it's going to give you a response back so that you can use to refer back to Steve. I get it, Steve. You're busy, but that's exactly why it caught my attention. It's designed to be simple and efficient, not something that eats up your time. Even just a few focused hours a week could make an impact. Now, is Steve someone that is focused about making sure he's using his time wisely? So we know we don't want to waste his time based off the information, and so we're going back and referring back to him with that. So let's say you actually have questions about different things about Lifewave. Can you ask it? Now, you can't hear the audio here, but the question is, he's actually, well, the AI assistant will actually respond to anything you ask. This one happened to ask about, how can you help me? And he's responding to that. And if you could actually read the text there, it would actually is exactly what he's talking about. How about business launch? Now, let's say you got somebody who's on your organization that's just getting started and you want to get them started right. You can actually send them to the app and give them the training about how to get them and launch their business. You can walk them through that, or you can use it as just a means so that they could do it on their own and then follow up and just see how they did. Now, I know many of the teams in Lifewave have their own business launch, and that's okay. This is not designed to replace it, but it certainly is a great way for those who maybe don't have the upline support that many of you have to be able to make sure they are being onboarded correctly and at least have the training that they need so they can get going. And as you can see here, it also has the different videos and different trainings on where to get started. One just happens to be based off of your why. How important is your why? Well, it's very important. And so we have that as part of our topics, and you can see the video as he's sharing about the importance of setting up your why. Next, we have the Light Success System, which is something we've been training on all day. And this is basically the same principles that every other team teaches. It's another way to be able to share it so that it's more agnostic, I think, for the whole team, for the whole company. And then as teams and individuals, you can then still tell your teams, like, we do it this way or we do it that way, but the principles are the same. So you don't have to worry about them being taught something that maybe you're not teaching within your own teams. So it just continually builds on the Light Success System and all the different principles with that. And as you can see, there's videos and everything along the way. This one happens to be talking about invite. So everything we talked about today about the importance of inviting and what that looks like is all in there. We also have our Learning Hub. This is also where you can go in and have people be trained on a lot of the different things about Lifewave. This one happens to be focused on the compensation plan. Is there anyone in the room that says, I know the compensation plan forwards and backwards? I know everything about it. We got one, and that's Meredith. Let's give Meredith a round of applause. So we have this amazing Learning Hub. We have brand partner resources where you can get pictures and videos and everything you need to know about each of the products. And this is one of the things I really like too, is when you go into, you can actually go into, say, one of the videos that you want to share with somebody that you know that you want to reach out and you happen to have them on your phone. You can hit the share button and it's going to give you a link that you can then share with them. And as soon as they watch it, you're going to get a notification on your app that telling you that they have watched it and it's now time to follow up. And so again, just other tools to make sure that you can continually help people process through through that Light Success System as they get started and they can get moving through and start building and enrolling people in their teams. So this app really is designed to give you the tools and everything that you need to be able to be successful at Lifewave. Now, are there things that we've heard from some of you that are saying we would like a few additional things in the app? And that is true. We have heard quite a few, and we have listened, and we are working to make many of those things, if not all of them, available, because we want this to be something that will actually have a massive impact, not just on your business, but as Lifewave as a whole. So we're so excited to be able to provide a tool like this for you, and just know there is much more and very many more exciting things to come when it comes to the app. So I'm going to leave it at that, but let's go ahead and bring out our Vice President of Sales, Janine Weber.
Again. I'm back. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm back. Okay, we have a really special segment coming up right now. How are you guys feeling? How's your energy? Do you need to get up and shake it a little? Okay, get up and shake it a little while they get the chairs out here. Can we get some music? It's a tiny dance party. That's not the right vibe. That's not really working for me. Okay, well, we tried. Shake it out a little then. Okay, so we have a special treat in store for you now. We've talked a lot about duplication today. We've talked about leadership, but we're going to lean in on leadership right now. And as you can see from the chairs, we are bringing up a panel. So I want to introduce our panelists. First up, we have Candy Cannon, who is a 2-star executive. She joined Lifewave in January of 2023. She's also a licensed massage therapist, a mom of 3, a stepmom of 3, and a lolly to 5. Is that not the most adorable name for grandma? When your name is Candy, you get them to call you Lolly. So cute, right? I'm like, my worst nightmare is being called grandma or granny one day, no time soon. But I love it, Lolly, so cute. Okay, next up we have John and Teresa Goetz, 3-star executives. You guys listen to this. They have been in this channel for 30 years. They were at their last company for 14 years. They walked away from that business to come to Lifewave because of the opportunity here. Is that not incredible? I think it's incredible. It speaks so much to knowledgeable industry professionals, channel professionals who see what we have here, right? They also have 5 kids, a mere 17 grandkids, who they say are their why. And last but not least, we have Gary Homberg, all the way from Tampa, Florida. So far, he came the furthest of anyone from Tampa. He is a 1-star presidential leader, married to his beautiful bride, Barbara, for 37 years. He's got 2 kids. Woo! My heel just went through the stage. 2 kids, 2 grandkids, and just a lot of goodness to share with you guys. So please help me welcome our incredible panel to the stage. See, that we can dance to. Okay, but we won't. We're gonna lean in on leadership. Sound good? You guys ready? Okay. So, Teresa, I wanna start with you. Because I think sometimes when we think of leadership, we think of hitting ranks or hitting numbers. So what does leadership mean in direct selling beyond ranks, titles, numbers?
That's actually a great question. So leadership is actually really about influence, responsibility, serving, helping your people, your team, your organization get what they're looking for. That's what it's really all about. And I wrote down a couple of points, you guys, but you want to learn to inspire, educate, equip, and motivate people. Figure out what their dreams are. So number 1, I believe, Janine, it's develop people, volume will follow.
Yes.
And somebody up here said it, Zig Ziglar said, help enough people get what they want, and eventually you will get what you want. Right?
I love that so much.
That's what it is, develop people. Number 2, lead by example. If you're not going to the events, if you're not consistently recruiting, what's your team going to do? It's follow the leader. So lead by example and be a good example. Create trust and integrity. Do what you say you're going to do. If you're going to be on a Zoom, if you're going to be on a Connect call or a 3-way call, always do what you say you're going to do so that your people trust you and you have integrity. Number 4, teach people to be independent, not dependent. I love it. Brooke talked about it. Point. Teach people where to go and where to find the resources. Don't be the expert. And number 5, vision. You guys, vision it's all about vision. The word says, my people perish for a lack of vision. So teach people how to get that vision front and center so they're always looking at it, because what you have out in front of you, whether you're doing a dream board, a vision board, putting it on the refrigerator, you're going to be pulled towards that and attracted towards that.
I love that. Okay, I feel like I could spend the whole time, the same amount of time as you just spent answering that question. I feel like I could spend recapping it. But I want to lean in, Candy, on one of the things that Teresa said, which is about creating independence, right? How do you develop leaders instead of creating a dependence on you?
I think that's a really good question, because that's not something that I came to this knowing naturally. This is something that I've had to learn over time. I think in the beginning, the temptation is definitely to want to give all the answers to all the questions. I know I even found myself where I was tempted to anticipate what they might want next. And that's not what we want to do. Now when I work with a new brand partner, I try to explain to them that my job isn't to be the hero or the expert, but really just to help them share this simple, natural technology on their own. The beautiful part is that our technology is so beautiful. It is so simple, right? It doesn't require a long, complicated explanation. Instead of trying to tell people everything that I know, I just want to help them share simply, compliantly, and authentically. So it's just a matter of figuring out how to do that, without doing everything for them.
Yeah, because I think at the end of the day, you can make leadership look hard. I mean, if you're the expert in everything, and if you're answering all the questions, and if you're doing things for them, and if you're answering texts at 1 in the morning unnecessarily because the answer's in the back office, you're probably scaring someone away from wanting to be a leader because they're like, do I have to do that? That
100%.
sounds crazy.
Yeah,
right?
And it goes back to just, it's not duplicatable.
It's
we
not
cannot
duplicatable.
do that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
John, this one might be fun. What's the biggest leadership mistake you made, and what did it teach you?
First of all, Matt, if I don't sit up straight, would you let me know? Because Teresa said make sure you sit up straight, leaning your shoulders back. So if not, just holler at me, okay?
Okay, so now you have a coach and an accountability partner.
Yeah,
I love it. Right here.
I want
It's
to make sure
happening.
this happens. And then, Janine, before I answer that question, I keep reading that and I'm thinking, she's got 17 grandkids. She's 67 years old. Matt, would you wish your grandma looked like that?
Woo!
I'm telling you what.
Hot stuff.
To me, she doesn't look like a grandma, not until she takes her teeth out at night and puts them in the Evernote glass. I'm just saying, that's the only time she's a grandma. So, you had a question for me?
I had a question for you,
I thought I answered it.
No, the question was, what would you say was your biggest leadership mistake, and what did you learn from it?
These notes are what Teresa told me to say. So, anyway,
Coachable.
so I remember when we first got involved. First of all, I didn't want anything to do with it until she made a bunch of money, and then I said, "I'm with you, babe. I don't know what I can do, but I'm going to do it." But here's what we found out: just because we see something, we think everybody sees it like we see it. Everything. I mean, you're stupid if you don't get in. This is the best thing since sliced bread, and so you end up. I would call it fire hosing on everybody. Mm-hmm. You just let it all out. That's the worst thing to do. Today, it's the total different mindset. We understand. You got to know where people are. You got to know where they're at, what they're dealing with life, where their situation is, and we just take people by the hand and just guide them and just take them through the ropes at their pace, not the pace that we want them to go, at their pace, and love people. It comes down to love people and just speak life into each and every person.
I love that so much. And we heard that earlier, right? We heard about meeting people where they're at, and it's all about their goals, not your own, right? It's their interests, their goals, their dreams, their vision for themselves. So that is an interesting leadership challenge, I think, sometimes, because sometimes we see so much potential in someone and we're like, oh, but why aren't they doing it, right? They got to do it when they're ready. So I love that. Okay, we also know, and we heard this earlier, I know Jay talked about it, not every day in this business is a great day. Sometimes things feel hard, right? So Gary, how do you lead a team through seasons of maybe low momentum in their business, or even when someone might feel burnt out?
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. When I got that, I realized that I didn't have a lot of that same experience, so I did some, research on it as far as low turn. I have a lot of self-starters, and what I was talking to Dr. Stacy about is one thing that came from your question was that I'm going to commit to reaching out to them, all of my leaders, that I really haven't done because they're all pretty much self-managing, and I'm going to ask if I can join their weekly Zooms and be a part of it, just to kind of get up to date and be on the lookout for those things. And in my own personal life, I love what I do, and I don't consider this work. It's, it's a job at the end of the day, but when you love what you do and you see lives change like they've changed, and that I've seen in 4.5+ years, whose life are we gonna change next though? But as far as handling rejection was the question, right?
No.
Burnout.
Burnout. Yeah,
Okay,
low momentum or burnout. Yeah.
So acknowledge burnout openly. Hey, if you got an issue, take a couple of days off. Reconnect the team to purpose. Keep standards and adjust the pace. I'm one of those guys that, we're either going through, over, or around whatever it is, and we're not stopping until we get to the other side. But not everyone has that mentality.
Not everyone wears a Superman t-shirt every day.
No one ever has it. There you go. Sure. So set small, achievable goals. Lead with a calm, steady energy, which is really important, to kind of guide the ship. And hey, we've all been there. We've all had days where I couldn't tell you how many times when I would talk with Dr. Stacy and she'd say, Bill Barb. I'm thinking to myself, I've been trying to build Barb for quite a while now. Believe me, I understand, but not everyone works out the way that you want it to, and you just got to move on. You got to accept it, move on, put it behind you, stay away from the negativity, which is something I learned along the way. Clarify priorities. Recognize efforts, and I got some guys that are here today that I've been kind of encouraging. Hey, guy, I joined 3 groups this year. I had a guy that's coming to work, he says he is anyway, and his brother said to me, he said, man, where you are, why don't you just kick back? And I'm like, kick back? What are you? Why would I kick back when 2-star and 3-star is on my radar to get to, and what I do isn't work? I just didn't understand that mentality. But hey, I said, nah, I'm not kicking back. And then, let's see here, invite team input and ownership and remind them that this season will pass. Sometimes people need a break, and I will tell you probably 3 months ago, I said to Dr. Stace, I got home run hitters, and you name it, it went wrong and nobody stood up to the plate. And yeah, I was disappointed because I thought we finally got people that are going to go to work, and they didn't pan out. So you just move on, you accept it, cut your losses, and don't focus on the things that didn't go well. Focus on the things that did go well.
I love that, yes.
Yeah, and thank you for the invite. And I just want to say, I've been with the company 4.5 years, not forever. And I saw Meredith come on, and I saw you come on, and I've worked for a lot of companies. I believe we have one of the best corporate teams I've ever seen, and I mean that. Yeah, I mean that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. I love what you said about hanging on to the positive things. And one thing that I want to just hit for everyone here one more time that you said that really stood out for me was recognizing effort. So we have a fantastic new recognition program, right? But it's based on achieving ranks. But you as leaders all have the opportunity to recognize effort, right? If you're close enough to your business and your people, you know what they're doing day in and day out, and you can recognize them in ways that we can't. So I just want to make sure that everybody realizes, our new recognition program doesn't absolve you of your recognition responsibilities, right? Because you can get to different things and you can connect with people in different ways than we'll ever be able to do as a home office team. So thank you for mentioning recognizing effort, because I think it's huge. Get people more focused on the effort and less focused on the results, because the results will come, right, from the effort. Awesome. Okay. John, I want to go back to you and talk a little bit more about team, and specifically team culture. What do you feel are, for the two of you building, what are the non-negotiable values that guide how you build your team?
Well, this is something that Teresa and I live every day. We try to live. We're not perfect. I'm not like Matt Curtis. But what we try to do is live with integrity, do the right thing for the right people all times, be positive, but again, love people where they're at. And so we have the culture of, again, go back to what I said earlier, we take people where they're at and just help guide them. But I think trustworthy, integrity, build a great relationship, because most people want to hear themselves talk, and that's why I'm going to stop. But most people want to hear. So I feel like Teresa and I are very good listeners. We try to hear what they're saying. I know we do calls once in a while. Teresa, she's phenomenal. Somebody will just throw a bunch of negative stuff. Teresa will just pick that conversation right back up. And by the time the conversation's over, that person's positive, excited, and ready to build. And that's what we try to build in our team and in our culture.
I love that. I love that. And that's a huge job as a leader, right? Is injecting that positivity, bringing people along, keeping them going. And sometimes when your team starts to get real big, then you get them to get accountability partners to help do that with each other as well, right? Okay, we've talked lots about duplication, but Candy, I want to go to you for a minute and just talk about, because your team is growing and you're growing at scale now. So how do you keep things simple enough, right, for duplication while you're growing that much, that fast?
Yeah, so I believe that simplicity actually creates scale. So actually, the more complicated the system is, the harder it is to duplicate. We all know that. And when we can't duplicate, that's when growth stalls. And again, our patches are so simple. So just focusing on not overcomplicating the sharing process. I try to be intuitive about that. Sometimes I'll ask myself, could a new brand partner do this? And if the answer is no, then it's too complex. Our team, we use multiple avenues to share. We share over social media platforms. We have in-person patch classes. We even use snail mail, which I know is kind of old-fashioned, but we do. But no matter how the platform changes, that we try to keep the system the same. So inviting with curiosity, share simply, and following up with care. Teaching people to lead with personal experience and not product overload.
I love that. And we heard a lot of that today, right? Keeping it simple, keeping it duplicatable, making sure that a new person can do what you're doing. And if they can't, then it's not duplicatable.
That's right.
Love it.
Yeah.
Okay, Gary, back to you. We talked a little bit about, low momentum maybe, and other things that cause bad days could be rejection. So I know it probably doesn't get to you because you just fly around over, under, around it, like you said earlier, with your Superman t-shirt on, but not everyone in your organization has that same positive mindset every day. So how do you help people handle rejection, especially when it comes from people that they don't expect it from, like their family and friends?
Sure. I mean, that's who more than likely is going to give you the problems or the issues. But the biggest thing is not to take it personal. They're not rejecting you. They're rejecting an idea or something that you're presenting to them. A lot of that comes with time. A lot of that comes with getting no's. Either you pick up your pants at your bootstraps, or you move on, or maybe this isn't for you. But I think the maturity also comes with handling it in a way that you get enough no's and realize, hey, this is and in my mind, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that doesn't take place any place else that I'm aware of. And I hear all the time, 8 billion people on the planet, just go find another person. And I couldn't tell you how many times I walk around different events, and if you get within 3 feet, eventually I'm going to say, do you know what this is? No one knows. Nobody knows. I mean, every now and then, is that a nicotine patch or is that pain patch? But out of, I'm going to say 150 people that I've asked, maybe one person might have said Lifewave. Hang on, I dropped my note.
You're good. You know what you're doing. You don't even need them.
Yeah. So, focus on alignment and teach emotional resiliency. It's a maturing thing. Model healthy responses to rejection. Hey, and I had a lady, I had a hairstylist at a really nice boutique. And every time I would buy flowers for Barbara, I'd buy flowers for her. And I'd stop in and say, hey, Kelly, here you go. I hope you enjoy them. And then she wasn't there. And I bet you I bought flowers 4 or 5 times because my wife gets flowers every week, all right? And,
Men, are you taking notes?
Never going to be without flowers as long as I'm alive. And I said, so I gave her some patches to try. And she said, hey, I don't think I'm going to do this. And I said, no problem. The door is always open. So next week, I'm going to drive up there and say, hey, I want you to come out and take a look at the new car and the new wrap and say, this is what this company and Lifewave has done for me. And this let it go from there. And the door is open. We parted on good terms. I'm still getting my hair cut there. And so and then remind them that family often limits belief. They don't want to see you get ahead and what are you doing? And model healthy responses to rejection. So all of those are, a learned process in some cases, and it just comes with the business. The more no's you get means you're going to get more yeses.
Absolutely. The more no's you get means you're going to get more yeses. So true. And you said, you know, if you're not getting the answer that you were hoping for from one person, you go talk to somebody else, right? Anytime you're worried about what one person is saying to you, that's a signal that you're not talking to enough people, right?
That's good.
So I was taught that. Because it can feel tough, but go out and collect 100 no's. Imagine what your business would look like if you went out and got 100 no's. How many yeses would that be along the way, right? Love that. Okay, so along those lines, Teresa, how do you help your team build confidence when they're doubting themselves?
Okay, so I like to get in their shoes. Okay, I like to meet them where they're at. Somebody else said that today too, the common thread going through this whole Super Saturday. And I love to use the words feel, felt, found. Hey, I know how you feel. I felt the same way, but let me tell you what I found out. So everybody goes through stinking thinking. I bet you every person up here would agree they all get in that stinking thinking. There are times where we all go through those emotions, but our pastor taught us something so great. He said, when you're going through hell, don't stop. Push on through to get to the other side.
Can you say that?
Yeah, I can say that.
I think she can say that.
I think I'm okay saying that.
It's okay.
So
if the pastor
anyway,
said it.
So what I teach people is, look, help people get a win. And something that'll help not have as much of an issue with some of that, with people having that doubt, is learning to teach people how to invite out of the gate, because if not, they go throw up on everybody and try to over-explain, and they get through their warm market, and then all of a sudden you wonder why they're in the witness protection program and you can't get a hold of them. So help people get wins quickly, but you do that by really working with your brand new people. I have a slogan, out of the gate in 48. I want to help people get out of the gate within 48 hours, help them get a win, whether it's a customer, whether it's a brand new brand partner at a core pack, whatever it is, and use the compensation plan as a ladder. So I love to teach them, let's get you to one-star manager. Set those small, biteable goals. So what we have to think about is most people out in the marketplace that we're talking to, guess what? They're moms, they're dads, they have 5 kids, they're running them to 20 different sporting activities, they have a full-time career. They do this very part-time, so meet them where they're at and help them get those little bite-sized wins, and every time you do that and you celebrate them and you recognize them, they get excited and their belief keeps growing and growing and growing.
Awesome, that is so good. Yes, those little wins. Imagine if everyone that you enrolled got a win within 48 hours.
It's a game changer.
Would that not change the game? Would that not change their business and therefore yours? Absolutely. I love that. Get them started quick. Things change as you grow in this business. John, how do you define success now compared to when you started?
First of all, Meredith, the whole staff, thank you guys so much. Janine, I'm telling you, this is a great company. Teresa and I have been in the business for the industry, the channel for a while. There's no company, and he just said, there's no company out there like what we have. We need to be grateful for what we have. Be grateful. So to answer your question, when Teresa and I first got in, it was about, I think we saw dollar signs. Can I say that? We saw an opportunity to enhance my pocketbook. So that's what we chased. Actually, that's what we did at the beginning. We started chasing money, ranks, stuff like that. But in time, as we grew older and grew, what this business is all about is about other people. And so Teresa and I, our goal isn't about. I mean, honestly, we don't want to be on this stage. Honestly, if the truth be known, we would say no every time. We would rather have our team up here because it's all about them. We want them to gain whatever their goals are. That is where Teresa and I's hearts are, to build that integrity, and that's where we're at today. That's our culture we're trying to build, the trustworthy and the culture of bringing more leaders up. Because I'll tell you, we got people that are leading the world, leading by example, you know, pushing the good guy upstairs forward. I'm telling you, this whole world will be better. And so that's what Teresa and I try to put out there in the world.
Love that. Candy, I want to go back to you. As your organizations grow and you are, have that many more people that you feel, accountable to in some way, shape, or form to lead, how do you develop some boundaries? What have you found that works that you've put in place to avoid you feeling the weight of the world or feeling some burnout or feeling, tired?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think everybody here, if you get to a certain point, you can experience burnout at some point. It's easy to think, especially when you first get started, that you have to be available to everybody all of the time to be successful. But the truth is that's just not true. I've learned to be present, and that being present doesn't mean constantly being accessible to everybody. One of the first boundaries that I put in place was around my time, being intentional about when I work and when I rest. Encouraging my team to use group chats and some of the resources that we have so that they can find answers to their questions without having to rely on me all of the time. Another thing is that I strive for a healthy work-life balance. I think as brand partners in Lifewave, we have to model what we teach. So being good about, gosh, you guys, I'm so nervous, I'm sorry.
You're doing great. You don't need to be nervous.
I'm sorry.
You're awesome.
I lost my train of thought here. We have to prioritize our rest, our hydration, our movement, and patching consistently. Remember that leadership means leading by example and not by exhaustion. That's another big part.
That's huge. That is huge, yes. And we heard that twice, right? Leading by example. People are looking to you to create that success pathway, and that's what, again, is so important about the systems, right? Because when you have a great system in place and people know how to follow it, then you don't feel like you're having to do everything all the time. Okay, last question is for you, my dear. If you were starting today, you've been in this channel for 30 years. If you were starting today, what would you focus on in your first 30 days?
Okay, that's a great question.
It's not you.
First of all, I just want to give a shout out to the corporate staff. I have to tell you, being in this industry for 30 years, my husband and I are so thrilled with this compensation plan. It is, 30 years, you guys, we have seen a lot. This compensation plan is absolutely amazing. If you roll up your sleeves and you go to work and you follow the system and use it as a stair-step ladder to go up. So something I would focus on. Yes, absolutely. In the first 30 days is building that foundation. The foundation is key, but build the foundation as quick as you can because success loves speed. So don't go too slow. If you can go quick, that's good. But use that compensation plan as that ladder to help your team. The other thing is teaching your organization to stay plugged in. So I think about my cell phone. If I don't plug my cell phone in every night before I go to bed, tomorrow morning it's dead. If you don't go to the events, if you're not plugged into the leadership, follow the leaders, if you don't do that, eventually you're going to die and fall away. So that's something that is so key to teach people is staying connected. But activity is what this business is all about.
Absolutely it is.
There you go.
Yes, and staying plugged in is tricky, right? Because like you've said earlier, a lot of people are doing a lot of other things. And so they're constantly being inundated by communication, whether that's the news or the 3,000 email lists they find themselves on, or things get buried, right? So they need to hear from you. Don't rely on the communication that's coming from us. They need to hear from their leaders too. So great advice. All right, you guys, was this awesome? Yes. So many good nuggets in there. I hope you took notes. You can always go back and watch it on the replay after, those of you in the room, and of course those of you on virtual. Thank you so much for being here. You guys rock. You're just awesome. All right, we have a couple more segments. Before we get to our final leaders speaking today, who I know you are going to want to stay glued to your seat to hear from, we have, yes indeed, right? We have some additional recognition to do because there's a group of leaders in this room that we have not yet celebrated. So I would like to bring to the stage the North America sales team and Christian and Meredith, because we want to recognize our presidential leaders that are here with us today. So presidential leaders, 1-star, 2-star presidential leaders that we have here today, please make your way over to this side of the stage. We want to bring you on up here. You guys, this is a big deal. Hello. Oh, they're running. They're jogging. For the high energy music, and huge congratulations to our presidential leaders. This is the pinnacle of leadership here at Lifewave. So I hope you've got presidential pinned to your dream board and that you are starting to think about the activities that need to happen to get to that place yourself, if that's part of what you were dreaming about as you're sitting here today. So again, huge congratulations to our presidential leaders.
One of David's biggest dreams is to make Lifewave a generational company that is going to be passed to generations to generations. And the next speakers, they are making that a reality. They are building entrepreneurs in their own family. They, together with their 3 kids, they are building an empire that is helping people in different ways. They have a strong faith, and they believe that you cannot control your past, but you can control your future. They believe that you can be the one who breaks generational curses. They believe that when you work hard with dedication, you can transform your own life and others' lives. And they are testimony of that. Listen to this. Every month, they have over 15,000 points just coming from their PC Plus, from their preferred customers. If we make the math, that means that they have over 150 customers every single month. And this is just the beginning. They have enrolled over 1,500 people personally. That means that they've been transforming more than 15,000 families, which is so incredible. The next trip, the incentive trip that we are going to have in Bahamas, they are bringing a team of 92 team members. That is teamwork. And today, they're gonna bless us and they're gonna share from their heart because they believe in that trifecta: spiritual healing, physical healing, and financial healing. So let me introduce you to the incredible Scott and Renita Brannan.
You're my lucky strike, love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go.
Wow, what a great experience this has been today. Isn't it been awesome? Give it up for yourselves for taking time and energy and money to come here today.
We're so thankful to be here with all of you, and of course we want to start by thanking David Schmidt, right, in his vision and his leadership. We want to thank Meredith and the entire Lifewave corporate team. Can we get up for all of Lifewave corporate?
Woo! You guys are so hot! You guys are so hot. Is that compliant? You're hot. I love it. And we want to thank God, because without him, none of this would be possible, and we know that. And we want to finish off the day today with something that we think is so powerful in your business that all of you, when they asked us to speak about goal setting, we said we need to talk about one thing, and it's speed. How many of you guys know speed rules the day? Raise your hand if you know that. Slow is painful in direct sales. So we're going to start with a quick little video. You guys ready for it? I think it's up there. You guys ready? Yeah, dim the lights. Let's go.
Now loaded in. They're off. Secretariat surging from the gate. Secretariat refusing to yield, driving forward.
This is unbelievable. No horse can take this pace.
Secretariat and Sham locked in a deadly duel. It's Secretariat and Sham.
Oh man, this is a catastrophe.
Let it run, Ronnie. Let it run.
With a half mile still to run, Secretariat sprinting away. Entering the final turn, Secretariat is moving like a tremendous machine.
That's impossible.
He laughs at fear, afraid of nothing. He does not shy away from the sword. He cannot stand still when the trumpet sounds.
The lead is now 24 lengths. 28 and still surging. Secretariat by 30. Secretariat wins.
Okay, you guys, I can't even watch that without crying. There's something wrong with me. When our son was putting that little video together for us, Rocco was like, Mom, I can't stop crying watching this. And I'm like, good, that means you have a heart. And so we're so thankful, you guys, to be here talking about speed, because we think it's crucial in your business. We think that when you're slow, you get stagnant, right? So 2026 is your year. Say, this is my year. You're ready to run with us with God's speed. I'm going to tell you why. Why, Scott?
Well, I mean, who feels like it's the third week of January and we're still in the starting blocks? We're still in the gates, right?
Yeah.
So who's ready to run with us? Who's ready to run?
Yeah.
So slow is crowded, speed separates. So you want to be different. You want your business to be different. You need to decide quickly. You need to act quickly. Let's help people enroll. Let's get patches on people. Let's move with conviction and confidence and speed, right?
You know, last night I went to get my hair straightened at a local salon, and I walked in and I said to this woman, I was talking about our technology, and she looks at me while she's doing my hair. She goes, "Do you mean this is an innovative technology?" And I was like, "Am I in the Truman Show?" I said, yes, it's an innovative technology. She goes, "I literally have been on a 21-day fast at church, and I've been praying for something for my chronic situation going on. I've also been praying for an opportunity because I've been a hairstylist for over 35 years. And she goes, I feel like you're an answer to prayer. And I want to tell you guys, yeah, you can clap for that, because at 2:34 a.m., I got a text message from my new brand partner, Claire, and she said to me, "I cannot sleep." She said, "I am so fired up about this. I feel like what I was praying for, you came in and sat in my chair and delivered." How many people are praying for all of you right now to go be an answer to prayer? I want you to raise your hand and give a little clap if you feel like you could be. So, like Scott said, if you don't know this yet, this is the biblical year of anointing. So we love the Lord. That's our strong, bold belief. But I'm here to tell you, I love the Chinese calendar too. I love studying all these modalities of healing and different ways of the body restoring. But what I love is the biblical year of anointing. Do you know what that means? You guys can go ahead and read it. It means that it's the activation and empowerment of our gifts and our calling forward. It's the healing and restoration, renewed joy. And how many of you need some renewed joy? Give it up here if you got need some renewed joy. I mean, like 4 of you. How many of you need some renewed joy? You gotta get it. How about saying light and clarity? Are you kidding? It says spiritual illumination and divine guidance. I didn't make this, but it's interesting that our convention this year is called Illuminate. AI made this for me. When it said spiritual illumination, I thought, oh my goodness gracious, like this AI is tracking with me. Consecration and purpose, we're set apart for living differently. How many of you believe that we have a spiritual gift, literally a gift that God gave us through this patch, through this group of people, through this leadership, through David Schmidt, to go out there and be an answer to prayer? Clap your hands if you believe that. Now, for those of you that don't know about the fire horse, I'm pretty crazy about this. I bought myself a pair of cowboy boots from Montana. I love the year of the fire horse, and in the Chinese calendar, this means that the year 2026 is a fast momentum year. It's a breakthrough year. How many of you guys realize this? It's an activation year. It's speed. That's what the year represents. It's unstoppable energy. How many of you are ready for unstoppable energy? And a couple of you. I am so crazy about unstoppable energy. I'm like, we've got to run. We've got to go. There's so many people to help. This is the moment. If you've ever been thinking, I've got to maybe do this, maybe I should wait a little longer, I'm here to tell you, it's like, let him run, Ronnie, let him run. Like she said in the video. Like, that's how I feel. I'm like, we got to go. And so I want to say this on the bottom, because literally, look at this verse. But his word, can you guys put your hands on your heart? Put your hand on your heart for a second. Oh my God, come on, Lord. But his word was in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I was weary of holding it back and I could not. Are you kidding me? How many of you believe that verse is for you? I know it's for me.
And how many just from the very beginning listening to David talk, you just feel his heart, right? Can anybody resonate with that? You've got fire in your heart, and you're weary of holding it back, and we don't have to, right? We don't have to. Like, now is your moment. So I want to quick raise a hand, whether you're online in the chat, you can put in, raise your hand if you own a business. If you own a business, raise your hand. Now, everyone's hand should be in the air, right?
Right.
We're not employees of Lifewave. We've got the great employees, the dream team over here, right?
Right.
But you own your business, and so how do you feel in your heart about this business? How do you think, and how are you going to act? Maybe it's a little bit like the old mare, right? Nice horse, but not a lot going on, just kind of sitting waiting for something to happen, right? How about this? Anybody old enough in the room to remember this guy, Mr. Ed? Right? All talk. Again, nice horse, entertaining, right? Maybe that was your last opportunity, and you thought you were going to achieve something, but it was all talk, right? Or maybe you're like this guy.
Give me a ticket?
No. I'm going to give you my phone number in case you want to grab a drink sometime.
I don't drink, but I do ride.
Maybe you're walking around and you're still talking about the last challenge that you had in your old company that you're not a part of anymore, right? Maybe you're talking about your challenges and the struggles, and I got news for you. The secret is joy.
Yes!
The secret is joy. The secret is love.
Come on!
And so remember the first time you heard about Lifewave.
I'm going to tell you this. Did you say, wow? Just like Claire last night when I was talking to her about the patch, because we should all be leading with a patch. How many of you right now have an extra sleeve of patches along with you? Do you have patches? Hold them up if you got them with you. Because you guys are in business. The rest of you might need to upgrade to the premium packs. You got some patches to take along and start patching the hairdressers.
Upgrade
Just
your
saying.
kits. Let's go.
Upgrade the kits. But she said, when you guys know when Secretariat was born, Penny. I love that it was Penny, by the way, because we all love Penny here with Lifewave, right? But this was Penny Cherny, her name was, and she said to herself, wow. When he was born, she said one word, she said, wow. I want to ask you this. How many of you in the last 3 years have heard the word wow, or you've said the word wow when someone has told you a testimony? I want you to raise your hand. I mean, this is the wow business. When somebody says wow, I'm just thinking to myself, they're about to be in my business, right? Because they're that person. And she said, literally, Penny said in her heart, she said, I was looking at something that only happens once in a lifetime. How many of you know that we're part of something right now with Lifewave that is like once in a lifetime opportunity? Yeah, clap for that. It's a big deal. So we want to talk to you about momentum, this moment and action, right? You have to commit right now. How many people are you guys willing to patch every day? You know, some people say 2. Jay said, can we speak to 2 people a day, 2 conversations? Our system teaches 5 people a day. Every system, some people teach 3. What are you willing to do? What are you willing to do to get into action to actually move the needle in your business? Because it's totally up to you, right? So the right activities are going to quickly create that speed and that momentum in your business. So everybody
put your hand on your heart really quick again. So it starts here. It starts in your heart. But it's out of the abundance of your heart that your mouth speaks.
Come on.
So you need to take action. We need to take action. We need to move. We need to get to it.
Yeah.
You know, when you hear about a great financial decision, when should you make the decision? Now. When you hear about someone over there praying for, you know, an opportunity to optimize their wellness, when should you go and meet them at that place of need? Now, right? Take action. So speak, it's an action, right? We want to start here. That's where it begins, but don't let it end there.
Yeah.
Does this resonate with anybody? You know, somebody, went through a challenge and you thought about them. And you thought about reaching out. You thought about sending the card in the mail. You thought about meeting him in their place of need, but you didn't. Anybody else do that? Don't let that happen in 2026.
Yeah.
Out of the abundance of the heart, we move, we act, we speak, right?
That's right. Now, did you know this about Secretariat? So when I did this, I couldn't even believe the correlation between Lifewave and Secretariat, right? Like once in a lifetime opportunity. Do you guys know that Secretariat's heart was 22 pounds? Do you know that the average thoroughbred is 8.5 pounds? His heart was 2.5 times. This gets me so great. I want to cry. And he was 2.5 times bigger than any other race course. Of course he was going to win. Sham, the guy that was like neck to neck with him, his heart was 18 pounds. Isn't this crazy? Again, the average thoroughbred was 8.5. So do you see a correlation that these big hearts are fast movers? Anyone seeing this? My question is, how big is your heart? That's determining if you're a fast mover. But it was perfectly formed. It wasn't like a defect. They said it was perfectly formed, and guess what they called Secretariat's heart condition? It wasn't a condition, it was like a superpower. They called it the X Factor!
The X39?
When I read X Factor, I almost passed out. I am thinking, are you kidding me that we have the X39 and this large heart condition was called X Factor? What are the chances? I mean, so how big is your heart? I had this vision where we have a heart, and I thought, we have all these lights coming out of our heart. Miracle for finances, miracle for health, miracle for family restoration, miracle for community restoration, miracle for whatever.
Wow.
And had this vision of a heart and just lights, beams of lights shooting out of the heart. How many beams of light do you want shooting out of your heart? Because I want like 1 billion, right, coming out of that heart. How big is David Schmidt's heart? How many of you guys think David Schmidt has the most enormous loving heart? Clap your hands. How about Meredith, Janine? I mean, all these beautiful, special people. Give it up for this team. Wow. So listen, why did he win the Triple Crown? Why was this horse so cool? Not just the X Factor, but this gave him more oxygen, more endurance, and unmatched stamina, right? Here's what you need when you have a bigger heart. Do you know that you have a bigger capacity to serve? Some of you want to have a huge team, but you're like, I don't want to call the 2 people I have. I'm like, dude, you got to pick up the phone. You got to get in communication with these people. How big is your capacity? How big is your heart to serve, right? Capacity to love. Capacity to stay faithful when others quit. Just like Teresa Goetz just said, do what you say you're going to do, right? If you commit, do it then. So great victories require great capacity. So if you're saying, I want this to be my year, 2026, this is the 5-horse speed year for me, you have to ask yourself, what is my capacity? What am I willing to endure? What am I willing to go forth and put action to this goals that we have, right? Go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
Yeah, so one of the things that Renita's great about is asking questions. What is it that you want? What is it exactly that you want?
Yeah.
Right? People are always asking her because she's such a great recruiter, and we work really well together, and we go from helping to leading. Right? And so, we're trying to lead, so we're doing it by action. But when he says, tell me exactly what you want.
Yeah.
Tell me exactly what you want, right? And then, they start telling you. And by the end of the conversation, they think like, wow, she's great or he's great. And we barely talked. We're just asking questions.
Yeah.
Right? But we're listening. Right? So like John Goetz said, you become really good at asking questions. You become really good at listening and really hear what people are saying and meet them where they're at. Right?
And some of you, I would say, need to put the blinders on, because the Lucian Lauren, the trainer that actually trains Secretariat, do you know that the single thing, because Secretariat was kind of a live wire, they called him Big Red, right? He was just kind of a horse that was kind of all over the place. And as soon as they put they call them the blinkers, I call them the blinders. As soon as they put the blinders on Secretariat, everything changed in his performance. How many of you need to put the blinkers on? Any of you? I think you need to hone it in and get rid of this and that and the other thing that are holding you back, and you say, it is time to get laser focused and run with speed.
Remember Meredith's talk in the beginning, right? With the flashlight. And you're walking down, and my goal is to talk to those 2 people today. whoo, right? And all of a sudden you're like, oh, wait a second, you know? So stay focused. Yeah. Like have strategy, but go after it. Go after it with energy and joy and passion.
And I love this little rider, this little jockey, right? Ron Turcotte. You guys know this guy. He was a champion spirit. He didn't just win with Secretariat. You guys got to know this. The year before in '72, he won with Riva Ridge. So he had a spirit of winning and championship spirit in him. How many of you guys like to win? Raise your hand. Now listen, we didn't come from a champion bloodline of winning. I'm going to be honest with you. We're the generational chain breakers up here, Scott and I. We didn't come from health and we didn't come from wealth, but you can make certain it's coming from us. Are you guys that person? Right? So 3,300 races this guy won. Are you kidding me? This guy was just a machine. Look at that, how it correlates to Lifewave. Number one in momentum. I mean, we are like straight up. We are the darling of direct sales. Right, Meredith? That's who we are. All eyes are on us, and they're all coming this way.
And just like Secretariat, it's a series of sprints, right? So in 1973, Secretariat ran 21 races, 1.25 miles to 1.5 miles, right? So 1 mile at a time, sprints. And guess what? 21 races, didn't win all of them. This is the greatest horse in the history of horse racing, didn't win all of his races. Lost 20 or 25% of the races that Secretariat ran, right? So here we are. So don't let the no, set you back or get you down. Don't let that keep you from your destiny, right? We're all going to get no's. Do you think that we enrolled as many people as we did and we got sad for more than a second if someone said no?
No.
When we talk to people and we say, tell me how it's going, if they say I'm frustrated, they tell me the exact same thing. I keep telling this guy, I keep telling this girl, I keep telling my brother to get involved, and he keeps telling me no, but I keep telling him. I'm like, oh my gosh, move on.
Yeah.
Right? Move on with joy.
Say this with me, next. Say it with a little more power, next. I walk around with that spirit of certainty on me. Do you know why? Because I know I'm just out there to bless people, but if they're not want to receive the blessing yet, I'm not going to beg them for it, okay? And then you just say next. Now, who you run with matters. Look around at all these beautiful people here. Look at your team. Look at corporate. Look at David Schmidt. This is who we're running with. When I'm around these people, I just think these guys are all champions. Like, I walk around with that spirit, like they are all champions. I love knowing these people. I love my children. My biggest indicator is, do you want your kids to be around them? I want our kids to live with Meredith, right? I mean, we want our children, and David Schmidt too. We want our families around these people, and all of you. Why? Because you're amazing. I'm like, talk to Matt Curtis again. This guy's a dreamer, right? So your vision, so you got to get a vision for your life, because without a vision, people perish. Your heart, how big is your heart? Make a big heart like this for me right now. Just do it. Just do it. Come on. We're all doing it so no one looks stupid. You got it. Look at that. Oh my gosh, I wish I had a camera. Can someone take a picture of that quick? Get the picture. Get the picture. Yeah. You got it. Good. All right, put it back down. So your vision, your heart, and it's your action. Some people say it's destiny. No, it's called a destination. If I'm going to get from here to my room in the hotel, I'm going to have to take action to walk there. It's not a destiny like it falls in your lap. Destiny is destination, boys and girls. It's action. You got to bust out of here with the speed of Secretariat. Live boldly. This is your destiny. We love you. May God bless you, keep you, and shine his face upon you, and let's make it the year of speed.
Love you, Lifewave. Thank you. Thank you.
Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, we could roll the dice. I'd like to surprise, but you already know. Oh yeah, got lucky overnight. Jackpot when I got the invite. Let me wrap my arms around you, cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibes with you.
All right, Lifewave. We made it to the tail end of our event. How was it, Shirley? How do you feel?
Amazing. This 2026 is just gonna be incredible. Don't you agree?
Can we give a big round of applause to all of our speakers today? Weren't they amazing? We want to thank our entire corporate staff, our events team, the AV production company, can we give them a round of applause? I know so many hours of hard work putting this event together. Let's thank everyone all over the world, Shirley, because they've been tuning in with us this entire time. So we want to thank everyone all over the world. Thank you for joining us here at Super Saturday today. But I've got some news for all of you. So for our virtual friends, you're going to be able to replay this until the end of February. So you want to go back and listen to the content again. It's going to be available to you starting in the next couple of days. I got to kind of get the system going, but you'll have that available to you.
Exciting news. Who is ready to go to Bahamas with us? Raise your hand.
Who's going to be with us? I'm curious. The lights are kind of bright. Okay, we got quite a few of you. I'm excited for that trip.
Absolutely. I'm excited. Back home, we want to hear from you. So write in the chat if you're ready, because we are less than 3 weeks away just to enjoy this incredible cruise.
But just in case you're not going to be with us in Bahamas, what's going on right now? What trip? Hawaii, right? We still have 4 full weeks for that trip. So I was backstage running a few numbers. I like pulling up reports. We already have about 400 of you that have qualified to be with us representing North America in Hawaii. But I wanted to take a little bit deeper, and I started going down the list. We have 523 of you that are right now within 25 points of achieving the first here in Hawaii. So we want to see the biggest incentive trip, the biggest Lifewave group. We want to take over Hawaii. Who's with us? So Janine and Christian just announced the promotion, right? So for those of you that are just 25 points or less, remember, when you have a personal enrollment reach, what, 1-star director, you're actually getting 7 points when they reach 1-star director. So look at all the cool things happening right now with breakthrough bonuses when they rank advance. You're getting that the promotion when they rank advance, and you're getting the points for Hawaii. It's gonna be amazing, Shirley.
It is gonna be amazing. And the new compensation plan is rewarding you for the hard work that you're doing. So let's continue growing, expanding the light, be the light with Lifewave.
We'll see you all very soon. Safe travels home, and we'll see you at an upcoming event. And for those of you in the cruise, we'll see you in a few days. Take care, everyone.
Of dancing around it, closed my door so you can't get in. Doing better than I've ever been. I'm putting on my makeup, taking another shot of all the good